From the Overwatch League Summer Showdown APAC edition here, closing out the evening for week 2 with our final match of the day. Shanghai versus Chengdu. It's me, Avril, with Leg Deus Ex here, who cursed Fury to fly off the map. So, I don't know if you have any more curses today for specific players. And
it's okay, man. I'm all out of spell slots. We're good.
Are you? Okay. It is, well, I don't know. I don't know if you're a Warlock and maybe you recharge on a short rest. We'll come back after the break and see if you do. But Hunters here. It is Chengdu zone, so everything is Chengdu zoneable, which means anything can happen. 7 and 8 Hunters versus 12 and 3 Dragons. Both teams are obviously safe at the moment. Hunters, after winning a couple games as well, collecting those points, definitely out of the bottom of APAC, meaning they're unlikely to be removed from play-in's contention. But we are here to talk about Summer Showdown qualification. The Dragons at this stage are very safe. They aren't guaranteed unless they win this. I think Seoul have clinched with a 4-0. Shanghai, if they beat Hunters today, will also clinch with a 4-0. Chengdu, though, are sitting at a 2-1. And I've said before, 3 is like kind of like the magic number for them. So if they can win versus the Dragons, then they'll be at 3-1, right? I think Chengdu would potentially be safe to get it. They wouldn't clinch, but they would be giving themselves an extremely good chance.
Chengdu do have games in hand against some of the easier teams, as well as they have already gone up against Seoul and got thoroughly battered. Let's move over to our first starting lineup, though, so we can start highlighting some of the players who are going to be popping off in this particular rambunctious little battle. I believe it's going to be Shanghai first, Avril.
And the expected lineup for the Shanghai Dragons, where, you know, again, as I've said every single time we've seen Shanghai so far this stage, the addition of Who Are You back in the starting lineup on a Genji and a Genji meta just does wonders. But it's also been Lip. The story of Lip coming in this year, it's been a bit rough for Lip because, you know, Sombra has been kind of gutted with the changes, even though the pro said she was broken way back, and now it's like, really? Don't think so. And Shanghai, you know, it's been about Sojin. It's been a lot about Sojin this year. Shanghai got to use Lip Soldier earlier on in KC to do a lot, but now the Soldier's gone. Lip had mostly struggled with Sojin, I gotta say, and deeper now in the Summer Showdown, Sojin is suddenly, you know, a very capable pick for Lip. In fact, he's earned at least 2 player of the matches on Sojin so far, and he handled Fusion yesterday with this pick, this pick specifically.
Yeah, and admittedly, we have just seen Fusion handled by another Sojourn pick on Jimmy, so he's in good company there. Let's have a quick look at the Chengdu Hunters to see who will be rallying against Lip. I'm a big fan of Who Are You and the hair clip better as well. Very fashionable, big swag lord coming on through. And
because Monk plays the break, so he's going to be rallying.
Indeed he will be. Gaga. Gaga's been a real uptick for Chengdu Hunters. Like, coming in, I believe last year it was, really changed Chengdu around from their previous somewhat static identity behind the power of the Among Ball, combined with Elsa, of course, on a variety of off-tanks. But Gaga has been one of the biggest upgrades I think a team has had across the Overwatch League. Just finding another tank in China who's got sort of the same, almost main tank prowess as Gushui, but also incredibly flexible. Gaga can play so many things incredibly well, including drawing equal with Among when it comes to the Wrecking Ball, and seemingly doing pretty well on the Junker Queen as well.
Well, he's going to have to, because there's not a lot of depth here. It's him and Daisy, and Daisy hasn't had the greatest season so far. It's been a bit rough for the newcomer to the Chengdu Hunters. A big shoes to fill in terms of Late Young no longer being on the team, but in 5v5 so far, it's been Gaga, I think, leading the way, and you know, that is really the only option. So you either swim with Gaga or you sink entirely so far for the Chengdu Hunters, and I'd have to say they are freestyling pretty well, maybe a bit of backstroke the Summer Showdown as well. It is summer, they're getting out in the water. And Jimbu's Genji has been pretty... Oh, there's Leave. Okay, he's finally coming in. I was wondering where Leave was, but he left.
He's a wizard, man. He's never late, he's never early. He arrives exactly when he intends to.
Here we go. Okay, so I think in some cases, Leave's had a bit of an interesting journey this year as well, because you know he did win an MVP last year. Lip won the Grand Finals MVP, so it'll be MVP versus MVP from 2021. Both have had a very slow start on the Sojin. Lip wasn't that great on Sojin earlier on. I would say Leave also kind of struggled on the Sojin. He wasn't that amazing earlier on. believe in recent games has been phenomenal on the Sojourn. Like, he has really caught up and worked. Jinmu as well has been great on that Genji, and these are two of the most important heroes. As long as Gaga isn't doing things poorly, he's fine. Void will be a difficult opponent for him today. The backline of Chengdu has been doing admirably. Monk has surprised me quite a lot on that Brig, but Easiak and Lee Jae-gon have been looking phenomenal. That is probably what is, in my opinion, going to be the most difficult part for Chengdu to get over. I actually believe that their DPS line, their tank, is probably going to do okay versus the Shanghai Dragons. It's the difference in supports that might be the make or break here leg day as we get started on Oasis.
Could we say that this match has an Avril seal of banger?
I'll tell you after 5 maps. After 5, no, actually, okay, I'll tell you after 4 maps. When we get to the 5th map, I'll be like, boom, this is my seal of approval for
right,
Avril
cool.
banger. Yeah, you know what?
You don't give those out easy.
I think it will be. Here's an actual really fun thing about Shanghai and Chengdu is that Lip has kind of blossomed this new friendship with Jinmu that started earlier this year when Shanghai were in a little bit more trouble in terms of their season hopes. They were struggling, right? And Lip and Jinmu started playing a lot of rank together.
At home as well.
Sure, yeah. There was you guys didn't see this in the messaging, but in the chat, in the lobby before we got into game, Lip says, or rather Jinmu says to Lip, he says, "Don't aim me, please." And Lip and the camera had a bit of a laugh, so we'll see how much of that happens. As we head into the first neutral on jump pad.
Falling a little bit low, Lee Jae-gon playing gatekeeper for the moment. Gaga does go low, but Lee Jae-gon forced to retreat from the high ground, which is going to be a quick reset. And you can see that at the moment, Monk and Nisha are doing their best to make sure no one gets out of that bouncy castle unscathed.
And it will be Jinmu on to Iziaki first and foremost. So the first blood being found there, Shanghai. A bit of HP trouble. Losing one of your healers means that Void's going to have a little bit of trouble staying up and might end up getting targeted here. Shanghai, for what it's worth, have done well to maintain their 4 alive, and if they can get Iziaki back to action, they can actually stabilize here. And in fact, they haven't even allowed Chengdu to cap.
Oh, where's the backup here? There are 5 members of Chengdu Hunters, yet no one looking at that door between Huayu and Jinmu. Getting rid of Huayu would have been instrumental for making sure the Shanghai Dragons couldn't get in here for a fast fight. And once again, Huayu is under the auspices of so many Chengdu Hunters pokes, but it's Lip who finds the real pain being delivered by Leave. You talked about how much Leave is impressive on the Sojourn so far, and Shanghai Dragons are finding it out the hard way. Please don't aim me, but aim he do.
What would be Huayu taking out Jinmu here as Lee took out his counterpart, as we sort of mentioned. Shanghai Dragon still not able to get enough of a play advantage to push back in. It's been a very low kill game. Point did eventually get capped after a little bit of effort from the Chengdu Hunters side. 35 and counting. First ultimates about to come online, and it should be Huayu. Monk will have the rally as well. In fact, Monk might need to think about... Oh my god, might need to think about getting it done, but Lip takes him down. That was the important frag that Lip needed to get.
Gonna have plenty of time to think while he waits for the respawn. Gaga down, there's no burst healing coming through from the repair pack, so it's easy as it comes for Huayu. Wow. Oh, I'm feeling the lunatic high flashbacks because this guy's an absolute nut on the mechanics.
Got the 5th kill stolen by Void there, unlucky.
Big unlucky. That's a mental boomer. That's friendly fire.
I'd be annoyed, personally. I'll probably opt to call from the
complain
game
to Coach Moon.
Coach Moon, he stole my last kill.
Give Fate. That's not acceptable. We need Fate to play this game now. Void can't be stealing 5Ks like that. Here we go, Jinmu. His opportunity to get some real damage done. Iziaki is going to rally this one. So they're saving the sound barrier for now, and that's effective. It's the rally just scares away the Chengdu Hunters. To be fair, it was just Jimmy going in. The rest of the Hunters were not quite in position to get too much more done. Leave now, trying to open the door with his own overclock. Had the frag onto Lip a little bit earlier on, and this time Shanghai Dragons happy to wait it out. It's 2 ultimates that Hunters have not had value on now. It's Blade versus Beat. Rampage is coming on next, and because Huayu goes in, Gaga responds. Humongous Rampage coming in, and Lee Jae-gon does not say Void. 5 versus 3.
Absolutely Gaga. And while it is going to be difficult to cap this, Lee Jae-gon will eventually fall, and now Chengdu Hunters should be able to surround the pavilion and get themselves a kill. Someone's still messing around here. It's Iziaki in the back. And while Jinmu did get that Spectator Blade to begin with, it did allow for the overall thrust of Chengdu Hunters' push with the rally to be so much more effective and to survive the storm of Huayu's Blade.
Well, the difference is Jinmu blades, but it gets countered by support ultimate. But Jinmu doesn't die. Huayu blades, gets countered by support ultimates, and Hunters kill Huayu and then get the snowball frags after that. So actual player advantage does count. While it's a spectator blade, like you said, good news is, silver lining, Chengdu have 5. now they have all 5 up to make this final fight happen as they reach towards the 99% mark. Void is the only ultimate on board. Looking to expend it. Can be difficult to get a good rampage here. You can look how spread the Hunters are. They're spaced brilliantly, and because Hunters are waiting, or rather Shanghai have been waiting, they lose Lip. It's going to be a solo of the Gaga. He's okay. Lots of green HP surrounded, killed by Nisha, and Hunters have another 5v3. Lip's only respawning now, but he might be coming in too late. If Hunters get another frag here, I think the Dragons are done for this round.
Lige gone, the last remaining, and you know what, Avril? Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Void stole Who Are You's 5k. Guys, I'm gonna rampage. Are you with me? Yes, says Who Are You. And he lied.
Chengdu Hunters, truth be told, brilliant start. And question mark for me was always going to be, we know that these are the top 3 teams. We know that Seoul beat Chengdu, handedly as well. Shanghai, looking like the only other team that can hold the candle to Seoul Dynasty. 2 things are relevant here. 1, the result to Chengdu from Shanghai is going to get compared to the Seoul result. However, context does matter. I think Hunters have also improved a lot since that Seoul game. So now the real question becomes, how far have Hunters improved? Enough to beat the Shanghai Dragons? Because our current ranking, probably you'd say, looks at Seoul 1, Shanghai 2, Chengdu 3. Can Chengdu maybe get one over Shanghai and get 2 instead?
Alright, the 2 versus 2. On the outside, Lige gone, going to be forced to back off for about a moment. And you know, Shanghai Dragons, they're probably pretty confident with this. 2 mechanical monsters
Successful.
here. There it is. Lige gone. It's a Lucio diff, he declares.
I saw that one coming. You see Lige gone. He's playing not quite Skybox, but whatever the ceiling capacity of University is. Dive bombing on top of Nisha. I thought maybe Nisha would have been okay, given that he's a Lucio that can also wall ride, but couldn't find the wall and will go down. So it's a nice opening pick via the Lucio, and Lige will be happy to collect the 40% advantage to Nisha's 25. And Hunters will have to be the ones looking for an opportunity to walk on in, as Dragons already have Cat. Leave on Lip again. Oh my goodness. 2 rounds in a row. Leave has found this.
And you talked about, Avril, as we came into this matchup, how much of a monster Leaf has been on the Sojourn. And it's only becoming more and more true with each passing moment. Yeah, that's true, and that's pretty true, and furthermore, it's true.
Jinmu and Nisha adding to that as well. Chengdu Hunters now on the slow comeback towards the 36. It won't be taking them that long. They could probably get that in the space of another fight coming in from the Shanghai Dragons. No further ultimates, in fact just no ultimates. Li Jigon had a bit of a lead that's now been closed up reasonably significantly. Nisha's only trailing behind by a small bit now, less than 10%. Lip got another rail, but it doesn't go to their head. That's a bit of PTSD for him, though. Nearly died again to leave.
It's about building up that fear factor, conditioning the enemy. Gaga has a knife inside of a Brigitte, holds onto it for a moment. Now using physical cover to try to avoid getting pulled in by Void. No one to be gained from the carnage. Alright, your disengagement stopped by the knife, but everyone from Shanghai moves forward anyway. Gaga and Nisha so low, but Monk keeps them up for about a second. Jinmu getting so much damage here and almost has the blade. A swap over for Shanghai Dragons. Jinmu moves in, blade in hand and a sound barrier in his back as well. I've got the power of God anime and the boombox on my side, but it's Who Are You who turns it around with the reverse. And Shanghai Dragons found Chengdu Hunters overextended, overstretched, and with no rear guard.
Definitely overstretched towards the end there. You see that Chengdu actually had Jinmu going down below. I don't know if he's looking for a health pack or just trying to get rid of the aggro on top of himself. But while he's wall climbing out of the pit, the Chengdu Hunters lose members. And, you know, Blade, even coming through from Jinmu, gets a single frag. Who Are You holds on. Blades himself gets slightly better value on top of it. The Chengdu Hunters will fall. Here comes 2 ultimates. Double catch on the rampage. Jinmu deletes his Yaki. Is that going to be enough though? Void can't get healed. Lip barely gets healed back up, but as Lip is getting healthy, his team is left to rot. And the Shanghai Dragons, a very, very brief window where they had the lead in terms of at least winning these fights, and that will be flipped over by the Hunters now with 30% left to go.
Big investment, however, and now Void's going to be able to use a rampage here, Avril, and it should be fairly difficult to counter, especially on this kind of mono verticality. It's going to be difficult to get away from Void.
So spacing will be important. Well, you just next on Gaga, so this might be a fight where they can just save the ultimates. I don't even know if you want to use the rampage anymore. especially since that Lip is already overclocked and Shanghai can force final engagement here. Chengdu got to leave. Speaking of which gets Lip, they got to make sure they can actually get out of here with players alive and reset properly, but not looking like it. Shanghai might win off the back of these staggered kills.
Yeah, if it's going to be a peaceful engage here, if it's going to happen, you can see that Nisha's already being clocked as he makes his approach for Radar's picked him up, and I'm afraid the aerial defenses of Who Are You and Li Jaegon are far too strong. Jinmu arrives and Jinmu leave. It's only a brief caesura from the Cyborg Ninja as we go 1-1 on Oasis.
Final fight there for the Shanghai Dragons, so well played. I mean, once they started winning, they did not allow the Chengdu Hunters to reset properly at all. It was a nice counter pick from Leave, but if he can't get out alive, and the rest of the Hunters can't regroup as 5, there's no time left remaining. They can't go for a final engage that actually counts for anything, and the Shanghai Dragons will clean it up. So the early 80% advantage that they had was pretty brilliant to work through. Chengdu Hunters, though, they've kept it very competitive. It is 1-1. We are going to Guardians for a final round decider here, and both times over, both the earlier rounds that we have played have been close enough that you could realistically say that either team could have won. And in a literal case here, either team has won, because it is a 1-1.
All right, gamers, buckle up, buckaroos. It might not have the Avril seal yet, but the leg day seal of Banger is certainly being affixed to this matchup. A battle for the high ground to begin with as Jinmu wants Who Are You, but there's no dash to play with, and so Who Are You can get himself back into the loving arms of those supports. And here we go, Izayaki in the corner, and there's not much to save him, but Lip at least, we might not be able to save the world, but you'll be damn sure that we'll avenge it, Avril.
Lip says no dice in terms of not shooting Jinmu. Here's a headshot straight away, been missing that from Lip. He's been mainly getting killed by Lee, but he'll return the favor at least this one time. Fight is still pretty even for before the Void on 1 HP, a sliver of HP, but does get saved by his own shout. For how long, though? Needs to get healed back and gives Hunters a bit of room to move on forward. They can't quite utilize it for any further frags. In fact, it's now Hunters that are a bit in danger, leaving Jinmu popping quite a bit of pain. Point is still contested. Can this one go on for 2 minutes? So it's a shock all over again. No, it's Lip taking down Jinmu. Lip with the secondary, and now Shanghai likely to get a cap or at least get a flip.
Refrag though from the disruptor field. Now Lip needs to try and get rid of Monk. Remove these armor packs, but no! Monk turns it around and removes Lip themselves. Izayaki, yes, blocks the incoming knife. That's a good amount of damage that's been avoided as Gaga tries his best to backpedal away from the incoming battle. Void knifed in the back, and it's Monk who manages to survive much longer than we gave him credit for. What a fight from a flex support turned Brigitte.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Got to watch out for Monk. Did say in the pre-show that Monk was a player that had been impressing me on the Brigitte. So had Izayaki, but here it is Monk getting all the frags, and Chengdu, they did not allow the flip to come through, so they had the original cap. And while Shanghai Dragons looked like they were kind of winning the fight, Chengdu got some good responses, now 40% in the lead. They're trying to get this map number 1 done and dusted. Ultimate starting to come online now. Lip pulls the trigger first, leave 1% off. Monk held on to the Radical, will finally use it, but by the time the Radical start popping in heals, his teammates are already dead.
A little bit of a miscom there from Chengdu Hunters. Gaga went aggressive to try and get the knife, and yes, he hit it onto Lip, but the rest of Chengdu Hunters decided the best way to try and counter the overclock was to hide away, have a little whimper and a cuddle, maybe a milkshake to feel better. The Shanghai Dragons now set up defensively.
And that's like 4 other ultimates as well for Hunters. In fact, there could have been a 5 ultimate engage from them. There was a very specific timing window where they had a huge ult advantage versus Dragons that still is somewhat existing, but with Void coming up to an ult and Who Are You 5% away, Dragons are about to equalize 4 apiece. So here's that flank now. Jinmu might need a little bit of help.
Yeah. The beat not used yet from Nisha, holding onto it for now, and finally it hits the ground. Who Are You countered, antied, bleeding, but escaping into the loving arms of his own supports. Gaga overrun once more, but oh my, Ralph Wiggum giggles, I'm in danger. Leave has activated the overclock, and you know he hits these right clicks. Alas, he's not fast enough, and Jinmu should be chased on down. Yes, you get a foot upon the point here, but Who Are You has come forward. I'm the main tank now. Look me in the eye and run in fear.
Here we go, 2 more players still remaining here with the Chengdu Hunters. Looks like they might get cleaned out in just a hot second. Indeed, Nisha does. And the flip never came on through, so the Hunters couldn't slow down the approach from Shanghai, who have now overtaken them. But it does continue. It looks like Who Are You and the rest of Dragons want to push on forward. They might get more. Gaga is very low HP. Leave has got Lip's number once again. If there's one kill that the Chengdu Hunters can consistently get, it is Leave onto Lip. But the rest of them will go the way of the Shanghai Dragons. We are fast approaching the 80% mark.
I don't want it. I don't care what it costs. I don't care how many soldiers we lose. I want Gaga dead, said Moon. And Shanghai just respond, yes, sir, as we settle down for our final fight on Oasis.
Should be able to get the touch. This time it should be a good touch. They actually have 5 alive. They did get brutally staggered like we saw on University. Rally versus Rally. Only 2 ultimates available. This is going to be a bloody neutral. 9. Touch received. Contest in.
Jinmu marked by Who Are You, but Nisha goes down first to his counterpart.
Easy.
Gaga's moved in with everyone at his back. The shout expended, and yes, there is some overhealth for Who Are You, but he just doesn't have the friends to sustain it. You're right, Avril, with no ultimates on it. It was all about the bloody neutral, and Nisha got bloody.
Oh yeah, so double rallies coming in, but with Iziaki dying almost straight away in the rally. Monk had the extra green HP given to the teammates to allow Hunters to walk on forward. Confident. And now a potential double 99. Both ends. Who Are You and Lip looking for that ult. Jinmu likely to pull. Nothing to block that damage with. Shout into a blade would be perfect for the Chengdu Hunters, but they are waiting for the Dragons to get in position to actually commit before Jinmu goes. And here we go. The shout has been expended. HP's already gone. He's looking for a target. Boyd number 1 steals a health pack away. Boyd can't find it, but will get Jinmu instead. Gets the blade again. Genji. Speaking of which, if Who Are You just wins it, Chengdu have lost this map. Who Are You's got 2. There's no one left. Lead has overclock cancelled as well. Nobody left to touch. The Shanghai Dragons have all but locked it up.
An unbelievable turnaround here from Shanghai Dragons. Yes, Jinmu pulls out the blade first, but a quick shout, a yelp and a disengage from the Shanghai Dragons, knowing that they had time to play with. Baited in the Chengdu Hunters. The commute was too far. By the time they got there, they'd already finished their cardio. They were panting, they're out of breath, and they could not focus down a singular target. And that's where it fell apart for the Chengdu Hunters.
It's a blade to win the round and win the map, but the blade goes the way of Who Are You instead of Jinmu, and the Chengdu Hunters look up an early loss here as the Shanghai Dragons 1-0. Looking good so far, but a competitive game that will now be, I hope, a competitive series. We'll go into map 2 right after this break. Song of Dragons and Pandas. It's the APAC version of game of Overwatch. Pretty good so far, gotta say. Pretty good so far. We're into Season 5 now. And look, the twists and turns, they do be ever coming. As we already had a reverse sweep today. Now we have what I gotta say has been a pretty dynamite of an opening map on Oasis as well. Super back and forth leg day as we had, you know, like every single round of Oasis to me felt like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was a game of millimeters, and all of those fights were so just decided by one player being maybe a meter out of position, a shield bash being used too soon, a whip shot being hit at the exact right time, maybe a blade slash not going exactly where it was when the dust is settled. Yes, Oasis was designated as a house of a dragon, but we've still got plenty of maps and plenty of wiggle room left to go. However, we're going to be heading over, I believe, to Hybrid next. And we'll be able to bring up our map set in a little bit to see where we're going to be going. I believe it's going to be Midtown here. And Chengdu did okay on Midtown, as far as I can remember, against Philly. But testing my memory.
I can't remember the game. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Well, Chengdu only lost. No, I actually can't remember.
I think Philly fans have suppressed that memory too.
I'd have to go back and check out the specific scoreline for the Philly game. What was it? It was a 3-0, a 2-1 Midtown. So yeah, we didn't need to finish the map, but we got some part way through. I don't know. All I remember from that game, which is a week ago now, is that it was the entire series wasn't a complete blowout in favor of Chengdu, but it was very Chengdu favored in the sense that you never got the feeling that they were ever going to lose that series. Whereas here, it's a very 50-50 call so far, and maybe that changes the deeper we go, right? Because Shanghai do start out with a 1-0. Chengdu, look, this could be one of those classic series where, and this is not a prediction at all, this is just a hypothetical, but if Hunters lose and it's something like an 0-3, it'll be one of those situations where it's like, man, every map was so close, the scoreline doesn't represent how close it was, but unfortunately the scoreline just ends up being so favored one way, even if it is a close game. So let's see if Hunters can turn close games into some wins as well. Historically, the Shanghai Dragons have had a major win streak and win advantage over the Hunters. I believe it's something like, just doing a quick count on my end at the moment, the franchise record between Dragons and Hunters is 11-2. So 11 times Dragons have won, Chengdu have only won twice, and it's a win streak of 5 at the moment. And the last time that Hunters have beaten the Shanghai Dragons was last year during upper bracket finals of, was it not Countdown, it was some Showdown, wasn't it?
Yeah. Let's talk Farah. Jinmu's back on his signature hero. And it's going to make Shanghai Dragons commute under this train a little bit more perilous as Jinmu can find these nasty angles, which are going to be very difficult to challenge. Alas, Nisha's going to be the first. The supports are dead. Okay, well, sayonara.
Should be the cap. Well, here's the thing: is I've seen, you know, throughout contenders, there have been plentiful times when Farah A defense has been run. You'll actually notice that it's not very viable on attack. Jinmu swaps Genji here for sure. Surely, please help me, dear Lord. There we go. And Chengdu Hunters, they'll try the 8-point fire defense, but it's like, you know, you need to stall out the game. You need to play very slowly. You need to be putting in rockets as the Shanghai Dragons rather trying to come through the chokes. But if the game kind of gets out from under your feet, gets the rug pulled out, you lose your double supports. Yeah, there's nothing else you can really do with the fire there, and you certainly can't be playing the fire on B. So a quick swap is required. Chengdu will now have to try and catch up on ult, but notably Jinmu's actually not that far behind from Huayu despite swapping.
Yeah, he just manages to carry over a little bit of that ult charge. Void's got up high on the top here. A good split from Chengdu Hunters, 3-2. However, Monk is going to have a very perilous disengagement path. He gets cut on off, and now with Nisha being on the other side, Monk could be vulnerable. What an execution from Who Are You? The prodigal Genji once more takes out the Pretenders, and while you will be bled by the carnage, I'm afraid that it's all about the venom that Who Are You delivers.
That guy's actually on Atlanta Rain. best of luck to them. They got 4 DPS in that team now. There's one less tank for the Chengdu Hunters as Gaga falls. It'll be more of a push coming through from the Shanghai Dragons. It did seem like maybe a little bit weird positioning from from Hunters rather, with Dragons kind of surrounded them. The fact that Huayu even got behind Hunters is quite incredible. Jinmu had no idea what hit him. A max range dash into a right-click melee execute from Huayu dispatches of Jinmu ever so quickly. Now that blade will be online.
No rail connecting. That's no opening for Jinmu to go in. Izzyaki instead sees the opening to move on forward. Buy the space with the rally. Give everyone a little bit more cushioning to work with as Huayu's identified Jinmu. Oh, the deflect's already been used, but a diversion of target over towards the main tank instead. A boop away to try and save Gaga, but slicing through everybody. It's a wide arc of the blade and it sings as it cuts through the air. Oxygen molecules carved from O2 to simply O, as oh my god, this is pace from the Dragons.
Yeah, if you are superstitious, apparently don't sleep with the fan on, because it'll cut the oxygen. Not too sure if a fan blade's as effective as a samurai sword as a katana. Yeah, that's a real superstition people have. Obviously not real, but again, try to tell that to them. As we have Shanghai Dragons pushing on through C. Here's a fun fact for you. Lip has only died once, and that's the only death on all of Shanghai. No one else has died. There's only been 1 kill from all the Hunters this entire defense. And that leaves a lot to be desired for the Hunters, as we're already on to C. Okay, there we go. Another frag. It is onto Lip again. Gaga on board. Gaga's been really taking a brunt of heat from the Dragons so far. It's been pretty rough. Can this be a fight win, as the Hunters struggling to gain any space?
100% of the team deaths. Lip's really letting the side down right now. SMH, I expect better. Void has the Rampage ready to go, but so too does Gaga. Chengdu Hunters actually have so many ultimates ready and at their beck and call here, as they've often been outpaced. In this case, it's once again Lip who moves in and decides the momentum. That's going to be a deflect used, and 3 people struck by the Rampage. Jinmu looks to turn this around in the narrow corridor, but so why are you moving towards him? Why are they moving towards him? It was because Lee was at the back with the disruptor shot, and they had the choice to either back away into the Chengdu Hunters or feed themselves to Jinmu's blade. And when you die to Jinmu's blade, you don't give over ult charge.
Well, in either case, they will be dying. They will get spawn camped now. The Hunters finally strike back. They go from not really having any frags to now 8 total. Over the course of the last fight, Lipper is just going to get picked up by Nietzsche. That's a strange one to see on the kill feed this early on, but there it is. Has been found. Hunters had, what was it again, almost 5 ultimates in that last fight. Most of them got burned to a high degree. 4 ultimates, but Monk didn't quite have the rally, so that rally will be online very soon. And speaking of which, of the Hunters coming online for ultimates, they're backing out a fair distance, giving the Dragons some space to work with.
You know, Lip's currently achieving a flattered death lift. He's currently 4 out of the 8 deaths. Shanghai Dragons, though, now in immediate peril. The Rampage hits so many, but Li Jaegon answers it just in time. Gaga now technically surrounded, and that health might not last for long, but Void has at least been taken out by a well-placed shot from Leave. Still a monster on the Sojourn, even without Monk at his back. Jinmu caught in the corridor as Huayu turns around, looking to get some value out of these dashes, running low on HP, but there should be an armor pack waiting for them. This is going to be a little bit of a stalemate fought here by the Shanghai Dragons.
Low HP. Gaga and Lee got caught low there, Nisha as well. Has to be careful. Maybe this rally is exactly what they got to do to come back instead, and they are trying to run down the Shanghai Dragons, but again, Dragons do such a good job of disengaging up until that point where they finally catch Void. It's at least going to be 1. Can they get more than that? Lip returns to kills. Both of these Sojourn players will find a rail, a headshot. It's not enough for Hunters to go for a spawn camp. They're losing Gaga. It means that you have to pull back. You have to wait for the respawners, but you are bleeding the timer down. Notably, it's only down to 2 now. I think we've shaved this one down by half.
Yeah, we had about 5 minutes coming in. 3 of them are gone now. And Shanghai Dragons haven't been building up a reputable ult bank this entire time. Still Huayu with the blade, good to go. Nisha ready to answer it, but so too is Jinmu. And Chengdu Hunters, they're going to have an advantage in positioning here until Shanghai Dragons can force them out of these sort of nooks and crannies.
Yeah, we'll be looking for the Huayu blade, notably, right? There has to be the blade versus the Nisha sound barrier, but Leave won't give them the shot. Leave won't give them a chance at all. Leave is going to be sending them right back to the spawn room. And at this point, if you are still keeping up with frags, I mean, Chengdu have caught up. They have well and truly caught up. Now, in fact, they've overtaken. It was, I believe, 1-12. One final blow for Hunters to the Shanghai's 12. Now it's 17-16. Hunters they've actually overtaken as a squad compared to Shanghai. This defense has been solid. We have seen Hunters at 4 ults before. You'll see them at that again.
An absolute bargain. It's been both solid and cheap. Chengdu Hunters still have 4 ultimates ready to go. But this is going to be a cataclysmic battle as Shanghai almost have 5. Void once again going to be the primary target. Can a headshot be delivered? No, the knife gets there first. My knife moves at the speed of sound. It's Shanghai Dragons. They may have used the rally, but they're only going to be rallying in the spawn now. It's a flawless attack here for the Chengdu Hunters at the cost of 2 ultimates as 40 seconds remain.
It's 2-1, but better than that because Hunters win cleanly. They get the spawn camp. That's the win condition for being able to push further forward, waste a bit of time, and as time runs out, 30 seconds remain. You got to touch, remember. Shanghai Dragons can't afford to get spawn camp. Who are you on 1 HP as well? He can't even effectively play. The sound barrier must be used, and a weapon responded to on the opposite end. Monk size the extra rally to play through as well. Void waiting for his perfect moment to use that rampage. Catches everybody, or just the 3, but importantly gets Gaga down. Rally is not going to save the tanker Hunters, and Dragons might have finally got the push they were looking for.
I don't like that rally at all. That would have been a good way to try and get a battle towards the end. Yes, Jinmu might be able to save himself by going up to high ground here. But the chase could be strong. Leave has once again shown his face.
Oh, that's
no,
big.
it's just stagger after stagger. This is brutal, Avril. And now Lit moves on forward. It's my turn to overclock, bum. Oh, gee. Coach Moon lets you have 2 ultimates. Shanghai Dragons will complete.
They'll do it in overtime, but it's better than not doing it at all. And for a team that had a, did you say 5-minute time back coming into C, it does hurt. It is painful to not get it done in 5 minutes. But again, you'll at least do it. So that's a silver lining that you can be happy with and at least content with, if not extremely pleased by. Hunters, they recovered beautifully after a shockingly bad A and B defense. I think a lot of that was due to the fact that, again, they gambled on this Pharah A defense, and Shanghai did not care. Deleted Monk and Nisha, and doesn't matter what Jinmu does at that stage. They go for the swap back over to the Genji, try and defend B. Who are you with an insanely cool execution on the Jinmu from the back? Allows the Shanghai Dragons to snowball through B as well, and it wasn't until Hunters could collect 4 ultimates on C did they actually mount a proper defense. And now we end the first half, and because we've been sort of keeping up with the stats a little bit here, as a reminder, when Chengdu started C, they only had 1 final blow. Now it's an even 22 across the board. Both teams have 22. Hunters really caught up big on that C defense. Defending for 5 minutes, that's not a small or easy task.
Gaga outpacing Void a little when it comes to the Junker Queen damage, about 7.5k to 6.1. However, I think that Chengdu Hunters really suffered early on this map, Avril, because they were doing things that were too smart.
They did the Pharah.
Not just the Pharah, but also they did a load of split positions. But Shanghai Dragons read really well, and that's how Who Are You managed to get that cool execution from the back onto Jinmu, because he was actually coming back from chasing off Nisha.
That was B as well, so we had Hunters kind of, they were a little bit split because you had players kind of holding main, a few players in construction as well, on the side of that window. So take a look at this now, Easy did get caught a little bit, the shields up and flying so far. Gaga is the one that's actually taking the brunt of the damage, so the Hunters have to back out a little bit, at least be respectful.
Motive for both of these teams. Void's actually been taking a huge amount of damage from the Chengdu Hunters as well. We saw that on point C. Huge amounts of focus. And speaking of which, Monk is called as a focus target, and Shanghai Dragons answer the call, but was sent out by Who Are You.
Alright, well, 3K. Great start for Who Are You. I don't think he was going to get 5 there. I think 4 might have been on the cards, but 5 would have been too much because Hunters had already regrouped and spawned. It's a 51% to 41% Blade lead, though, which is not the most disgustingly high lead, but it will definitely count. Who Are You is, he's a ninja in various ways. Obviously, he's playing Genji, but also no one sees him. It's like he's invisible sometimes. He just finds his execution onto Gaga from behind, similar to what he did to Jinmu on that B attack as well. The previous round of play. Saw that Jinmu actually went on the flank for the time being, trying to get a bit of extra damage done, but this fight just goes on to the point where Leave eventually breaks the dam open with the headshot.
Here's Yaki. Taken down. Jinmu going to be punished for this, but with Lit down, there's a good range advantage here for Leave. And Gaga roars on in. Everyone moves forward. The beacons are lit. Gaga calls for aid. And who shall answer but, of course, Nesha running forward. Oh, that's a nice boop there on the sound barrier. Extends the cast for Lijiang on yes, but no one can be finished in the time that it took.
The sound barrier is effective because it keeps them up, it keeps Dragons on the defense, and well, the Chengdu Hunters couldn't keep Leave alive. They're going to go for the late sound barrier now. Leave is about to respawn. It's 4 members that have been saved. Gaga still on half HP, and now who are you? Smack his lips, sees an opportunity that he could blade on. They lose Izayaki, so well, you needs to win this one for the Dragons. Hunters looking like they're backing out, which means Dragons get to hold on a little bit longer without expending extra resources. And last cleanup on Anisha, as Anisha was in deep. Means it's a staggered spawn as well. Hunters, unfortunately, despite getting on the point, putting Dragons to the blade, it's not good enough. They only get the 1 tick.
And Void, he's been surviving on this defense. And it's meant that there's always these intermittent shouts coming up, which allow Shanghai Dragons to find the openings in Chengdu Hunters' presage. There's a blade coming through from a back. Jinmu and Who Are You both unsheathe those katanas, and wow, Monkin is going to be able to get the melee damage that's needed, but Nisha's taken down in the midst of all of this. Lip clean when it comes to the shots, and Jinmu, that reflect cannot last for long enough. Shanghai Dragons round upon the Genji, and Lee unfortunately will have to accept his death.
A baby diva with a lot more firepower, but unfortunately in this case, just as fragile. Very long death there that Hunters at this stage can really barely afford. 40 seconds remaining, and all attempts at really getting some mileage on this A point have been pretty fruitless. And we talk about them needing to finish the map here as well, by the way. Yeah, okay, they defended for 5 minutes on C, but they're about to lose 4 minutes on A, so a lot of catch-up required if they can actually get this point underway. It's going to come down to Leave. Major hit coming through from Void as well. 3-man connection, but don't seem to be dead just yet. The shout from Gaga keeps them up, but it does mean that Leave had to back up. They couldn't really get anything done on the overclock.
Disengagement is strong, and now with Gaga having used that shout as well, moving forward's going to be more difficult. Jinmu falls low, and now we've got Lip on the off angle, able to throw out these easy shots, and Monk simply moves straight into the... No! Oh, that is Spain without the S. Chengdu Hunters, an unbelievable fumble, but with Monk down, would it have been a successful fight? We can postulate, we can do the calculations, we can figure out the fractions, Avril, but in the end, I can still be just as disappointed.
Leg day, it's Chengdu zonable, is what that was. Truly, it was Chengdu zonable. I don't know if they would have had enough time to finish the map. I think in some ways, you know, the pain, sometimes you got to rip off that band-aid, just get it done. Get it done with, because
I did hallucinate this one.
The long-term game for me would have looked like Hunters capping A and then struggling to get through B and C. Maybe they don't, but just time is so valuable on a map where you actually have to finish, and it would have been hard for Hunters to finish. That being said, though, unfortunately, they don't give themselves the true opportunity to answer the question of maybe, could it have been, woulda, shoulda, coulda. We're going to have to wait till map number 3 to see if Hunters can make the turnaround happen. Can we get 2 reverse sweeps in the same day? Find out after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch League here. Map 3 coming up very soon between Shanghai and Chengdu, and that was an unfortunate way to end Midtown. Don't get to know if Chengdu would have made it further, but you got to say Shanghai at least had the entire defense on lock up until that last fight, and they capped through the entire map, even if it was in the OT. So a 3-0 posted up on that specific scoreline for just that map. Hunters will not be able to get any capture points, and the Dragons now have match points secured.
And the thing is, with what Chengdu just showed on their point A of Midtown, I'm like thinking well into the future here. But when we get towards Summer Showdown and we get towards like loser picks maps, there's a world where teams might now prefer to take Chengdu over towards Midtown, where their point A seems weak both on the offense and on the defense. We're going to be heading over to our escort map next, and I believe it's going to be Circuit Royale.
Yeah. And
this is one of the areas where we saw a good amount of Genji, even in the Tracer meta. So I imagine that maybe who you actually got some time scrimming this earlier in the year, and who are you certainly been showing off today?
Not to backtrack too much as we head into map number 3 here, I actually think that to me it was more about Dragons being able to disengage well and play the defense well, and if Hunters had played that same offense versus a number of other teams not called Seoul and not called Shanghai, they would have capped. C9 aside, obviously. Defense-wise, to me, they took a gamble on an off-meta for a Pharah. It didn't work out. That's just specifically talking to A. Obviously, different things happen on B. And they got snowballed from A because of that as well. So there's fixable things there. And Hunters, to me, didn't play awfully on that map. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to get a 5-minute defense, if anything. So there's some small rays of hope there, a little bit of copium for a lost map on Midtown. But, you know, we do expect Dragons ultimately to be the better team. And, all right, Jimmu, you played the piano yesterday. We're going to get another concert today. Just thinking about
no
it.
concert? Sad times.
Oh, you got all of Shanghai rolling up for the concert. No piano?
Denied live music by Jinmu. If they get 3-0'd, you know who's to blame. Early spotting here of Void from nice intelligent Sonic Arrow. However, this is a brutal area to be spawn camped at. The doors, they are these nasty 90 degrees, and that's where the Junker Queen excels. A double carnage, and Gaga, you are in trouble, mate.
The thing about this as well, you notice that Hunters aren't going back to get healed by the spawn room because you have to allow your supports to get that support ult charge. So while it's quicker to heal via the spawn room, you don't want to deny that from your subs. Iziaki, though, will get denied his life as the Dragons. The spawn hold has unfortunately failed. Even if that is the only kill the Hunters get, it's the only kill they need.
One is all that it takes, but who are you still demands blood. He's like a troll on the bridge. You got to pay for who are you, Toll. He's paid in blood this time, and Chengdu Hunters begin rolling the cart forward, Avril.
Well, thankfully for Jinmu, the respawn distance is mighty quick, so, you know, you turn around and you can go straight back to the bridge. And there's a bridge approaching as well, but we're going to go into that one fairly quickly. Next fight should come in from the hairpin around this little shop. For the Chengdu Hunters, they're getting away with quite a bit of difference in the ult charge for the supports. That can really mean the difference here. Just a tempo rally, a tempo sound barrier to get you past. Super big. Jimmer's okay. He caught the health pack.
Li Jaegon does not want him to be okay. So now we've got the classic 2 versus 2 between the Lucio and the Genji. And Huayu's actually expended his dash here, so he can't disengage. As he gets too low, he was too bloodthirsty. And Shanghai Dragons start disengaging. This is what brought them that defense back on Midtown. It was all about the good disengages. And yes, Jinmu got too eager. Lit put them down. Now you've got to move in and touch the cart. That gets you into the effective range of Gaga. And yes, the sound barrier ready from Nisha. This is the momentum moving forward. Void is overrun. Bulldozed over by Chengdu Hunters as Lee throws a couple of shots into a deflect. Li Jaegon is forced to scurry away and then back to the cart with a touch more health. That's brought to 0 in short order by Lee. That's going to be a cap.
It's a one-to-one trade in terms of players, right? At the beginning, you lose who are you, traded for Jinmu, but the difference is the support ultimates. And we go back to the spawn camping scenario, right? You're letting your supports heal up the initial damage. You're making sure you win that earlier fight as well. We noted that both Monk and Nisha are about 10 to 15% ahead of their counterparts on Shanghai Dragons. And when it comes to that 4v4, having the tempo sound barrier where the Dragons can't respond allows Hunters to get aggressive, get in the face of the Hunters, get in the face of the Dragons rather, get that fight win, get the cap, and now for a playthrough, this should be counted as well, or not. Monk didn't pull the trigger. Nisha is deleted. It might be Hunters backing out now.
A couple of extra resets coming through, courtesy of a Shanghai Dragons focus fire. That's a pretty cheap fight to win as well. Only the blade is used. Admittedly, Chengdu Hunters didn't use anything to counter it. 4 outs to 4.
That's a rough way to go down when Hunters had the momentum and they end up just... Well, I guess the other perspective of looking at it is they absorb the blade and just kind of don't spend for it and just allow themselves to lose to the blade. If you lose all control, now Jimu's going to have to be the one walking up. Doesn't count out by the sound barrier, so that's been available for some time. Can't catch enough heals to survive. Garden's on 1 as well, despite hitting 2 on the rampage. Lip will go down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Leave cannot do it all. He didn't pop the overclock either, so Hunters accept the loss. He's going to get a fadeaway kill to Who Are You. That actually allows the Hunters to maybe regroup a little quicker here.
But not quite as... Oh, okay, that's better. That's better. Now the disengagement's going to be super weak.
And Lee said, I might.
Mess around, make discoveries. The safer broadcast version. Jinmu, oh, he's in the garage. He's in the garage. The mechanic says it's going to cost so much, but I don't think it's going to cost that much, mate. Void taken down, the cart once again moving. I thought that was a tragic fight there for Chengdu, but Leaf says no you.
There's still a touch coming on through. I think Void respawning here with Who Are You and Iziaki available. They can still have time to rally, deflect, so it will be one final fight. Leaf has to do a lot of work here. Can he do enough? Lips low HP, but Void just slashes through them. Nisha hold on to the sound barrier for a little while, but still managed to counter in time with Leaf killing left. 5 versus 4. Dragons are running out of tools here. Who Are You too low to go deep? They can't heal everybody. Void's now low. It's just too many fights to put out for the Shanghai Dragons, and the Hunters look to cap in stunning fashion.
What a response to a 5-man rampage. Yes, they're all together, but Shanghai Dragons simply could not follow up on the damage that Void had brought to the fore, because Nisha perfectly timed with the sound barrier, making sure there was plenty of cushioning on that ticking bleed damage, even through the antes.
Probably held slightly long from my perspective, from my nitpicking perspective. Because it's a risk, you know? You don't want to give Dragons a space to play through. He held on for maybe 2 extra seconds longer. That could have cost them, but like that was enough. It'll be Blade versus Blade now.
Jinmu with 1 in hand. Here it comes, straight out. That's going to be the reflect. Oh, the disruptor shot. It hurts so much, and so too do the melees. The Brigitte says, welcome to my zone. And who are you now? Can draw out the blade at his leisure, but there's no need to in this particular fight. Gaga pops the shout to disengage, leaves so low, but it's a dash to disengage instead. Shanghai Dragons don't want to risk losing someone when they control such an important choke point, and the disruptor shot now is not going to be available to mess with Who Are You, but the vanilla damage will do just fine. Might not be the most stimulating flavor, but it's certainly stimulated Who Are You enough.
If it gives you the W, it tastes good enough to me. Double rallies available now. Lee Jae Gong gets tested by the rail, and that will force the Shanghai Dragons back. And here we go, Dragons into the fight. Both rallies have now been popped. The extra sound barrier, the difference maker in this fight. With Iziaki following down, comes down to Lee Jae Gong to fall through for the Dragons. Otherwise, they will lose this one. Gaga looking towards a rampage as well. Do they know the rampage is available? Shanghai Dragons are just so low here.
Void low, but the split into 2 rooms means that this isn't a palatable area in which to use the rampage. Gaga shepherding everyone up onto a high ground. Of course, the spacing here is going to be super important for the Shanghai Dragons. They don't really want to have to use the sound barrier to try and deal with the rampage, but it might be forced with only 1 minute and 20 remaining. Leave so close to the server clock, and they're going to be drawing equal with Lip here. It'll be a tale of 2 legendary hit scans.
It's about identical ultimates, except for Voice will be 15% behind, which does hurt a little bit. You also notice that Hunters have disengaged from the point. They're trying to take pool control. I don't think pool control in this meta matters as much as it did in previous ones. The Hunters will go for it regardless. They want to get a fight going, and Skaga, too low to use the rampage, holds on, and this overclock does not find purchase. We are so close to capping. Now the rampage comes on through. It will be responded to both sides. Double sound barriers. It's Lip that has the only ultimate available now. Jimu's still low HP. Survives. It's a stalemate. Neither team lost a member.
Solid responses from both teams, but in the end, that's an advantage for the defense. Lee Jae Gong advanced upon, but Leave's already dead. A huge amount of the damage is gone, and 30 seconds remain, Avril.
They need Leave. Can't fight without him. Jimu's got a great opportunity presented ahead. No support ultimates. fresh blade to get the payload across the line. 10 seconds.
The Fresh Prince of Chengdu, with a fresh blade ready to be drawn. Huayu's already disengaged using the dash. Oh, make him a tempting target, but there's so many people surrounding him. The bodyguards are here. Jinmu moves on in. Void is public enemy number 1. And yes, the boops are there, but so too is the damage. Jinmu's got dash resets for days, bruv. And it's an absolute killing spree for the young Chinese Genji. Lip is found upon high, but I'm afraid, Icarus, it's straight to the sun with you, my boy. Jinmu, what a performance, and what a finish.
Who are you on 99 as well? It's a heartbreak finish for Dragons because they were so close to matching the blade, but just a little bit off. If the fight goes any longer, Monk pulls out the extra rally as well. The Hunters will cap in the overtime. We didn't get to see the majority of the Midtown attack, but we will get to see the entirety of the Circuit Royale attack, and it looks good. Right from A to C, when we begin with the spawn camp deflected by the Hunters. Charging up quite a lot of support ultimates off the back of that one. Snowballing said support ultimates onto B. A little bit of a slowdown on B as the Hunters do meet the defensive force of the Dragons finally. But eventually, you know, Chengdu Hunters pushing on to C, losing a couple of fights, having the overtime, come down, gigantic ult exchange between that swimming pool area. You know, we had the Rampage, we had the Blade, we had sound barriers across the board. When the dust settles, Jinmu's the only one that still has something to play through, and that's the one tool that gets it across the board for the Hunters.
Yeah, we saw some great focus fire as well. Jinmu getting knocked back, but recovering the blade because of a focus fire onto Void. If the focus fire wasn't good enough from the Chengdu Hunters to kill Void, there'd be no dash reset, and Jinmu couldn't start chaining more damage into that. But Chengdu Hunters clutch up, and they finish off the tank. Now, it's going to be Spawn Camp 2, of course, because this is the meta.
And Flitter's not even here for the meta.
True.
Not in this patch. Maybe when Tracer comes back.
He's busy deadlifting. The real deadlifting, that is. Not the, not the frag deadlifting.
Get the leg muscles going.
Yeah, it's
a little bit
going to look
both.
thick, tight, and solid at the end of this meta.
Oh. This is looking pretty solid to me so far. Pretty tight as well in this fight. As long as they don't lose any members to leave here, it'll be pretty tight. I don't believe got a chance to actually build up any rail charge, so yeah, he's gone. No, I lied. Catches Lee J gone on the exit. That's interesting. I don't know if Chengdu can use that, but it feels good.
It is going to at least mean that Shanghai Dragons have to take up far more passive positions here because they can't get speed boosted out by Li Jie gone. So we don't see Huayu and Lit playing quite so far up. Means Chengdu Hunters don't actually have the battle for control of this all-important corner. Nisha, though.
Most teams don't. I don't think most teams push that far. They push as far as the payload allows them to, for the most part, which will this neutral ground here, fighting around the statue, fighting around the shop. Middle of the hairpin. It's Gaga that probably falls. Yeah, just couldn't stay up there. A little bit too much damage. And if Hunters can't get an immediate trade, they will get snowballed. It looks like Jinmu down, fight's over. This should be the cap.
Yeah, Jinmu either misinformed or misjudging the damage the dash would do. Ends up in no man's land in the middle of 4 people with no means of escape or retaliation against his pursuers. Chengdu Hunters, they are suppressed.
They have all the forward spawns, because you actually notice sometimes players get a bad spawn here as the cap comes on through, and then a bunch of potential more staggered kills. But here, all 5 respawned before the cap came in, so they get a very early attempt at another fight, which is a small silver lining for the Hunters to play through, given that there's now a monstrous time bank for the Dragons to play with.
Shanghai Dragons. They want this over quick. I'm not sure if they've got hair appointments like Twilight did, but Huayu certainly has got a feeling in the air tonight. Oh. But I'm afraid that feeling is mostly pain. You're gonna need a pill for that one. It is an exchange of Genjis, but Chengdu Hunters, they can now start to play some of these corners to stop the cart in place.
They have their own ultimates coming online as well. Will be sound barriers on both ends. Blade up for Jinmu, Huayu freshly dead as they come back with a respawn. Lip is hunting, nearly hit a flare. That could have been deadly. That could have been everything that the Shanghai Dragons needed. And Lip's already on 1 HP. Leave just wanted him out. Leave has just destroyed him a couple of shots in a row. Connects beautifully. Li gone. The next one targeted, and Leave is having a field day here. And Skeet shooting once again for our 2021 MVP.
Yeah, the skeet shooting happens because they say, Jinmu, go int, get Slip to disengage using the jump at the end of a slide, and of course during that jump it's such a predictable arc. For someone like Lip isn't missing those, he's the MVP, my boy! Jinmu with the blade once again. Are we going to get a repeat of the end of point C? This is very aggressive from Lee Jae-gon, but yes, the spawn is broken from.
They have gotten out, like you said, they've gotten out of the spawn. It's important that Shanghai Dragons don't get spawn camped here. Jinmu's got the blade out early, and it looks like Dragons are going to get cut up. No responses. Lee Jae-gon's dead. 5 alive as well. A 3-piece for Jinmu, and Void the only survivor. He won't be for long though, because he's too far out, and he's going to get staggered. That is probably the worst thing that can happen to the Dragons, where you get spawn camped, 4 dead, and then the 5th player is massively staggered.
This is the one thing they didn't want to happen. The next thing they didn't want to happen is getting rampaged by Gaga, but of course for Rampage is a very difficult thing to make work here with everyone being able to go back into spawn. Still Gaga finds an opening. 3 players hit, but Void answers in kind. 3 for 3, Jinmu going low, but the disengage from Chengdu seems okay. Alas, you can't outrun the railgun that Lit brings to bear. And Chengdu Hunters are run down by the mounted cavalry as they try and flee.
I think Lee was the only one that actually got out there courtesy of his name. So Chengdu Hunters have 1 less respawn to wait for. There will be 1 more contest. You can see the payload's coming through very slowly. His only point by Izayaki. The Hunters have come in for a super early defense. Has to be a little bit careful there. It's not the best place to go for a fight. You want Hunters to be the ones coming out of the choke. No ultimates on board for anybody, so Hunters just have to walk forward.
2 minutes on the clock. Important for Shanghai Dragons get as big a time back as possible for that point C. We know how hard it can be to break, especially with a Junker Queen attack. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Leave. Lee Jae-gon forced to move away, and now the healing is limited. A quick slide back into Char-Char slide from Leave. And moving real slow for Shanghai.
That is incredible. The timing as well. I mean, Dragons wanted to go for a fight, that ruins their timing entirely. Gives Monk a bit more time to also get that extra rally online. Lip to pull the trigger first and foremost. That's a rally cancel. Brilliant shot. That's deadly shots coming through from the Hunters. Against the Hunters, I should probably say. Who are you now with the blade counted by the beat from Nisha. Targeted Jinmu, giving them more of a player advantage, and now the Chengdu Hunters are falling by the wayside. When you really need it, Lip does turn it online.
That was the one shot that was the most effective to hit. Cancelling the rally, forcing Nisha to have to overreact with the sound barrier to the stimuli that were being presented. Like Who Are You and that blade. The blade could have got maybe mitigated very heavily if just the rally was up, because Who Are You would have had some trouble brawling out. Now Shanghai Dragons can move forward.
Can we cap? 2:15 now. We'd like to have a time bank, given that Hunters have already finished this map, but they don't have any time to work with. Double support ultimates versus double DPS ultimates with Void and Gaga. Not that far behind, I might add. Here we go, Jinmu. It's his turn. He's got the shout as well. Instantly beat it on the counter, and the Void just takes him down. Hunters back out.
Excellent target focus there. And now Dragons, they can smell the blood in the water. The Dragon Balls have been collected. They have a wish, yes, and they tell, yes, Shenron, I wish for a 3-0 as we start to move forward towards it. Void, the Warlord, advances upon all those who would dare stand in his path. It's an attempt to escape spawn with the Rampage, but Gaga can't even get off the ground. It's a helicopter, yes, but it's crashing like it's the Apocalypse Now intro. And Shanghai Dragons finish with time.
A lot of time, 2:21 to 1. Obviously, everyone gets the bump up with the extra 60 seconds, but the Shanghai Dragons that get to really, really benefit from that is more than double the allotted time for the Hunters. So I think now, when you look at it from Chengdu's POV, got to be a cap on A. If they don't cap A, I think it's probably done for. I think Hunters are going to have a tall order ahead of them. Dragons, to me, can definitely get an A-point cap in 2:21. In fact, it would be a bit shocking if they didn't. So Hunters have a lot of work to do ahead of them. And also, another opportunity for Jinmu to play some piano. If he wants to, you know, it's okay.
Yeah.
Performance is
no pressure.
I know.
Okay. Have a look at
Finn set the standard pretty high, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Who did Pirates of the Caribbean yesterday? Who did that?
I forget.
Oh, I also forgot.
Damn.
I think it was was it the Toronto game? Well, I think it's a Toronto player.
We actually had some Kanye. It was very nice.
They're doing? Okay.
Yeah, got me listening to those albums again, man. Quick stat. Gaga currently at 8k damage per 10 on the Junker Queen. Void at 9.2.
I ain't saying she a gold medal digger here, but it is Gaga with gold damage currently.
He is popping off.
That
Void
kill,
even more
gold
so,
damage
though.
medal goes a little bit further forward.
Oh. It's pretty brutal spawn camp at this point. This is okay for Chengdu. Who are you? Yes, he's popping off and can collect the Mega. But you're going to have to get out of here before those respawns move on in.
It's I think both of our Junker Queens ended up getting kills and falling there. 20 seconds remaining. Hunter's not getting brutally spawn held there is super important, so they can start thinking about how they're going to start going through. I don't think they're going to get a crazy ult lead this time. You're not going to see the sound barrier from Nisha where Lijiang doesn't have one. In fact, Lijiang is slightly ahead. The OT is about to hit now, so Shanghai, you can see they don't want to force a fight until the OT actually does begin, because that is a critical fight you do need to win. So as OT comes in now, Shanghai think about how they want to move. In fact, it's Hunters that might force it this shoot early. Void deep inside the Hunters team. Doesn't take that much damage though. In fact, the damage has been pretty even. Shanghai maybe slightly more battered and bruised. Still no ultimates on either end just yet. He's looking for a snipe. The first rail landing could be it, and there it is, the rail exchange for both. Unfortunately miss here. Jinmu now 17%. Shout expended by Hunters. Can they walk on 4? Shout in response by Void, and it's Leave going down. Lip will find it, and this could be the beginning of the end. Dragons with a 5 versus 4, now a 5 versus 3, and Hunters with no responses. The beat comes in. Celebratory from Lee Jae-gon as Hunters are going to get boomed out of the server only partway through that hairpin, and the Dragons will hold.
And now this is danger. Seems a little bit more of a far fling from the close nature of our control map. Midtown was certainly a lot more in Dragon's favor. And we were wondering how Chengdu Hunters would do against Shanghai when we thought back to the other top team in APAC, Seoul Dynasty. They took the pandas behind the shed and put them down, to put it politely. But
wow.
Chengdu have iterated.
Endangered animal, by the way.
Yeah, very immoral from Seoul Dynasty, to be honest.
Very, very immoral. Anyway.
Arnold, how could you? But Chengdu Hunters, they've iterated quite a bit since then. They've heavily improved, so we're wondering if they do a little bit better against some of the others in the top echelons of APAC. Admittedly, 2.5 minutes isn't an amazing amount of time when you consider a spawn hold, but both of these teams have absolutely fumbled their spawn holds.
You know what this is? This is exactly almost as I alluded to earlier after the first map of Wastes. I'm like, there's a world here, a hypothetical that's starting to become more and more real as we go through, where if Hunters lose 0-3, we're going to be talking about how this was like the closest series ever that was still an 0-3, and the scoreline doesn't speak to how close it was, but it's still just not good enough for the Hunters, right? It doesn't give you enough to feel confident because it's still an 0-3. Lip will test the waters with the Ashe. I don't think he'll actually play this for the majority of the attack, but he'll just try to get some early damage in.
At the end of the season, they'll only remember the scoreline. Lip slots back over onto the Sojourn. Chengdu Hunters have admittedly done a little bit of a disengage here, a soft disengage. They'll once more stop the cart in progress. But the thing is, if they fight here and don't stop the cart properly, they have a potential to get fully snowballed.
Looking like what's going to happen right now because there's no responses. Chengdu also kind of self-staggering a little bit with 2 extra players being alive. Maybe Dragons just wanted to kill them slowly. They can only afford to lose 2 fights here. The Hunters, that's number 1 out of 2. In fact, they might not even be able to touch. I say 2 fights, but because they are still waiting for 2 members to come together, this whole squad is now trying to roll up. We're about to cap. Touch.
This has to be it for the Chengdu Hunters. All of their chickens need to come home to roost. Yes, there should be a touch. No Chung-9s this time. I don't want another death screen. Thank you very much. Lip disengages. Jinmu dead. The secret sauce has been spilled on the floor. My spaghetti, Avril. It's all gone. As Shanghai Dragons mass upon the cart, and Chengdu Hunters are left scrambling and crying at this 3-0 L.
Who touched my spaghetti? It was the Shanghai Dragons with a 3-0. And a completed time bank as well, where the Hunters couldn't defend A, they couldn't attack A. The Dragons happy with that result. If it wasn't for that one map loss to the Philadelphia Fusion, they themselves would also be 12-0 in map differential, which would have been insane because it would have both Dragons and Seoul Dynasty neck and neck in the standings. But we have definitely, in my opinion, got a little bit of a more clear understanding of where the chips kind of fall here between all our teams. Seoul and Shanghai, without a doubt now, our number 1 and number 2, yet to be decided until they play against each other. But the Hunters, I think, are comfortably third. They lost 0-3 versus both Seoul and Shanghai, but Hunters still look better than everybody else, which just tells you how big that gap is between Seoul, Shanghai, and literally everyone else.
Yeah, we had our question marks when Philly came out and took a map off of Shanghai, and we were like, okay. But then they lost to the Guangzhou Charge, so sorry, mate. The power rankings are going to look a lot more concrete now. But someone who's looking real solid out there is the person who we weren't sure if we were going to see as much of from Shanghai Dragons this season. They've got Fleta, the former MVP, on their roster. How are you going to bring this guy in? Oh, you're going to bring him in a Genji meta, baby. Because if you want one Genji to rule them all, I present to you the Dark Lord. Who are you?
And he performed, I think, above and beyond as you'd expect. He's just had a ball of a time so far in this kind of Joe's Jungle Queen meta, where Genji is still mighty strong, as he has been for most of the year. Took a brief break, who you did during the mid-season madness, and I gotta say, Shanghai didn't look nearly as good without him as they do with him on. And he was a clear standout. Like, if Leave really caused problems for the Shanghai Dragons, but who are you? He's a problem solver. He got the better of Jimmu on a number of cases. I mean, I still look back to that B-point assassination on Jimmu from Who Are You that allowed Dragons to snowball further on their attack. It just comes in so swiftly, so cleanly. He really does have some of the best Genji mechanics I've ever seen, and that's in the history of Overwatch, not just talking about Overwatch 2.
Oh yeah, and it's all over the history of Overwatch as well. From the 2016 APAC seasons with Lunatic High to now with the Shanghai Dragons as our reigning champions from our 2021 season. Who Are You has been a player to fear. And with an over 2.1 KD when it comes to final blows to death, is walking away from today with his head held very high.
And indeed, I think for the rest of the Dragons as well. I mean, you've got to enjoy a moment like this if you are the Dragons, because you have proven that you are the only other opponent that can and maybe will defeat the Seoul Dynasty. That is a brutally good rivalry. We call it El Clasico out here because it is the two best teams, with the two producing the best games ever, and everybody else just seems like spectators. We've got 5 NPCs and 2 main characters. We have, I don't know which one it is, it's Gary and Ash, but they're both protagonists. It's very hard to see. I don't know. I have no idea. It's the game that we're all waiting for, because it doesn't seem like anybody can stand in the way. But that will conclude Week 2 of APAC here. We're going to come back in our third and final week, which includes a very important Seoul versus Shanghai game, so you don't want to miss it. I'll see you again next week for some more Overwatch League.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Adaptive circuits engaged. Genji. I should try that again. Hostile stock is high.
resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Hi friends! Hello everybody, it's Sunday! Welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Danny, I actually just moved to Irvine because I hate driving limb. And of course with me on the desk we have Jonathan Titans Runaway Train Larson and Scott Can't Quit the Justice because I am a huge Justice simp Kennedy.
It's an addiction, honestly.
It is.
Every time I try and leave it behind, they just pull me back in. It's a hard life out here, honestly.
How are you guys?
We're good.
Good.
How are you doing? You're in a den right now.
I chugged a venti iced Americano with an extra shot. It was like half of them left, and then we had like 30 seconds, so I just chugged it. And I'm
are the
wired.
runaway train.
Woo! We're gonna go today. Today's gonna be a great day, guys. All right. So rumor has it some matches happened in the Eastern region last night, and I think we have some footage of said matches. The Guangzhou Charge faced off against the Philadelphia Fusion, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Fusion. Philadelphia Fusion. They did the Philadelphia Fusion thing, and you know, jokes aside though, Guangzhou Charge, props to them. They did an amazing job, and to you guys too as well, because you guys saw this coming.
Yeah,
I did.
we did.
What did you say that Guangzhou was going to be Philly?
Totally.
No, I think I remember on Placha. I think you predicted Philly.
Oh, I meant yesterday's post.
No, that doesn't count if you say it yesterday. I said it days ago. It takes more credit. A Guangzhou Charge going absolutely crazy on the back of course, the main man, Jimmy. He honestly got MVP in this match, and he was playing very, very well. And he's not that player or that Sojin player that's getting those multiple, like 4 kills, 5 kill clips with the railgun. His big payoff that he has in this match is he is getting those first frags time and time again. This is actually a reverse sweep. Philadelphia Fusion fans, look away. You did get a reverse sweep. Also look away from this. No! Literally the worst feeling. I think he would have preferred to have fallen off the edge at that point. But the Guangzhou Charge do reverse sweep the Philadelphia Fusion with some great adaptation. The Philadelphia Fusion came out aggressive on the back of Zest on that Genji, but they actually started to punish him a lot more every time Zest was trying to go aggressive. They were shutting him down, and Carpe just could not hold a candle to Jimmy. I know, I'm just as surprised as I am saying that as well, but he couldn't. Jimmy was actually just popping off with shots like these, just getting picks time and time again. And that just enabled the rest of Charge to really step up. This was a flawless gameplay by both teams. I think support ultimates were getting layered a little bit too much, maybe thrown away. But, you know, great to see the Charge getting this win. All of a sudden, they're making a bout for themselves to be that 4th team in the Eastern region heading into the playoffs.
Hey, I've been saying this. Guangzhou Charge, they're going towards the plane. And also, I did predict Guangzhou on Platia. Check the VOD. I did it with you. I believed in them. Look, I've held Choice of One stock for a long time now, and it's finally coming to fruition. He's been
look away, Philly fans! No!
Fury, no!
And what if I told you it's not over?
There's more?
There's more!
Oh,
It hurt.
that one's understandable.
Yeah, sort of.
That was understandable. I mean, Philadelphia Fusion.
Are we being too rude to the Philadelphia Fusion?
Well, honestly, they do it to themselves. They are a good team. The reason, it's like the Washington Justice. The reason we're upset is because they actually have
the talent.
Good players. Like the talent. Like Carpe, Zest, MN3, they just showed us in the midseason madness the ability to compete at the highest level, and then somehow in the course of just one meta shift, they all of a sudden at the bottom of the APAC region. They need to find a way to be consistent.
Right. And of course, part 2 of the APAC doubleheader was the Shanghai Dragons facing off against the Chengdu Hunters. Dragons versus the Pandas, as I always say. It was some 3 Overwatch, because the Shanghai seemingly had a slow start to the season, but you know, do you think we're sleeping on the Dragons? I know I'm not. I've been saying that they're gonna win it all ever since the stage started.
I put all my energy into Jimmy. I'm sorry, Johnny.
You did a good job. You did a good. All right. I mean, it was a 3-0, but it was still pretty competitive from the Chengdu Hunters. With some certified Chengdu Hunters mistakes. I can't wait to go over those. But for the most part, it was a pretty competitive series. I mean, when you have, look, Lip and who are you on one team, and then you have Jinmu and Leave on the other, it's going to be a banger. And I thought it was delivered this. Interesting though that Shanghai Dragons, they were the dominant team in my opinion. It looks like they have a better understanding of how this meta, how it functions. I will actually say this. Lee Jae-gon is one of the best Lucios I've seen in this meta. He purposely several times just hunted down several members of the Chengdu Hunters and had a real impact as Lucio in this meta. When we always talk about, you know, Genjis, they're getting armor packs, they're diving in. We talk about the Sojourns, how important it is to find picks with the overclock and stuff like that. Instead, I was really impressed by Lee Jae-gon's ability, for example, to shut down flanks from Leave. When Leave was going to come in clutch on these flanks with the overclock perhaps and find some picks, that's when Lee Jae-gon, as a Lucio, shut him down. So I was really impressed by how the Shanghai Dragons, they have a good understanding of this meta, and every single player have a designated job. They have a designated role for how to maximize the impact that hero has. So even if you're a Brigitte or if you're a Lucio, you can have outstanding impact, and I think Lee Jae-gon really proved that. But overall, it comes down to the damage players. Who are you? Looked impressive as ever on this Genji. Just his ability to dive in, get high value reflex onto the enemy team, and then once more capitalize by dashing in further. Really impressed by both teams, to be honest with you. Even Chengdu Hunters here, they 3-cap on Circuit Royale, which is a very difficult thing to do. So Shanghai Dragons a 3-0 here, but the Chengdu Hunters, I think they're lurking on that kind of 4th spot to qualify for a stage tournament so far. And you know, it's good to keep in mind that they haven't done so so far this year. So maybe this is Chengdu Hunters stage.
Did Jinmu play Ka?
He did actually. He did play.
They still lost on
he did play it on defense on Midtown, and their support line fed, and he didn't even get to play.
Hey, it's fine. Jinmu, I believe in you. Keep pulling out that Pharah. It's gonna work one day. One day it's gonna work.
The one thing I forgot to mention was huge C9 on Midtown, by the way. So you know. Good.
By who?
Chengdu.
After the Bob C9 thing, I don't think any other C9. It's everything's below that Bob C9.
Yeah, but it was a C9.
There was a really funny not C9 that happened. Leg Day screamed that there was a C9 in the Philly game. It wasn't a C9. That game just kept going.
He did yell no during the C9.
Yeah, it was funny.
He got his revenge.
All right, week 3 is in the books for the Overwatch League Eastern region. So that means we have to take a look at the Eastern region standings. It's time to see that green line, ladies and gentlemen. And we see Guangzhou Charge in 4th now with that win. Let's go!
So, has everyone heard Johnny so far through this pre-show being like, oh, I've always believed in the Guangzhou Charge, and we haven't heard a single mention of the Hangzhou Spark this entire show. It's like he's yelling us to forget it. It's like he's actually forgetting everything that he said about the pink team.
That we're not contractually obligated to mention Hangzhou, and they didn't play a game. How do you want me to mention them?
You're not contractually obligated.
Where should I have mentioned Hangzhou Spark in this pre-show?
Hey, before we move on.
Okay. So Chengdu, Guangzhou, Hangzhou, Spark. These are the 3 teams that are most likely to qualify in the top 4.
Yeah.
You need to take 2. Who are the top 2?
Hangzhou and Chengdu.
So Guangzhou at 2-2, you think aren't going to make it?
Well, guys,
they beat Philly and Valiant.
Soul and Dragons, though. They already clinched a spot, so great job, Dragons and Tigers. Yeah, you guys are in.
Oh yeah, they're owning. It's literally a 2-horse race. Everyone else is just there.
Yeah.
Everyone else. Well, I mean, Charge has been looking good too. So talking about the Charge, you know, they're still very much alive, and we have to look at one player from that team, the Guangzhou Charge, and it has to be, please, Costa.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Our hero, the one we don't deserve, the one we really needed. If you're a Guangzhou fan, he has come. They signed a Pritter and Jimmy, and everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe a Pritter is going to join the league and finally get to play. And Jimmy says no. He says, I am the better player, and he's proving it time and time again. I'll be honest, I was very critical of Jimmy, and it sort of became a meme that he was my favorite player, but he slowly is actually becoming my favorite player, and he is in that spot because his biggest issue in the past was that he was just so inconsistent. He would have a match where he would get a couple of really good frags, but he just couldn't keep getting those continuous frags, getting that continuous impact, and he could also do some egregious feeding of just like the most ridiculous flanks you can think of, but he's managed to temper that sort of aggression and sort of fill that in with just getting good, consistent frags, and I think that's why Jimmy is actually a massive boon for this Charge team and why I am so high on them right now in the Summer Showdown.
Do you think he's better than Shy?
No.
I mean, but Jimmy's plays, especially for that match, the previous match, was pretty crazy. And that kind of gameplay is obviously the byproduct of good coaching, ladies and gentlemen. And we're thinking that coaches in this league don't get enough credit. So we had some, conversations with coaches this week, and we're showering praise on the people calling the shots for some of the best teams in the Overwatch League right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. We love giving players all the credit in the world, but there are a lot of people behind the scenes who can have a big influence in the outcome of matches. And of course, it's the coaches. We wanted to take some time to talk to some possible Coach of the Year candidates and get their insight. Now, we talked to Krusty the other day on broadcast, but Costa, I don't think we could, talk too much about one of the best coaches that we have in the league.
And that's it. Krusty has been a part of the league since its inception. He was on the Boston Uprising, a 2018 roster that nobody expected to go anywhere. And they ended up having a perfect stage in stage 3, I believe it was. And he turned that team around and created a lot of superstars. After that season, he transitioned to the San Francisco Shock, and that's when he went on this run that created all these accolades. They've won the 2019 Grand Finals, 2020 Grand Finals, back-to-back, with a sputtering of stages as well throughout those couple of years. So he had probably one of the strongest successful dynasties that we've had in this league. And ever since then, 2021, they had a struggling season with a couple of new players, but he's managed to turn it back around for this season, and they've gone on a 20 regular season match win streak. And he has a quote from him here that said, "I believe there is nothing more important than showing good results as a head coach. Bringing a team to a winning streak and a winning back-to-back season championship title is, I think, enough qualifications for me to be mentioned as one of the best coaches of ours, sorry." And I completely agree.
Preach,
personally, I hold him at a standard that he is the greatest Overwatch League coach that we've ever had in the league. There are other great candidates who have done smaller form successes, but I think his tenured success over the 5 years of Overwatch League puts him pretty firmly in that position.
Yeah, I mean, not only with the San Francisco Shock, but when he was on the Boston Uprising as well.
Absolutely.
Like, he had the golden
stage
as well. So he is definitely a talented coach for sure. And yeah, like you mentioned, Krusty probably, should have won Coach of the Year. But the award didn't exist until 2020 when Coach Moon got the Coach of the Year award at that time. And, I was also able to speak to Moon recently as well, and he's definitely another Coach of the Year candidate. I'm not saying this because we're friends and we're the same age, but he is that talented. He is my friend, guys. We're the same age, but I mean, this guy, he was in the league ever since the inaugural season. He was with the Valiant, and he came back stronger. And, I think he was one of the forerunners of that made the Shanghai Dragons that we love and we know and love today. I think he definitely, look at his resume. It's pretty up there with Krusty as well. So he's like a contender with Krusty. And here's a quote from the Shanghai Dragons. He says, "I think the most ideal coach is someone that knows how to make the right decisions without being swayed in any situation and doesn't control the players like they are puppets, but enable the players and coaches to work together to build a team." Round of applause, Moon. Great quote, great quote. Very, very, very motivational.
Danny's like, I feel like Danny's just hyping up Moon because he's like, we're pretty much the same person. He's like, good job, me.
All right, Moon and Krusty are the old guard, right? Established living legend of the Overwatch League coaches. But reinforced, we've got a lot of new coaches that are making a name for themselves this year.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say necessarily new because Christopher on the Lone Spitfire, he's someone who's been around the scene for a long time. I mean, he even used to be a Reinhardt player and go head-to-head against me.
Johnny's rival back in the days.
There we go. I respected Christopher a ton when we went head-to-head on the Reinhardt. But this is his first season actually as a head coach. He used to be the assistant coach of Philadelphia Fusion for the longest time, and you can see the difference it's made for the Lone Spitfire franchise. In 2020, of course, that was when they had an all-Korean roster. 2021, they bring in the British Hurricane from Contenders. They go 1-15, but this year 10-6. And keep in mind, they were rated by majority, pretty much everyone, to be the lowest rated team going into this year. So I spoke to Christopher and I asked him, like, hey, why should people vote for you for Coach of the Year? And he says, if you really want to upset Krusty,
then vote for me. If you
vote
want
for me.
That's a good incentive right there.
What do you do that other coaches don't do? Probably swear the most.
I believe it, honestly.
I love it. What does a good day coaching Lone Spitfire look like when one of our 10 p.m. crackdowns pays off?
What's a crackdown?
So I actually spoke to Christopher and I was like, hey, what does crackdowns mean? So he let me in on the fact that they're actually a very early team. They start practicing around like 9 a.m. in the morning. So they go all day practicing. Look, 12 hours maybe, and then at the end of the day, they sit down in a couch together, and they discuss as a team, maybe like watching some VODs, and they like brainstorm, and they think about all these different strats and stuff, and they're like, what if we play Bastion on point A Dorado?
Is that how it happened?
And then it works out. So that's a successful crackdown right there. And I love that from Christopher. Look, I'm joking around, his answer's probably funny, but I think when we come around to nominating coaches for Coach of the Year and stuff, Christopher is like the front runner because the way he's been able to turn this franchise around, it's been very impressive. So you gotta give him massive amounts of props for competing with some of these teams. And I actually asked him as well if there was anything in particular he was very proud of this season, any moments that stood out to him. And he mentioned this match against the San Francisco Shock in the mid-season madness. It was a 3-1 loss to the San Francisco Shock, but he still said it like, look, going into the season, we were rated the lowest team going into it. but the fact that we were able to qualify for the mid-season Madness, we were able to compete with the San Francisco Shock in a double flex support meta with Violet and Finn here on Saniera and Ana. We were able to take it to them and be super competitive with them. Sparker had this amazing moment here on the rooftops of Route 66. And Christopher said the fact that we were able to grow as a team, develop and become so good over the course of the season and arrive at this moment where we could compete with some of the best teams in the entire league, that was a really big accomplishment for him. So even though they didn't win the match, he really let me know that he's very proud of his teams and he's looking forward to see if they can continue to win more the rest of the season.
Was that another result of one of those 10 p.m. crackdowns? Did you ask him or no?
No, I didn't ask him that, but you know, I can imagine there was a lot of crackdowns that led up to that match against the San Francisco Shock. Because I mean, look, you just compare the rosters. It's like what? Proper on one side, and then you have like Backbone and Sparker on the other side.
Same thing, pretty much, honestly.
The name value is just not there for London Spitfire, but through teamwork and dedication and practice, London Spitfire, they find a way to compete with some of the best teams in the league, and that's where you have to give Christopher massive amounts of props because of the work he's done for us.
I disagree. They have a big name. They have Chatty. That's a big name. Well, anyways, we all know I'm a huge London fan. I think I'm a even bigger London fan now after that. But Christopher has really, turned that franchise around into a legit contender this year. For me, I want to talk about and give props to another new coach, a former player named Toby. Seoul Dynasty has been a solid team for years, but what they're doing this year and this stage specifically is pretty crazy. They're 4-0 right now, this stage. 12-0 in map differentials, and obviously you got to give Toby some credit. Like, I remember I was talking to him, and he did say that it was Seoul Dynasty, although they were strong, but they never won any titles. But then after he got in, one of his biggest proudest moment was winning the Kickoff Clash tournament. So he's doing that. Seoul Dynasty is freaking killing it right now. So it's I think he's doing a really, really good job. Here's some quote from Toby. When I asked him what makes a good coach, I think a good coach is a person that is good at solving problems with the team and having good relationship with everyone. This is kind of difficult thing is him saying I don't know, I'm awkward, I don't know how to say this. This is a cute little phrase from Toby. Second question was best coaching moment. He says, when I'm able to analyze an opponent, explain it to the players, and then successfully make it happen in a match. I don't know how I feel like that would feel so good. Like, you come up with a strategy, you explain it to your players, and then you see it happen in a match and you win.
Well, we kind of do that sometimes. When you analyze something and then it happens, you're like, yeah, that's what I said was gonna happen. It's kind of like the same thing, honestly.
I mean, I don't do it. I usually just take a guess.
Yeah. Well, before we move on, Danny, I do want to give a special shout out. The Gladiators, I did reach out to Face on the Gladiators, who has done a great job of making this a two-time champion team for the season. He didn't really respond to me, so I'm just going to make it up. Face said that Australians are the best, Kevs is better than Proper, and Unter said everyone sucks, especially APAC. So that's kind of paraphrasing and making it up, but you can take it as fact.
Wow.
I know, it's crazy.
Wow, Gladiators, how can you do that?
Crazy.
All right, well, so many talented people that will unfortunately never win player of the match, but nonetheless have a huge impact in their team's wins and losses are the coaches. Now, speaking of wins and losses, it's your time. You could go get wins and losses, get those dubs, and take those L's if you're unlucky. Over at pick'em.overwatchleague.com. Go to the app, the thing, all that. You can win prizes and stuff, cash, loot boxes, all those good stuff. But more importantly, you have a record of being right, which is so important to lord over your friends and loved ones. So, everybody, go fill that out right now.
What happens
Please.
What happens if you get it wrong?
Thank you. Huh?
What happens if you get it wrong?
If you get it wrong, then you could still lord over your friends because you were brave enough to make the analysis and the prediction that their friends didn't. Wow, I'm so smart. All right, London and Washington face off today. Both teams are 2-2 in this stage. One team will have a winning record and the other one a losing record after this match. We'll get right into the details of that matchup right after the break. Welcome back to Watch Point. Spitfire versus the Justice is our first match of the day, and this is low-key an enormous matchup. 4 wins guarantees a spot in the play-ins. So being 3-2 versus 2-3 makes such a big difference. Now, Reinforce, this retooled, slimmed-down version of the Washington Justice team has looked good, and let's give you some credit as well because you've been singing the song of Assassin for very long time.
I've been on his side for so long. We had our
it's coming.
We had our ups and downs. It's been like Jimmy. Assassin is my Jimmy.
Nice.
It's like ups and downs. I was with Assassin. Through all of the memps. When we even had to call Isik, and I was like, hey, are these EMPs? We had to talk it through. But I always believed in Assassin because he is genuinely really good at a certain amount of heroes, and when he is playing with confidence, he looks unreal. This meta, Assassin has been unbelievable for the Washington Justice. If we take a look at some of the stats, look at those! That's crazy!
Whoa!
First in hero damage, second in final blows, Dragon Blade kills, and time to charge ultimate. But 20th in deaths? I mean, this stat card is just like hilarious. This is actually hilarious. Okay, but let me cope for a moment here, okay? I actually think that Assassin is playing the meta right, okay? I'm doing the Seymour meme, all right? Is it me who is wrong here? No, it's my team that is not backing me up, okay? Because I think that this meta is really interesting, and as we've sort of developed this meta, it started out first week and they're like, what are the teams doing? But I think over time, the teams have really figured out how to play it, and it's really important that your Genji is almost like the first player in. When you get someone low, when they're like down to like 70 HP, that's when your Genji needs to dash in, capitalize on that, and finish off some of these players. And that's what you see Assassin do for the Washington Justice all the time. It's not Kalios leading the way on the Junker Queen, maybe with Rampage, but most of the time, you want your Genji to sort of like create space for the rest of your team. Because what happens when Assassin dashes in? Well, the opponent team, they're all going to be looking at your Genji. So in a way, you're sort of creating space and you're buying time, utilizing the reflect as well. So I think that the Washington Justice, I think that Assassin is doing a great job. Now they just have to figure out either is Assassin going a little bit too deep and that's why he's dying a bit too much, but he's getting the frags. Yeah. Or does the Washington Justice as a team need to do better to take care of him, whether it's with armor packs or with Lucio heal boost, stuff like that. Costa's looking at so suspiciously at me, but I feel like that was really good analysis.
Honestly, it was great analysis. At some point, you posed the question of, like, what does he do when he dashes in first? And the first thing that went to my head was, he dies. He does a lot of damage.
Take care of Assassin!
As long as he gets the kills, right?
Sorry?
As long as he gets the kills.
He's top damage.
Yeah, I mean,
something right.
He just needs to stay alive longer now to make time for the rest of his team.
Yeah, of course. DPS lineup for the Washington has been filthy, but Costa, London runs some wrinkles that most other teams don't, and they're able to do it because of an extremely versatile player.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Backbone is the most versatile player that we have in this league, but he definitely has a unique skill set. And the London Spitfire, I guess that's true, he did play Zenyatta, is he puts, the way the London Spitfire play is they play a very unique way of playing the game, especially on the back of Backbone's May. He is been showing that this is his best hero, and his right clicks are nuts, but the way he utilizes the wall and the rest of the team utilizes the wall is very unique, and they get more value. Look at this stat card. He is the only person with 10 plus minutes played on May this stage at all. So this is a very unique look from the London Spitfire, and I think that's going to be important heading into this match because the Washington Justice, in my opinion, if you allow them to just play their game, let Assassin go in first, do all of his damage, then that's where it started, the Washington Justice thrive. Where I feel like you force them to adapt is where Washington Justice struggles. So I want to see London Spitfire come in. They are the only team consistently playing this May. I want to see them stick to that, even after they did just take a 1-3 loss against the Atlanta Reign. Be confident in what you play, be comfortable with your own strengths, and play to that advantage.
All right. Now, the player that I want to look at, and it seems, he's always the story, is Decay. Washington traded away Happy, so Decay has had to play the Sojourn, but mechanics has never been a problem for him, and based purely on mechanical skill, I honestly believe Decay is one of the best players in the Overwatch League. And, it's been recent that he picked up the Sojourn, and he looked really comfortable and good at it. Why? Because he's Decay. So I'm definitely keeping an eye out for Decay, like always, for this matchup. And yeah, that is it, everybody. Enough bloviating. Hex, I don't know that word, but yeah, bloviating. Anyways, guys, if you guys know that word, you guys can tell me on Twitter. But it's time to reveal our picks for this matchup. Preds, here we go. All right, What do we got?
How does this keep happening? How are me and Zoe on the perfectly opposite side of you guys? Every time.
Even Atlanta Rain.
Yeah, let's go, Danny. Come on, bring it.
I'm just gonna quickly say this. I think I'm gonna regret not picking London because I always not pick London and I always regret it. But I've been really liking the aggressive Washington Justice.
I was expecting to like be out in the forest by myself, and I just found Danny, and we're just like hugging each other and just like celebrating the fact we both beat Washington. I love you're on my side.
Here's the thing about Washington Justice. You guys are on the runaway Vancouver train. I'm on a hop-on, hop-off train for the Washington Justice. You know that happened in the city. I just get on every now and then, get disappointed, get off, and then I get back on. I'm off them right now. They disappointed me with their most recent match.
You gotta pick your moments.
This is not their moment.
This is the moment.
Gonna get them.
Guys. This is definitely going to be a great match. I'm very excited for it. That is it for the pre-show, everybody. Washington versus London starts in a minute. And to bring you all that action, we have none other than Uber and Mr. X. Hello!
Hello!
Hi!
Hello! Hi! Hello!
All right.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Matt, I have a question.
What's crazy, Matt? Like,
Matt, I have a question.
all right,
Yeah.
you go first, Danny.
All right, so it's Washington versus
what?
London. It's it's giving me some 1776 vibes. Who do you think is gonna win this match?
Right. That's a very good point, Dan. Very
Not
good.
bad, Matt.
It wasn't
What do
the
you know
script.
about
I
it?
just
I know a
wanted
lot
to read
about
it.
history. I can't get into it right now. There's just a lot of
Washington
it.
versus, you know.
Who did you
versus
pick,
Britain.
Danny? Who did you pick?
Who did I pick? Washington.
Who did Danny pick? I got the Justice. Danny can do no wrong
Yeah,
in my
let's
eyes.
go.
I got Washington. I don't like that pick after I just made it.
Vancouver
but
Washington
I'll take
crew
Washington.
over here. I love it.
America. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I have London here with a slim lead. I think they're going to win on control because no one knows how to play around the May. The backbone May is kind of dirty. Also, Hardy.
Danny.
No one knows how to play around the May like Atlanta Rangers 3-1 them last match.
Yes, Matt.
No. They didn't play around
It's fine. Danny, I got a question for you. Are Johnny's ankles as tan on our monitors as they are in the truck? I mean, what are
more
you doing
tan
out
than his
there?
face.
Yeah, they're more tan
Look
than his
at
face.
them.
Look at that. I mean, that is a
This is all
poolside ankle tan.
This is
right
all
there.
the golf. No,
Look
it's
at
the
that.
golf short. It's the golf
I don't
pants that
even
he's
see the
wearing
tan.
all the
Where's
time.
the
His
tan?
Insta
Those are-
story.
those
He's
are-
eating oysters and he's playing the back nine every other day.
Hey, those
That's how
oysters
that's
are working.
happening.
I mean, look at. I mean, he has massive legs there.
Sorry, what do you mean the oysters are
Your
working?
legs are really
you know
long.
what
I don't
oysters are
know.
actually supposed to do?
What is he eating? Whatever he's eating is doing something. It's working out.
All right, nobody in chat
No, it
tell
was
Matt that
mackerel.
oysters are supposed to be an aphrodisiac. Nobody tell him that at all. We're just going to move straight on from that one because you set yourself up for an ungodly one. We're very split on this one. We're
Scott's
very
just gonna
split.
walk out of the truck.
We have an oyster.
I agree with what Face said. I agree with what Face said. Aussie's the best. Yeah, I'll see you later on. All right, catch up with you guys afterwards. Okay, so no one can really agree on what we expect to see from this matchup. I will say, look, okay, there's a lot going for the Washington Justice, but let's think back to that Vancouver Titans game. Sorry, the maps that the Justice lost, they got blown out in, absolutely dominated in. It was a kind of series where, yes, it was a close on paper series, but you know, the winning team in each of those maps felt a long way ahead, outside of the control maps, I guess, which were a little bit more competitive. It's such a hard game, what we just saw from the Justice, to really evaluate them. And I will say that, like, the London Spitfire also, after that loss to the Atlanta Rain, a team who'd struggled early on this stage as well. Neither team really easy to pick, so I'm not surprised that everybody's so split down the middle here. So are you and I. It's very appropriate the way the teams are placed here, because I'm definitely on the Spitfire bandwagon.
Just
for better
like
or for worse.
It's just so weird, like some of these matches and results, and you try and be like, well, you know, Washington played like this against this team, London played like that against them. Then you see those teams go on and lose the teams you wouldn't expect. It's just, I think, like really odd results throughout this tournament that makes, I think, this match particularly hard to predict.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the London Spitfire here. But first, what do you mean the oysters have been working, mate? Like what?
I mean, Johnny's legs looking swole. I mean, whatever he's eating on top of those workouts, he seems to be doing work.
And you think oysters are to be thanked for that?
Well, I mean, you said he was eating oysters, so I mean, hey.
Yes, eating oysters, playing golf.
Shout out to oysters and golf.
Man, I'm done with
and the London Spitfire.
Yeah, shout out to oysters, golf, and the Spitfire, and tanned ankles. In no particular order, we're going to deal with the Spitfire here, though. Again, obviously, this is where we see a lot more of Admiral. Obviously, Khan is in this lineup, but you know, it's not the kind of meta where you expect him to get thrown in, which is fine. He has time to acclimate. Look, man, Sparker, pretty nutty when it comes to that sort of hit scan DPS. Definitely a real thing to draw on. But, man, I'm telling you, I'm most interested in the tank matchup again. Hardy, you know, has some fantastic Junker Queen results. He's actually second in Carnage kills. Carnage obviously is the Axe Queen, the one that's sort of really hard to land, which normally means that Hardy is very much in the middle of the fights and also setting up a lot of knife pools to make sure that people are in radius of that Carnage. So I would say if you have a lot of Carnage kills, it's pretty mechanically difficult to pull that kind of stuff off. The Spitfire have divorced themselves from this sort of, you know, Ryan Rush Comp one-trick moniker.
Yeah, the tank matchup should be really interesting. I know if I would have said, you know, 3 weeks ago, I don't think people were circling their calendars for the Hadi Kalios tank matchup. But I mean, you know, with the way that Hadi's kind of adjusted to playing Queen and then seeing Kalios in the lineup and how he's performed, I think this tank matchup really kind of dictates how this series is going to go. And then also pretty good hit scan matchup, like you mentioned, Decay versus Sparker. Now that Decay is playing that Sojourn, how do we see, you know, him kind of perform throughout the series, but really can Sparker go toe-to-toe?
Yeah, look, big challenge, especially because Assassin has been so good at harassing enemy Sojourn players as well. He's getting a lot of results, especially when it comes to sort of, you know, Dragon Blade usage in some of those fights. Both Assassin and Decay were hot and cold at different times in that Vancouver Titans series. That's just something you know you're going to get with Washington Justice, is that it's a little bit hard for both these two to be consistently strong at the same time for long periods. But again, you know, Kalios on Junker Queen, I mean, we think back to the Mayhem matchup, he was like probably one of the most standout players in the server there. He actually had more than 10 final blows per 10 minutes on Junker Queen in that series, which is pretty astonishing. That's like, you know, that's DPS level sort of results. Plus like 1 in 4 Jagged Blades hitting. Really, really, really nasty.
We've seen like periods of time. I know Kalios has been a player who's been around for a very long time, right? We've seen like periods and, you know, kind of like heard at times like how strong he was as a player, and, you know, specifically I think on Zarya in the past, right? But he never really kind of got like consistent playtime or like consistent run. It felt like teams would like put him in like, you know, in like spot situations, or, you know, maybe he'd play a whole series here or there, right? This will be our first look at him like for an extended period of time, right? So I think you get a really good idea of, you know, what Kalios is as a full-time Overwatch League player, which, you know, thus far looked pretty strong.
I think he always impressed us on his Zarya was probably one of the
Zarya
most
was
notable
sick.
picks,
Yeah.
right? Known as the kind of, and this is the kind of player, by the way, that's dipped in and out from the Overwatch League to Korean contenders and back and forth multiple times, actually. So, you know, now with the Washington Justice, the coast being clear for him as the primary tank player, this is probably one of the first times that he's has some, at least, degree of certainty. You know, obviously, despite what the news is around the Justice as a franchise and how they're sort of planning their steps with this roster, they're locked into these 5 players no matter what. So Kalios now is free to do what he does best, and so far, that is lead the way on the Junker Queen. It's Oasis first. City Center is our first cab off the rank.
And now we'll see from the overhead POV, both teams, know, it seems like London actually opting not even to kind of like play for that high ground, right? Want to take this fight directly on the point. No, it's going to be Backbone taking out Assassin. Johnny mentioned protect Assassin. That does not happen there.
Well, I think this is also particularly interesting because this is maybe where one of the biggest question marks are, is the Backbone versus Assassin matchup. Oh, you know, Assassin getting such great results on Genji and Backbone opting to, you know, not play it in many situations. So expect to see it come out, though, if we get, you know, like a sort of university or even a match like that. So Genji, though, for the time being, for Backbone, it's a great start. And Kalios is getting picked off by Sparker. The Justice, you can see, they're actually posturing pretty aggressively here. They can't do too much without a JQ.
Yeah, it's hard to... we saw yesterday, I think, Defiant, they were able to win like multiple fights starting with a player down. But when you play some of these teams at the, you know, top or, you know, upper echelon teams, like, you know, you're not going to be able to win those fights consistently, losing a player early. And to start things off, the Justice, like 3 fights in a row, have lost that first player. So nothing really surprising that London is able to take those pretty convincingly.
Yeah, like you were sort of saying, any fan of the Justice knows that they usually don't start doing anything in a round until it's 0 to 99 in overtime. So you have some runway, Justice fans. Spitfire, though, hoping to eye off a smooth landing. Get to 40% now, and some of those key ultimates are about to come online here. Okay, Commanding Shout is so early here, and Kalios is half health. There's a chance for the Spitfire Dare to get a bit more aggressive now, try and punish Decay, and Backbone is in there like swimwear.
Well, you're going to get a pick here, Assassin on the Landon, so maybe you can start to make something out of this. That's going to be 2 down here for the Spitfire.
Okay, Sparker 0 from 3 there. One of those shots, I believe, was deflected by Assassin. Commanding Shout here as the Spitfire opt to give a little bit of ground as Krillin got his running way quicker than Landon did.
Yeah, and just being able to take Landon out there was massive. You're able to pop your rally and then push on to the point, and the Justice get a flip. You got a blade now here to use as well.
All right, careful, of course, as Landon is looking to mess the Genji up, but Assassin's able to take him down before he can stave him off. Backbone draws his own blade, but opts out of the Gentleman's Duel, instead makes the third party kill.
It's a must-win fight here for the Justice. Because if you end up losing this fight, they come back with a big rally advantage, already like 70% basically on the point. You're in a fantastic spot to close it out.
Hardy got pressured heavily there by Kalios, but Backbone doubles back to pressure the enemy Junker Queen. And there it is, Kalios falls a little too aggressive, and it's another Carnage kill from the man on your screen right now. Somatic here of getting rid of Decay, getting rid of Opener, but Assassin causing some problems. Hardy can't get away from behind the tree. Junker Queen, although she has a rather lithe hitbox, rather lithe model, Decay still able to punish there, and yet they might still be getting evicted here as Sparker and Backbone fire up.
Yeah, they're still not able to hold out. As
God.
I'm sure Hadi will be providing some map feedback about how these trees need to expand here. He's just sitting behind the tree, and it's like
I'm sorry, those trees
the projectile becomes so big. Yeah, it's not.
The trees have been cultivated with aesthetics in mind here. I don't think they're going to fuck the trees up, Hardy. All right, nice Carnage hit. Here we go, Rampage. Oh dear.
Oh.
No connection there. How about this one? Hardy got to get anti-healed by Kalios, and Krillin's already down. Big swing. And the Rampage trade-off wasn't great. 2 Rampages, 1 connection. But Hardy gets the axe in.
Yeah, not to hit anybody with your Rampage and still win the fight. Not a great start here for the Justice, but still starting to come alive a little bit more towards the end of this round, as now maybe they're able to get back in, recontest.
Doomfist can't do too much here under this kind of pressure. Backbone with the blade. Yeah, more ornamentation at the end of the round here as the lot of the Spitfire pretty much have this one from start to finish outside of a brief blooper. Backbone is 8-1 final blows to death right now. That is a deadlift so far.
Yes, played quite well on the Genji thus far. Although we didn't see like the Justice really get going, it felt like, till like halfway in that round. So maybe we come out in this next round of Oasis and things get a little bit closer. Sometimes this is where the Spitfire like to pull out the May. Nope. It's almost like Backbone can hear me. Switches over to the May. This is where they like to play it.
I mean, this is where they play it. Yeah, I mean, they will play the sort of corridor side of the point here. It's astonishingly easy to secure these kills. The Justice are having a little bit of problem, I think, with pacing at the moment. Kalios is overextended even without May in play. So now with that element, it's even more risky to overextend.
I was going to make that exact point, especially with how aggressive like even Assassin is being, right? Has to be so careful not to get split off by this May wall, as it looks like somehow you're able to get Krillin first.
Sparker picked off by Decay here, and the Justice are playing out in the open, of course, as they're dealing with May. That Backbone just chases that down. Landon also switches his attention towards the Junker Queen. You know, it's easy to underestimate, I think, how much damage May does. Backbone had, 15,000 damage per 10 on May in his last match. That's, more than Genji's normally get like 9 to 10, right? So, big difference there in output. Sometimes easy to forget.
Yeah, Decay does take him out on the high ground, as Decay already at 85% towards this overclock. I mean, putting in insane damage there from the high ground.
I mean, you do have to respect him at some point, right? So much focus on Kalios here. An Assassin goes down now. The high ground belongs to Sparker for a time. No one has captured the point quite yet. Kalios is just on an island. He's on an island there. There's a May wall thrown up a little bit later, but still, I mean, that guy is... He must have got knifed forward. It's actually mental. It's like he thinks he's part of the Spitfire's roster.
Yeah, I feel like if you are going to have Decay doing that much damage from the high ground, there's got to be a way that you can like force the issue and take the point, right? I mean, putting in
Well, yeah,
really
how do you convert on that
substantial
damage?
Yes, right. Like, you need kind of the Genji and, you know, potentially even the speed to convert on that.
That's
I mean, they know the spot that he wants to play from. With how good he was up there, he's going to try and get there again.
Admiral making the correct prediction as to where the Sojourn would turn up once more. That's a free kill, and that's extra capture progress here.
If you can funnel Decay away from that high ground, right, you can't kind of go in towards that right-hand side because you have the Mei playing here where Sparker is.
That's right.
You're really just putting his sightline in the middle where it can't really get much of anything done.
Decay's up there now.
They pinged him. They're really tracking him.
Yeah. This is scary right now, yeah. Decay doesn't really miss these. Look how much damage has been taken by Backbone and Hardy, respectively. And yet you're still peeking this, which is kind of astonishing. It's almost a sound barrier to even get out against this railgun. Sparker needs to step up here and try and find a way to apply that same level of pressure. Still, the Spitfire, they spin their sound barrier for... They don't really get much of an advantage, so hopefully their rally yields something a little bit more because Backbone's been taken out. Opener finds that, and man, it really seemed like the Justice were always going to do this.
Yeah, once that beat was gone there from Admiral, there was really nothing they could do to stop this Blade as Assassin gets good value with it. No 70% on the clock here for the London Spitfire. You do have the Blizzard coming through, but there's going to be the sound barrier available for openers, so maybe you can survive this. If you're Washington, you have the Rampage coming online. This is doable.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous for the Spitfire here after they use both those key support ultimates and get very little for them, and they get completely stomped in that fight. Kalios will just poke here. Oh, he got Hardy with a knife. Dangerous stuff. Hardy able to get away. A lot of Girl Scout cookies required there. And he has that Rampage now available.
You're going to have to wait here if you're the Spitfire, right? This is just burning more time on the clock.
Kalios tick healing there. Another knife thrown in. Here's the Mei wall. Can you switch onto Kalios quickly enough, though? No, he's able to space a little bit. He takes a lot of damage, to be fair. Backbone needs to respect the disrupt the shot. Is anyone paying attention to Assassin? Backbone, okay. He ice blocks before the Blizzard.
And the Rampage doesn't go anywhere because he gets frozen before he can get it off.
And that sound barrier doesn't look like it got Kalios either, Matthew. Or if it did, it didn't really seem to make any difference at all. Kalios down, but here's Decay once more to save the day, Matthew. Yeah, that is pretty uncanny connections here. Okay, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you do everything right, but just like how we saw when Kai put on a show on the Sojourn, you know, and if Sojourn is hitting rails and they're as good as somebody like Decay, it's going to be tough to get in, as that was everything dumped in there by the London Spitfire as the Justice have taken the lead and really close to putting away this round.
Assassin looks to Blade here, but will deflect for some of the duration. Takes a fair bit of damage early on now. Chasing Landon, but Backbone's going to be down there in the low ground. That's 2 down for the Justice. Have they let this one slip? Surely not. If you're Decay, you are not going to let this stand. London just quickly moved back onto the point here. They'll flip it, and guess who's caught out of position? It's Kalios.
This is so bad for the Justice.
Be careful.
We got to see what happened there, because Assassin ends up using the Blade, and I believe they rally there as well. And
he
somehow
uses the Blade at like 20% health as well.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to walk into the Spitfires who have both support ultimates and an overclock.
Well, I mean, they've used one, and this is with 4 players. So they are 4v5 trying a little bit of spawn camp. Sound barrier used by Landon here. So you've used both your support ultimates now, and you hope to get a team fight win. I love this. I love the Spitfire just taking things into their own hands. Now, the point got flipped on them there by Assassin, but they can just double back, flip it back in their own favor. They'll have overtime, and yeah, no overtime for the Spitfire, of course, as the Justice weren't even proximate. I love that.
That was one
from London.
Justice should have had that, though. I mean, you know, you have like 95%, you have Rally and Blade, and they're not really working with anything, and somehow they end up winning the fight and taking the point. That's when the Justice are definitely going to be, you know, kicking themselves watching that one back later.
Especially in a round where Decay is sort of going so far above and beyond what you expect from a DPS. Well, there's plenty for the VOD review later on for the coaches of the Justice, but for now, there's a whole series to play. The Spitfire start at a lead here after Oasis. Righto, everybody. If you haven't already heard, the Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. That's right, the Toronto Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament presented by Bell from September 8th through 11th. Experience Esports live, play Overwatch 2, and come join the party. And be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. And yeah, we'll be there too. Barring anything, random like, I don't know, like, eat some bad chicken and have to stay home. But I'm pretty sure I'm coming.
Some bad chicken. That's the best you can come up with.
Well, I'm trying to think of things that will actually keep me from going to an Overwatch LAN, and like there aren't many, Matt. I'll be honest with you. Like there's not a lot. Outside of me being physically incapable of doing so, I think
eating some bad chicken, I think, would make you incapable of doing a lot of things.
Well, yeah, but I have to think of something. Like I'm trying to think of like all these like mildly annoying, verging on like potentially like, disruptive things that could happen in my life, and I'm like, I'd probably still work through that to get to this land. So
right. So what have we learned today here in our first match of the day? The London Spitfire are pretty good at this comp. Really weird end of the fight there on Oasis for the Justice. Johnny's keys to success are what? Golf, oysters, and the London Spitfire, and then don't eat bad chicken. All right. So I think we're on a roll today. We've definitely laid out a plan of success for everybody.
I mean, yesterday we found out how long it takes to take a train from Vancouver to Toronto as well. So,
True.
You can't say we aren't educating people. You know what I mean?
And we're not even losing to learn. We're just learning.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the old adage, of course, you either win or you learn. Not really relevant here. We're out here we're just learning every day, Matthew. It's just
come win with us. So Admiral has decided to hang out in the street for a bit. No, he's.
They didn't want us to win, Matt. They didn't want us to win.
They didn't. God did, though. Shout out. Mitch called me listening to some DJ Khaled yesterday.
So Discord, when on your friends tab, it shows you maybe if like a Discord friend's in like a certain server that you share with them or they're listening to something. And I look at Matt. And I was
vibing.
Spotify, he's listening to DJ Khaled. I'm like, if you want to know how 2018 happened, that absolute abomination, you know what I'm referring to. Well, now you know who brought that about.
I'll take it. It's fine. I had a great time. So the Washington Justice on offense. So what? They have to keep Assassin alive. We talked a little bit about in the pregame. There a little bit towards the end, not as much. Didn't really happen on Oasis. And then how do they go about breaking this choke? Like a lot of teams like to wrap around here, this left side of this parking building, but it seems like they're just gonna working their way up the main choke.
There it is, yeah. So Backbone is just getting a little bit more focus than he's expecting to, and I think Landon was out of repair packs at the time. I've seen 2 given to him, and I assume there was probably a 3rd involved there as well.
That is big, though. You may be able to come back in and fight this, because you still have supports alive for London up here.
You've got to respect the brig. Assassin did not, obviously. Landon,
I was going to say, eventually he's going to die, right? That's still massive, though. Look how much time buys. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Landon is player of the match for me so far. He has bought enough time for Backbone to return to the fray. Hardy will still go down, though, as the Justice still seem to have a handle on things. Somewhat. They'll move to the point now and start to pressure. You can see the Kalios wants to ward Admiral away.
Yeah, but look at Backbone. You can see Backbone a little bit through on the X-ray. He's still putting pressure on the backline. Dies now, and that may actually be it, because you needed him to be able to pinch onto the point, ideally, right? So
they're not going for it, surely.
They have that Lucio here. No, I don't think they will.
I think maybe they were posturing in case Sparky gets a pick. As
possibly
going for a couple railgun shots. Now, what do you do to the Justice here? Can you stuff them as they try and make their way out of this choke? Hardy's a concern. He's a little low here, but it looks like there's enough front loader damage from the Spitfire to back the Justice up a little.
Yeah, but a huge advantage, though, in terms of the Rampage here for the Justice. So you think, maybe you can catch them out early, get a lot of card progress.
Yeah, here it comes in. 3 players hit with that one. Sound barrier had to be used by Admiral there. You'd think. He goes down before he has a chance to use it. Not ideal for the Spitfire. In fact, they look like they're not interested in using support ults here. I guess they're treating this like a spawn camp kind of scenario. So they bring both those support ults back, but I mean, I would feel a little sore losing this kind of position as a defender.
This is huge for the Justice, right? You're able to just use that Rampage, push on through. Let's take a look from Krillin's POV. Oh, gets right up in the mix.
Oh, man. Oh.
Ring is scary, man.
Welcome to Slap City. Here comes Backbone. Blade in here. There was a commanding shout. Sound barrier here for Open. That gets forced out, and Assassin's able to find the offending Genji. And now he'll pull a blade of his own.
Where is the sound barrier here for London? I mean, maybe you're thinking that you're going to like save it and now come out and use it here towards the end. Like, are you just playing the long game here if you're the London Spitfire?
I don't really... Yeah, so...
I believe this is also Hottie's first Rampage.
Yes. Yeah, he was at 60%, I think, when Kalios got his first ultimate there. And the London Spitfire haven't been able to really play the game much in that second phase of the map here. This is definitely less than you'd expect from a team like the Spitfire. Yeah. Customary positioning here. This is pretty standard, playing this little location. That disruptor shot doesn't do too much. Force the Justice, I guess, to come forward. Rally's in play, so half a Sparker to find like an easy kill. Kalios is okay. Fair enough. He is holding an audience in the back line of the London Spitfire, Matthew.
Yeah, I don't know if he got yoinked in or whatnot, but yeah, he ends up like London just turns around. He's just standing there. Like, it's like, hey, let's get that guy. They just run him down. London stabilized a little bit, but it has not been pretty for the London Spitfire thus far, as the Justice have had a really good push going.
Well, great focus on plays like Admiral and Landon, to be fair. The backline of the Spitfire really needs to be able to assess the situation before using some of those key ultimates, right? They don't want to use them willy-nilly, but sometimes in waiting, they expose themselves to, Assassin or some sort of pressure coming in from Decay. Hardy has a Rampage now. It's his first one, Matthew. Get excited. Okay.
Got to get a good value on Oasis to really get much of anything. This time just gets Kalios, but sometimes that's enough.
Oh, nice. Good knife hit, though. Yeah, that's a kill. Fantastic long-range knife there. Still losing his Sparker, though. Less than ideal. Spitfire do break formation to chase that kill on Kalios, which, exposes him to some counterplay. Hardy has the commanding shout here. He's pretty committed. He's in. Yeah, he had no choice.
Yeah, as Assassin has Blade, he may look to pull this out here in a second. There's so many players.
Admiral's still holding that beat, by the way. Still holding it.
Yeah, I guess just waiting for this next Blade, but they don't even need it to win there. So you get the kill on a Kalios, but that is not enough. They're also quite fortunate, like Hottie, that's a sick knife throw there on Kalios that brings him back. If he doesn't hit that, he probably gets away with his life there.
Yeah, and maybe Hardy's overextended in that position, right? It's not like an easy kill. Sparker wants to force Kalios back. Probably a pretty good idea, as Rally will quickly mend those wounds. 3 players this time. Okay, Admiral is going to be there with the Rampage response. Not enough to keep Hardy alive, though. This is disastrous for the London Spitfire. The Washington Justice have finally found them another gear. We sort of mentioned they take a little while to warm up sometimes, and that theory seems to hold today, as the Justice get the map done with 2 minutes.
Yeah, really ugly defense there from London. It just took a little bit of a while to get to that Rampage. The support ultimates, you're kind of waiting for them, like, what are we saving them for? And then you kind of have it there at the end and don't really get anything for it. So the Justice had a really good time on offense, 2 minutes in the time bank. Can they hold serve on D? Let's see. They could set themselves up quite nicely here to win this second map.
And we trace it back, of course, to the first fight where the London Spitfire sort of lose backbone. He gets overextended. It looked like it could have been competitive there as Landon's able to trade a kill back on the Brig. But that second phase of the map, really non-existent, as Kalios lines up a nice Rampage to 3, and Admiral doesn't opt to sort of sound barrier that. He gets to use it once. And in fairness, the ultimate on its own is not always enough to save you if the enemy Junker Queen gets a good Rampage, right, mate? See, Hardy still ends up going down there, but see how Kalios lines it up. Yeah, this was after that Rampage, of course. Again, look, I mean, they have to touch, so you walk straight into these Carnage hits.
What's interesting about Queen as well is we talk so much about the Carnage, the Rampage, the commanding shout. The shotgun up close does a huge damage. If you kind of think back to playing Beta 2 and whatnot, if you get close, it's almost like you get like a Reaper shotgun, like against other tanks and really just about anybody. Like if you're in that effective range, it is devastating amounts of damage.
Absolutely. Well, the Spitfire probably, yeah, don't feel great about that defensive half, I'd say. Definitely a little quiet in comms, but again, a good pick here. Get rolling, they can probably, you know, even it up pretty easily. Gonna have to make use of some momentum built here on his first point, and that really starts finding a first pick now. Hardy is suffering as his backbone here. A lot of pressure from the Justice as they try and sort of close him in this room here, this laundromat. So far they've done well. I mean, the Spitfire need to find a way out of here without backbone just getting picked off.
And what is it? Like, are you trying to bait like Assassin to maybe come in a little bit too deep? Like, you just play pretty passive on the outside. It's going to be really reliant on backbone and the rest of London to make a play out of this. And Kalios gets really low.
Ah, man, again. Kalios is so aggressive on that Queen. Hardly able to punish him on this occasion, although he himself suffers the same proclivities. Yeah, Opener's going to be down here.
He may have, like, Kalios been, like, boop or displaced back towards London because really you're just kind of, like, posturing there, and then all of a sudden he gets, like, just, like, a little bit too close somehow. It gets burned down so fast. No opportunity to use anything. So London, it took a little bit to, you know, form, take shape, but they're able to take that first point. So now they have a big advantage because they have the sound barrier, right? Do you recognize this and go and get aggressive behind it?
The Justice also will push on them in a moment. They'll speed boost in with Kalios. Yeah, right about now here as they look to try and take some of this space. Kalios head first into a rail. Okay, nope, head for the hills. The Justice having about the same degree of success as London did when it came to defending on this map. They are gonna get evicted from these streets.
Yeah, it's almost like hurtling worse because you look at, you know, this ultimate setup for this next fight, which could potentially decide this second checkpoint ultimately. In the Spitfire have a massive advantage here. They're going to come in, you know, they're going to have both of these support ultimates. Like, you can decide to engage early with a rally. It'll be an overclock used here by Sparker, and just needs to get one pick here to really push things away.
2 body shots so far from those. The Justice are about to burst forth here. Sparker holds on. Oh, there it is! Krillin runs into it. That's all Sparker really had to do. So he keeps the Justice heads down, buys some time for his team, and then finds a kill. Job done, I'd say. Now, though, still much of a fight to be had. Kalios a little low right now. Only one healer in play for the Justice, and it's just not enough. Kalios is going to go down, and Backbone will clear the rest of his interlopers from the card. So, the Spitfire with 5 minutes for the last phase, Matt.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy there by London. They decided to not use either of those support ultimates.
That's crazy.
When they
Admiral has used one sound barrier this whole map.
They ended up, and the Justice ended up using their beat in their blade there, and they ended up not having to use anything to get through that. Could be a huge advantage here. Rally, do they even decide to counter rally, right? Or are they just gonna like let this one go? They're gonna shout, now they're gonna rally. They're gonna have this one for an extended period of time.
The Justice are fully committed either way, Matthew. Huge rampage from Kalios. He was low, but the healing from all the people that he healed on the way through lets him play in the front line a little bit longer. The Justice were committed because they were sort of flanked by the Spitfire, essentially surrounded. Big fight to win here. Would have liked it maybe a little early, but still will take those. And this rally did get used.
The Spitfire don't beat because they have now both supports and Hadi hit by that rampage and decide to hold on to it for the next fight. So we'll see Hadi with this rampage coming around this corner. Can connect with like 2-3 players here. Could be pretty massive. And then you have that sound barrier to get you over the line, which they could potentially finish with even a better time than the Justice.
Hadi goes in. Kalios the only target he has eyes for. Axe swing, no connection. He is chasing. He only has eyes for the Junker Queen, everybody. Kalios is able just to walk away. Stilettos and all. He's out.
That disruptor shot there from Decay. Almost gonna think of it as like a Molotov cocktail, right? Like, kind of just puts it there, and it makes it very costly for Hadi to have to run through and try and chase.
Oh, that's a huge deflected rail by Backbone on Decay. Sound barrier has to be used here. Admiral finally uses his beat, the second one of the map. And hey, the timing's pretty darn good too.
Yeah.
Holding onto it, clutching it like pearls. But hey, looks good when it comes out here. 2:59 on the clock.
This should be all Spitfire. They're going to have a rally. They have their Blade here with no support ultimate on the other side. Backbone just comes through with a pick or two. It's going to be the Spitfire finishing with a better time than the Justice, really battling back in their offensive half.
You want to see London be decisive here, Matt. They have the advantage, and they should know that via tracking. Backbone Blade. Chasing. Okay, no connect there. On Assassin, he's able to get away. Don't have a blade of his own, but will he be able to salvage the situation for his team? Lennon goes down. Assassin's battle cry gets cut short as London, inexplicably, finish with more time than the Justice on their attacking side.
Yeah, both teams really not showing up here on D. I mean,
it's a slobber knocker, Matthew.
Yeah, it's like a Jets versus Giants game. Well, actually, the only difference there is nobody's playing any D, but also nobody scored. So, I mean, New York football's taking a big decline. Yeah, I mean, what, 2 minutes for the Justice here on attack, 2:15 here for the Spitfire. Fairly about even, right? You kind of think, I really thought the Justice did a fantastic job on their attack. Can they bounce back from kind of this like onslaught that they took on the defensive side of things, right? Now going back onto the offense.
Well, for my money, this is a bit of a reset for both teams.
Yeah,
just may as well
deflect here.
Oh, he's not even, he's fighting Assassin at the time. Yeah, I love that.
That's really nice, though. Like, Decay probably does not expect that to come out and face him. Like, he's just... Because obviously we're watching that in extremely slow motion. At, like, game speed, there's probably, like, he does not even think that Backbone, like, maybe sees him there.
I mean, there's like a... Yes. There's no way you expect that. You think the enemy Genji's occupied. It's like every Jackie Chan fight scene where he's fighting, like, 5 people at once and he's just, holding 3 people back with 1 arm. Nice job by Backbone. Made himself look pretty slick there. Off we go again. May as well just... I'd take 2 minutes off each team's clock and hit the big old reset button here. So let's see if our defensive sides can tighten up a little bit. So we're looking at the Spitfire first in that regard. And Backbone, keeping him nice and healthy, that's going to be key. Major key, Matthew.
See if they can break through here. More time, Kalios gets low. They've done a nice job actually getting Kalios low and then just capitalize on it. But Decay comes up with 2, just trying to keep the Justice in it.
Yeah, that's just brutal. Rail and then Sparker just gets finished off. Sparker playing pretty aggressively there, to be fair. But now the Spitfire is so split up. What does Backbone do here? Probably just die. Yep.
Yeah.
Just die.
Can they take this without the Junker Queen, though? You're going to have a few players coming back here for London. And maybe you decide to challenge it as Kalios just gets back into the fight.
Why not? I mean, if you can burn some clock here, maybe force some overtime on the point. I guess that's all right. It's just a really...
touch.
All right. Tough, I guess. There's a disruptor shot thrown in the corner there. So for the Spitfire, it's like a little bit intimidating to walk up into that.
I think Hottie may have thought that he triggered it because like he was very close to the point, but just didn't step on it.
Yeah. Just maybe a slight
stepped on it and then got away.
There.
Yeah, with not enough time to trigger it.
All right, well, the plot thickens. The Justice are into the second phase of the map now, and we'll have overtime whilst the payload is in that tunnel there. Bit of a chaotic place for it to happen, as Krillin will be coming right on up on that rally here, as Assassin might have an unanswered blade in terms of defensive ultimates if he pulls it quickly. Again, fortune favors the bold, Mr. Assassin.
Trying to set something up here is...
Here we go. Okay, nice whip shot there. Deflect from Assassin. Can't really get close to any of those targets. Landon pops a rally though. It's time maybe for the Spitfire to make their gambit happen. Blade for Backbone. Here we go. Into the back he goes. Sound barrier, rally to deal with. So both teams burning those support ultimates, but Admiral has the ace in the hole. He has his own beat and he's going to use it right about now. The Spitfire have to get aggressive behind this one here. Punish the lack of durability on the Justice. They get Krillin, but Decay's a problem. Yep, needs to be dealt with, and Sparker finds him with a railgun across the fight here. Looks like the Justice are going to struggle to finish the map down to 3 here.
They do get Hottie, and you still have Kalios alive, and that's going to be a Rampage that comes on through.
It's a nice one, but it's just Kalios here. And that'll be that for the Justice. They're brought to a stop outside the station.
Got a bit scary for a second where I thought And Kalios gets that rampage. Maybe you have like one player coming back from the spawn. I think you had Assassin still there. Like, starting to get a bit dicey, but pretty good push there for the Justice. Don't get the second checkpoint, but get very close to doing so. If London's going to win this one, they're going to have to work for it, right? You're going to have to take that A checkpoint and then get pretty far, which their last offense was fairly easy for them to do, but we'll see how it goes here in OT.
People have tried to compare this metagame at a couple points to Goats Evolved, and I understand why. Yeah, obviously they have, but I mean, look at how volatile that point A defense was for Spitfire. They get a kill really early, and then Decay just pops 2 people right in the kisser. And I mean, I really think it's nothing like that kind of metagame. Call it copium, but I mean, these fights are extremely swingy, and even teams in short-handed scenarios are sort of able to find success. I mean, London won Oasis in a 4v5.
Yeah, that's true. I think, you have tons of survivability, right? I think that's kind of where the comparisons come in, and like these long, dragged-out fights. But the Sojourn with just the insta-kill potential with the railgun changed the
you have no
lot,
burst healing as
right?
well. You have no burst healing outside of like, the overshield and sort of commanding shout, I guess, is virtual healing as it is overshield, but that does decay. So pretty hard. If you take a ton of poke damage, like that sticks. It stays around and it has like a genuine impact on the fight, and there are real consequences later on.
This first push, the defense is going to be massive here for the Justice.
Oh, that's great. From Backbone. Krillin doesn't know he's there, I think.
Yeah.
I think Backbone snuck up on him in there. Really nice pincer. You got to respect it, Matt. Got to respect it. Decay doing Decay things again, trying to salvage the fight. Again, it's never over until that guy's off the field. But again, tough to fight back from this position here.
Can they? I mean, you still have Decay, I think, behind, right? No, Decay actually pushes back here to the rest of
they moved off
Kalios behind.
Okay, I don't know about that one. They've actually, okay, Hardy finds Kalios here, so they do find their Junker Queen there. They sent everyone off the point, interestingly enough. But they'll have it here.
Time wasted.
Look, 10 seconds or so. It's fine. I mean, if they can chase the Justice down now, then it would be even better. But Washington are able to get back to safety here. They'll give a little bit of ground, and this is going to be a close map either way, so no complaints here, that's for sure.
What could be the difference here is that Landon going to have this rally way faster, right?
Oh, wow.
Already at 80%, yeah.
Krillin died instantly,
Huge
that's
advantage. So maybe that support ultimate gives them the advantage that they need. Seems like the Justice want to take an early fight here, which I think is the right decision.
Well, Decay able to find Sparker there, and that will probably send the Spitfire back to Lumbridge if they can escape. And this allows the Justice to assume a much more aggressive setup here defensively, right, and actually start to make use of these chokes. This could be very bad news for the Spitfire. That is the worst place to lose momentum in a situation like this.
You got to use the rally here if you're London. You're going to have the Blade come through here from Backbone as well, potentially.
He was hoping to force something there because he dashed upwards into the air, which is normally a bit of a telegraph, right? Sound Barrier gets used. Surely enough, Krillin. A little low.
Somebody's got to touch, right?
Oh. Yeah, Backbone's going to step up here. This is pretty tough. 2 support ults up for the Spitfire, though. They need to make use of them now, but they lose Landon before he has a chance to use the rally. Diabolical circumstances before the Spitfire, and they get hit with a huge rampage. Assassin with 2 at the Blade. They come easily now. There's no healing available to the Spitfire, and only 1 healer in play. London fall to pieces. And the final moments here on Midtown, it's an even series. The Justice outlast them.
And you have that rally way before the Washington Justice end up with theirs, and they never actually even get a use of it for the London Spitfire. Just a misplay, I think, maybe from some of the support ultimates across this map there from London. So, even with some of these misplays, they finished with a better time, but the Justice able to hold on D.
Yeah, look, some of those early picks, Decay really providing some crucial moments there. I'm going to be honest with you, Matt. Sparker, a little bit quiet so far, especially in some of those neutral or pre-fight situations. And I have question marks about the support ult timing of the London Spitfire here, but the Justice doing a good job at pressuring them into some of these mistakes. They're definitely not unforced errors, that's for sure. Stick around, everybody. We now have a tied series on our hands. Expect a bit of a banger. Big shout out to everybody enjoying this match over at Washington Justice HQ. You're getting your value today. This has been quite the series here.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of takeaways, plenty of unexpected twists and turns between these teams. Midtown ends up being very, very close affair here. And London
It's been a bizarre one.
Position.
This has been a bizarre one.
I don't know. London have an extra 15 seconds, which doesn't mean much in overtime. It can really come down to just sort of one fight here. And I feel like the Justice are pretty good at exploiting some errors. I don't know what the game plan is at times there for the Spitfire. You know what I mean? Benefit of the doubt. They definitely struggled to get value out of their support ultimates at times here.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen both of these teams play way better throughout this tournament thus far. I think just a little bit of some odd plays here and there throughout the first two maps. But I think if you are, let's say you're like a coach for these teams, there's nothing preventing you from just taking like full advantage of this series, right? Cleaning it up a little bit here, coming back into the second half and taking it in their favor.
And something that Johnny sort of, talking in the break, sort of mentioning that the Justice tend to, when they lose a player in a lot of these fights, they tend to just get out. They really want to disengage. They don't want to try and risk a short-handed engagement. The way Johnny put it to us in our little private chat was, they sort of Washington like to run for the hills every time they sort of lose a player. So that's, again, from him, something worth keeping an eye out for here is we've seen the Spitfire will like force a 4v5 and sometimes they'd be able to win it. So
what's wild though is as they're like running away per se, like Decay's getting a pick. like he's been able a few times to turn the odds in a fight by getting a pick or two, on the Sojourn. So we'll see if they're able to. Are we gonna see a May here? All right, so May on Gibraltar D. I mean, you gotta play close to spawn, right? I mean, what are you doing here? Otherwise, like. I mean, May on the high ground. This is so defensive if you're just going to play up on the high ground.
Oh, they're 100% playing for server room hold here. I don't love that. Personally, I'm interested to see how much. I want to see how much ground they give up, or how much ground they seem to want to give up as a result of that. Because obviously, like May from the high ground, Matt, not a power position for her, But I don't want the Spitfire to let the Justice push so far just so they can have this server room hold. That would feel gimmicky to me. So let's see how they sort of play around the main. If maybe Backbone gets some long-range value here with this endothermic blaster, and we get completely, shut up.
Long-range value from May. Not really, not really the recipe for a win.
Did I stutter?
No, but it's still not a great strategy to go with. I mean, yeah, you have to fight these close quarter areas.
Go, son! Get him! Put him on ice, Backbone! That's it, Frosty the
This is
Snowman.
This is effective to fight with the May down here. Sitting up on the high ground.
Long-range value! I can't believe
sitting up on the high ground and hoping your May turns into Widowmaker is not the preferred
No, did you not see that ice strategy? Look at the man! Look at Mr. O'Neal there.
I know what the level of play that you're playing at, right? That may seem like a viable thing. Like, hey, they're playing a Widowmaker, go May, right? But at this level, Mitch, it's a little different.
There's no Widow. I would never do that against a Widow. Sojourn, though, maybe. That was pretty inspirational from Backbone. And hey, he did get a long-range kill. Medium long-range kill. Okay, it was a medium-range kill, but he still got it with the ice kills. So I'm kind of vindicated.
Sure, we'll go with that. Assassin's actually doing a great job from the card.
Yep, that's...
This gets them out of, this actually just gets them out of the trouble area. Like, that's the area that, like, they would want to fight in. Oh,
no, the trouble area is where Backbone decides it is, baby.
I mean, the cart's still continuing to move here. I mean, this is a lot of payload progress for free, essentially.
Yeah.
You lose Kalios, and, I mean, I think they just got to play closer together, or they have to contest this high ground. At this point, where the payload is, contest high ground. You see Kalios and crew. That's what they're looking to do right now.
How do you feel Spark has had? How do you feel he's gone this sort of series from map to map here?
Up and down.
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, look at that. Man makes his own escape route. Go snatch up some picnic baskets, get back in the fight. Kalio's getting frozen again. Backbone is trolling. He's trolling. Yeah, he's definitely trolling.
Very behind. Yeah, that's not great.
I don't mind. Look, I don't mind that, but I think there's a lot of pressure that forces the player from.
Would you categorize that as like a good defense there from London, though?
Well, yeah, they get what 2.5 minutes, right?
They burned some clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just seemed like once the Justice, they got the payload around the corner and out of underneath that underpass, it was just like a matter of time. And they gave so much of it away for free. Like, even when they dropped down to kind of like look at Assassin, he was so low, like 2-3 times. They probably could have finished him off. They just let him linger.
They're going to come in with some key ultimates here as the Justice. So this next fight is going to be quite interesting. Getting value out of Blizzard, probably pretty challenging because the Justice have no interest in committing all their team to the card. So here's that Blizzard. Assassin gets out just. Ooh, looks like he was knocked away.
He out of it?
Booped by Admiral, yeah. Oh, not ideal because he's back with a vengeance, but great timing from Admiral on that beat. And Hardy gives Kalios a knife. Landon's able to get away. Great spacing from Assassin there. Really shuts him down in the fight. Tough, I think, is Genji to not just get flash frozen in the middle of the enemy team. Decay takes a big hit there, some bleed damage, but nothing to write home about here as Backbone, the menace, is finally silenced.
I gotta say, this is one of our more chaotic series with this type of composition. You have players everywhere. I think Hadi here is on the, okay, we're gonna get a rampage up the stairwell. He's gonna go launching out of it. They're gonna end up winning that.
Okay.
So, it's like he came shot out of a cannon up here.
little aside, you notice Hardy's always chewing gum.
Yeah.
This actually turns out it's actually quite a good way of for some people anyway, for maintaining concentration. Sort of if you're.
Is that why Hadi chews it, or just he just happened to chew gum?
Well, I have to ask him. If I need to concentrate though, I will. Yeah.
This is a cost effect here.
Yo, we need more caustistics. Is that what it was? Scotistics?
Yeah, he had one on the pre-show where he was talking about all the quotes from the coaching staff said he didn't get.
Oh, yeah, I like that, actually. Yeah, the ones from the Gladiators, very solid stuff. Look, great looks from the Justice here as well. It's a brawl. No two ways about it here. But they're able to sort of bust through in a fight where support ultimates aren't really a factor. Landon would love to get rally value now, because the next time he's going to get a good one, well, he probably will have been able to build one up in the meantime. I want to see him use it and come out with it.
He'd almost have another one at this point.
Yes.
Krillin has another one at this point.
Okay.
All right, here
it is. Maybe, he might just be strictly trying to match. Well, if he matched, he would have used his one beforehand. I digress. Decent carnage hit there from Hardy. In the thick of things he is. Soundbearer comes out here. Admiral. Good timing. Hardy's under a lot of pressure, so he uses it to sort of bail out the JQ. And I mean, this is a great stop for the Spitfire. 1 minute left for the Justice now, and yeah, they got to back up.
I also think it's difficult to gauge or understand, like, you know, the support usage, ultimate usage, because I think teams use them in like multiple ways, right? We've seen teams that are a little bit more, you know, free with them, willing to use them to engage. Teams really holding on to them to combat that blade or rampage on the other side, or even just match support ult. So it could be that both of these teams can have an idea of how they want to use them, and it's just really like odd and mismatching, and that's
I think
why
like
we see some of that.
Defensively, sometimes you want to just sort of match ults. You don't want to get caught in a situation where, like, you've used rally, they disengage, and then they just rally back into you, and you actually don't have the option to disengage because you're on the card or something similar. So Decay gets slowed up a little bit there, taking a decent rail hit from Sparker. He's definitely had to play second fiddle when it comes to sort of taking a spotlight on Sojourn. As Decay gets a key kill yet again. You can always count on it somehow. 4v5 to the Spitfire. You never count them out of these situations, but they don't have support ultimates. So the Justice here, to what degree are they going to be forced to use some of these ults? Oh, there's your answer. Decay pops his here. Hardy's close to a rampage. If he can just hang on a little longer, it might be a way to bail themselves out of this fight. But Decay doesn't play with his food, apparently, nor do the rest of the Justice.
No, and especially it's so difficult when he's got that overclock and the disruptor shots in the corner. Forcing players in is... That is nice. I mean...
Pinpoint accuracy.
It's, obviously you lose Happy here for the Justice, which is a blow. Happy's a great addition to any team. But... you know, not many teams are able to lose a player like Happy and say, hey, we have the K to replace, right?
There's the blade coming in. Krillin low. Assassin going to pull one of his own here. It's an absolute bloodbath. Kalios removed by Landon though, and this is not where you want to be against the Dragon Blade. Assassin got 2 with 1 swing, I'm pretty sure. And Backbone cannot hang around. Here come the Justice. They are on the move. Shout out to @BenefitsBen on Twitter as well. Apparently, from Hardy's Discord, he does chew gum to concentrate as well. So, yeah, makes sense.
There you go. You were right. 1 for 1.
Yeah. That's what I do when I play TCGs. I always pop something because I, you know, need to get my brain, you know, churning.
I mean, you gotta be chewing whole packs at a time, probably. Hadi only needs 1 piece to stay focused.
Yeah, have you seen my jawline? That's what I do.
Rampage. Oh man.
Yeah,
that was massive there for Kalios.
And Rally was there for Landon. Admiral needs a sound barrier and he needs it stat. Fantastic Rampage coming back from Hardy, but who's really there to capitalize on it? It might buy a little bit of time, but that seems to be all. It'll get the Justice in overtime at the very least before the map's done. And that might just be enough. Big shout out. Throwbacks to Zephyr there from Backbone. I like it. I do.
And Admiral goes to beat there at the end and does not get it off. Gets killed as the beat is going down. You never want to see, you know, the Bastion come out on D there at the end. It's always a little bit of a sign of defeat.
But you told that to Jake.
But
told that to use Outlaws, man.
But you finally are, you know, maybe have an opportunity to kind of like save the day there with that beat at the end, and I believe he just gets taken out. Maybe in Decay, you actually ends up picking up that kill. So you don't get the use of the sound barrier there at the end of the London Spitfire, which maybe could have kept players in it to have that Bastion come out be effective, right? Never really had an opportunity to.
Getting maximum Overwatch today, aren't we? Another a run back here.
This series has been wild. This series had a little bit of everything this far.
The thing is, we're spending a lot of time discussing like things that seem strange to us that perhaps it overshadows a lot of the really good things that are also happening here. I mean, make no mistake, everybody, like this is a genuinely really solid series, very enjoyable to watch. It's just one that sort of provokes a lot of conversation around sort of timing and ult usage in this kind of metagame. So we take the chance to drill down.
Both of these teams could find their way to the Summer Showdown with how they played. So this is the blade that I believe you said gets 2 with 1 swipe here. So I believe he's actually going to end up with both supports here in a sec. Yeah.
Again, I mean, tough place to really be fighting. They just found that probably a few players were trying to play around the mega, I would say, and ended up walking straight into the trap.
They on offense.
Do we need to do this again?
Well, so the May on defense, you're able to like actually get into those situations and really like force those fights to that part of the map because of the you know, May wall and where the cart's going to go and playing defense. Like the Justice aren't exactly like beholden to fight where the London Spitfire want.
Long range kills, Matthew.
I mean, look, that's nice. I mean, there's nothing I can even say about it. I mean, that is just a fantastic shot by Backbone that just opens it off. As yeah, he's going to be able to get high ground now. Because the May, you obviously don't want to play like May in like long range scenarios, right? You want to play like closer together, and like this type of the area where the card is moving through. They're not exactly in these larger open areas, but making it work.
Again, I think if your comp wants to punish the enemy queen a bit more, then it kind of makes sense, right? Tougher for Kalios here. If he walks up, he can get walled and picked off. You constantly have to think about that. It's just annoying. London have a great way of just having obnoxious things built into their composition. They've done it all year, I'd say. That's how you get those dubs. That's not 10 and 6 for no reason. Okay, off angle here. Disrupt the shot. That rail doesn't quite hit. Backbone. Yeah. Definitely extends pretty deep for that one, but he can ice block. It's no big deal. Who's coming in from the side? But Krillin trying to knock some sense into Backbone here. Decay also in his face. So he wants a moment of privacy. Backbone throws up the ice wall. Oh my goodness. You may not like it, but this is what peak human performance looks like, Matthew.
This is where you want to fight.
Human performance.
This is where you want to fight if you have the May. You want to get in these close quarters with the May and the Brig and the Queen and just start swinging for the fences. Poor opener. He ain't going to make it out. Yeah, that's tough. It's going to have some cart progress here, but more importantly, some high ground control here for the London Spitfire. So they got a lot of ultimates here. They can start setting themselves up to put a pretty good time because the Justice, although they finished actually with no time in the bank.
That's right. I mean, geez, yeah, imagine the Spitfire actually finished with a bit of a bank. That's.
This ends now.
It looks like the Justice a little unsure what to do about the May. Again, maybe we weren't expecting to see it on offense. Perhaps they were in the same boat. Spark are buying a lot of time. I mean, the Justice here getting forced back in a big way. This allows the Spitfire to move the cart. I mean, if it was being moved, it is now again being attended to. That's a Krillin rally, and Decay just gets absolutely flattened. Sparker comes over the top there. Love this target focus. Very, very effective here for the London Spitfire. Hardy goes straight after Assassin. Opener is purple and down. He dies eventually to the bleed damage. This is scary stuff for the Washington Justice, Matt. They are having this game taken out of their hands.
And I think what we've seen from the Justice, too, is that Kalios and Assassin have both been very aggressive all throughout. Oh, nice cap there. They've been really aggressive. And the May, I don't know if Backbone's had like the best series that we've seen from him on Genji, but with the May, it's just a very defensive-oriented pick, which makes it even more costly, right, for the likes of Assassin and Kalios to, be aggressive. And if he really kind of messes up the pacing there and kind of like decision-making and just creates a little bit more uncertainty in terms of what the Justice are going to do, then it's a super impactful pick.
Oh, you're kidding me. Can he get away? Okay. Kalios able to back up, but only just. Backbone now threatening from long range. Not sure about if there's anyone above them. Assassin has carte blanche in terms of playing high ground here, as the Spitfire don't have anything to really contest that. Sorry. That two halves of Assassin just go careening past us there. Decay's able to get
Sparker with this.
Oh, Sparker! Great spacing.
Keep him off.
Able just to get back. Yeah, that's incredible. He was hit by that Rampage, of course, and now Backbone gets up close enough. This Blizzard starts to become a lot scarier, Matthew. 3:44 on the clock, just quietly. And a wall you can't break. So get out of town! The London Spitfire have 440 for the run back with May on Gibraltar.
Just when you think they're like dead, it's like the Undertaker meme where he just like sits back up and just looks and like they
just blinks at you a couple times. Yeah.
440 on the clock. I mean, obviously they get the extension, so the Justice get a little bit of time, but man, the May really impactful there, and I think just making the Justice second guess themselves in terms of how aggressive they want to get, and I think it's really made it like difficult for them to decide like when they want to engage and whatnot, and how aggressive Assassin can play.
Hardy is, he's scary, man. He currently leads his team in damage, or very close to. He's even with Sparker, so he's done the same amount of damage. He's 10-5 final blows to deaths. By comparison, Kalios, 3 final blows, 10 deaths. 10 deaths for Kalios.
Well,
sometimes he's playing a little aggressively, but more often than not, he's getting walled off and run down.
He has to be aggressive and try and push the pace, and we've already seen him getting like picked out. And then you add the May in the mix, and it just makes it, it just amplifies that, right?
I mean, almost half of Hardy's eliminations, by the way, have involved a hit from his Carnage, from that axe. Whereas for Kalios, out of his 21 final blows, only 4 Carnage kills. So Hardy's getting value, and I think it's got a lot to do with the Jagged Blade connections as well. He has slightly more accuracy. It's nothing crazy. It's like 23% accuracy for Hardy's Jagged Blade there, but you get that ability pretty frequently. It's like Hook, just throw it out.
Yeah, for a second it sounded like you were saying Hardy's Dragon Blade, which I was like, just want to confirm to everybody, Hardy not playing
Dragon Blade, and now Jagged Blade.
Yep.
Oh, well.
The last thing Junker Queen needs.
You're not getting that one back.
Well, yep.
This is not ideal. And now with that rig, you don't want to drop anymore.
Yeah, but it can become ideal, though. You have this May wall that you can place here and still
look at who's come around. Look who's come around.
Well, I was okay with it when you were fighting in parts of the map that it made sense. Out in the open, trying to pretend that May is Ashe, I wasn't totally on board with it. Totally wasn't sold on that plan.
Lennon's back in the fight, Matt, so they able to get their players in position, but they've lost perhaps the centerpiece of this little arrangement. Backbone's down, Decay finds it, another pick, the guy's mad. And he means business. In overtime now, Decay a little bit low, is able to get back though, as Lennon gets in his face and gives up his life in order to do so. The Spitfire look very rough around the edges. And the Justice are going to slap them down. They're going to get this first checkpoint here. So that's 4-3 now, as overtime will be going for the rest of this round.
Yep, and see, it looks like Krillin gonna be the one who's gonna stay back. Be on cart duty is. You can't panic here if you're London. You still have 440 in the time bank. That is an eternity in terms of time. You have to just come in here, play a strategic good fight. This Backbone is now switched over to the Genji, so want to avoid this Mei pick here late.
Assassin Blade. And again, Admiral has some good timing for the sound barrier here. Can't complain about that. Decay's able to break through eventually and get through landed. This pressure from Backbone is a problem though. Deflect, of course, was pretty scary for him, but Admiral perhaps extends a little bit too far, and I cannot believe it. I'm watching the Justice. They're going to extend their stint on the card here. Decay licking his lips, he's far from sated.
And they have their sound barrier here for this next fight for the Justice. So you think if you're the Spitfire, you probably don't even challenge this because you have players still coming off a spawn. So that's going to be a point B checkpoint take here for the Justice. I think you really worry if you're the Spitfire, if you end up going in with this Blade and they have that beat and it gets kind of countered, and you know, in those neutrals, Decay's been finding picks constantly.
Oh man, what a run so far for the Justice. Can they be stopped? They still have a sound barrier, so Backbone opts not to extend this. I think the Spitfire realized, hang about, this is getting away from it.
I was like, you have the beat to counter the Blade, then Decay's been finding picks in the neutral, and he gets another pick. And London's kind of stuck here in the middle of no man's lane. They're going to have to try and run or get out of here, but it looks like they could get collapsed on.
They're getting punished here every single time they put a foot wrong. The Justice are actually able to exploit that.
They're trying to rally just to live it out.
And at least they do, but can we get any more value from this? Here's a Rampage on the 3. That's got to be a game winner, surely. Krillin is down. Kalios can't heal here. Yeah, he's out of the picture now. The Justice make an astonishing run in overtime, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is about as good as you can ask for, given the situation there for the Justice. What, just a minute on the clock, right? On being able to push the payload all the way past second checkpoint, like almost fully around this corner. So even if it gets that last, end of the map, you still have that very powerful corner with the high ground to fight from. 440 though for the Spitfire. That is a lot of time to be able to make this happen. Do you think they switched it up and they went to the Genji there towards the end? Do you think they stay on the Genji, or do they go to the Mei again? Like, what do you think we see here?
I'd almost prefer to see them play the Mei on offense here, because
really,
you can still threaten, you can still pressure Kalios down. Yeah, like as long as Decay doesn't just bash your brains in from long range. I think the threat that Mei's generating here is kind of novel, and the Justice may or may not have sort of managed to suss it out yet. So 4 minutes 40 on the clock to finish the map. I don't hate it. Not even finish the map really, right? It's most of the way, in fairness, but think about how effortlessly London were able to do it last time around. I don't see why you change anything from that initial offense map, because it worked like a treat.
True. I mean, you were pretty effective with the Mei. I just think it's a little bit safer long-term to go with that Genji setup. So, phone buys Assassin.
Yeah, tell me more. And he's on the Mei. Christmas has come early for me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie. This is very pleasing. Kalios gets chopped here. Trying to play up close and personal. Nice job by Decay, doing, again, what we sort of mentioned from long range. Make use of that space. The Spitfire basically have to concede they can't do too much to keep tabs on Decay, so they're going to have to accept that eventually they're going to get picked off.
It gets, like, London virtually nothing, though. You get that nice snipe out of the spawn, and you get some damage out on Kalios, but everybody's able to get out with their life because Decay is here on the high ground.
Decay does have to operate at very high efficiency here, but I mean, he's doing exactly what you ask of him right now. Making use of that space, that's another pick off here. So yeah, I mean, so your question about whether you switch to the Genji, that is a question of whether or not London respects what Decay is currently doing to them right now.
I mean, they should. He has been crazy good, and the clutch, right, and being able to come up with these kills that evens the odds. So I think London's really kind of gotten their success on more of like a team effort, playing this really brawly style around this Mei, not as much with the flashy plays from Sparker or Backbone on the Genji. So this is where I'm interested how the Justice attack. Like, they don't need to be the aggressors here down into this like pit, so to speak. They just need to kind of play around this corner, make London be the team that engages with the May. It's going to be way harder for them to do that.
Yeah, it's not been working nearly as well this time around. Perhaps the element of surprise was what helped it become so effective. And yet, Mr. Bone comes out of spawn, still on May. Hoping that Blizzard will be enough to break their way through here. But now the question of finishing the map or sort of, reaching the Justice's goal is a little bit more doubtful. They've almost lost half of their time bank here. Got 2 minutes off so far, and they're not really doing too much to threaten the Justice's positions right now. Decay is looking very safe, and Backbone again blown up before his feet even touch the ground.
I was going to say, you're a Decay shot away from now. This is a tremendous hold here from the Justice, where 4:40 was on the clock, right? But I think this is kind of the game you play. Like, you don't exactly have the same type of play style where what do you do with this Blizzard, right? It's not like a blade where you can use it from multiple angles. I mean, here we go, another headshot.
Decay is having his way with your team now. Yeah. He is doing what needs to be done. Yeah, you don't respect this man? I guess this is what happens. The Spitfire want to take a close fight, but look at this disengage. The Justice are slippery. They're hard to catch. They keep giving Decay this kind of space, and they back out when they have to. 1 minute 28 left, London. I'm sure you're aware, but I thought I'd mention it anyway. Rally from Landon. They want to start a fight. The Justice say, I don't think so. Big rampage there, Matthews. Gonna have to be a sound barrier from Admiral, you'd think. Comes in a little late, but it's gonna be there, and no one is felled. Yeah, Kalios has slept. Excuse me, frozen. Good heavens, what meta is this? He is frozen.
Yeah, Blizzard could
sleeping with the ice fishies, I guess.
Can they keep this going? You're gonna have this blade from Assassin. You just need Kalios to get back.
Okay. Rampage catches Assassin here, so a little bit risky for him to try and play around this blade. Yep, that's how much damage that gun does up close. It is quite astonishing. So the Spitfire finally get to force the Justice to sort of stand and deliver, but I mean, they're going to be in a lengthy overtime as well. It doesn't feel good for the Spitfire at all.
I mean, 4:40 on the clock now, down to 20 seconds here, and you've burned all your ultimates to get to this point. Krillin's going to have another rally here. You're in a perfect spot to set up for a really strong defense for the Justice as you lose Kalios here in the high ground.
Not good. Sparker, though, finally gets to come alive, though, with a key pick early on. Decay's definitely been dominating the scoreboard in that aspect, at least.
All right, but you're still in a good spot, though, if you're the Justice. Yeah, you can probably wait a little bit. Yep. Force this fight here in the open with the rally. You're still in a fantastic spot.
Known Justice. Sell out. Matt Morello here. Clinging to hope. Oh, there it is. Sparker finds another. Excellent. Decay picked off here at long rounds. That's what you want for the Spitfire if you want to keep this run going. Krillin trying to put himself in between Kalios. Oh, man. Nicely done. He keeps the Junker Queen alive. Take a bow, Washington Justice. What an attacking round in overtime to go as far as they did. And they turn around and shut the Spitfire down. A well-deserved map win.
Yeah, the Spitfire have they've given them some opportunities to win, like really good chance to win like a map like Midtown and then here, right? With finishing with better times than the Justice, but just nothing in their second attempts on offense as the Justice defense turns up when it matters.
No doubt about it. That's going to be a hit to the morale for the London Spitfire, who need to win the next one. Again, they're looking pretty good, but they have eyes on that berth at LAN, and a win here is going to be very important to secure that for both sides. Stick around, everybody. Who knows how this one's going to go?
Do you have any pets? If yes, what kind and names?
말티즈 조그마한 강아지 하나 한 마리 키우고 있고요. 이름은 짱이입니다.
I have 2 dogs in New York, one named Brooklyn and one named Betsy. I love them to death.
강아지랑 고양이 다 있는데 강아지 이름은 콩이고요.
I have 2 dogs. One's named Lily, one's named Rosie. They're both Chihuahuas.
고양이 이름은 이제 호두, 마루, 체리 이렇게 세 마리 있습니다.
애완동물 강아지 한 마리 키우고 있고요. 이름은 공주입니다.
I have 2 pets back home in Illinois. 2 Chihuahuas, Chip and Grace. Really sweet dogs.
저는 집에 강아지 포메라니안 한 마리 키우고요. 이름은 소미, 약간 솜사탕 같이 생겨가지고 소미라고 지었습니다.
애완동물 골든 리트리버 키우고 있고요. 이름은 로아입니다.
Well, the favorite is probably going to be Lily. The other one's kind of aggressive, but Lily's like the opposite.
Welcome back, everybody, to quite the stoush between the Washington Justice and the London Spitfire. Both teams with their sights set on Toronto. Neither willing to give an inch there on Watchpoint Gibraltar. It was the Washington Justice who went all the way, almost all the way, in overtime with a big push across the map. And even with 4 minutes and 40 seconds, Spitfire could not come close to matching it, Matthew.
Yeah, I was going to say, London's got to really dig themselves out of this hole, because you look at how the series has gone this far, right? They win map number 1. It looks like smooth sailing, you know. They have the better time in map number 2. The Justice come up clutch. They have the better time in map number 3. The Justice come up clutch. As you know, London's got to be fortunate they're like still in the series, because if you remember, like that second point of Oasis was really close, and it was like Assassin and Krillin using like Blade and Rally, and somehow London able to flip that fight, turn it on its head, and win it. Because that's a fight that I think you kind of play that, you know, 10 more times. I think that the Justice have a massive advantage, probably win it. You know, that's probably like, you know, 70% chance, 80% chance they win that, and London able to pull off a, you know, crazy turn of events and win that fight.
I mean,
you don't know what happens there. Yeah, you don't know what happens there in map number 1. Yeah.
2 4-5 score lines for the last 2 maps here, which means we went to overtime and it was still pretty close there. So, look, this is going to be taking its toll on both teams. It's exhausting, you know, going to overtime on so many of these maps and playing some really intense team fights, right? A lot of the time predicated by what the Sojourns can do at the start of them. And say what you like about Decay, Matthew, but today he's been crucial and being a huge component of what takes the wind out of the Spitfire's sails at the beginning of these fights, these early picks, these headshots with the railgun, especially on Backbone when the Spitfire tried to attack with that May in overtime or an extra innings, and it did not work.
This series is so hard to predict as well. Even coming into it, like when they asked who I had in the series, I was like, man, this is a complete toss-up. Gotta ride with my boy Danny Lim, though. Never wrong. The prediction god of the truck. He's seen something today in the Justice that I actually, you know, in seriousness, I actually probably would have taken London in the series. Like, I actually thought that, like, in the long run.
So,
but I didn't, which makes it look awesome because Danny is just so.
It does. It looks awesome until I asked why you chose them.
Because Danny's very influential. I thought it was a bit of a toss-up series, and you know, Danny's just got those positive vibes, right? Where, you know, he really believed it. I was kind of on the fence a little bit because look, even when the Justice play well, I think they're harder for me to trust in a way.
Yep.
Where looking out, have they played over the last few, like, you know, games and whatnot? They really haven't given me a reason, like, not to trust them. Like, they've been pretty consistent, right?
So you're saying they've earned your trust back?
It's starting to grow on me a bit.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah,
starting to grow on me a bit. Yeah. So,
you know what else grows on people? Barnacles. Just saying. Like it.
Coliseo's up next.
I don't think I've ever seen someone with a barnacle growing on them. Just to be clear. Oh, no, I don't think I've seen like it growing on. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. Okay. So I feel like we haven't actually seen this map in a minute, right? But
it feels like a while.
Not a whole lot has changed, right? Obviously, a very sort of different metagame, and there's much less flanking going on via traces. And yeah, there's a lot more incentive to sort of run headlock at your opponents here. The Justice showed us some great disengages against that May-based composition from the Spitfire last map. they might have to do it again. They need to find a way to deal with the fact that very likely Backbone's going to be coming in here with the May trying to punish Kalios for playing forward.
And you have to think that if you are the Justice and you see this May early, you kind of get in that long fight in the corridor, being able to disengage is going to be huge, right? You're able to disengage, you know, it's going to be costly in terms of like HP pools of players to get in for the Spitfire. And then you think that's when you can kind of take advantage, especially with, you know, Assassin getting in there, picking up some kills, and you know, Decay to distance as looks like they want to guard on a little bit of flank. They got spotted though, and gonna hide for a second, then go back around. But you see Assassin, he's actually jumping over those windows. He's actually able to spot this pretty easily.
The barriers also aren't particularly opaque on that right-hand side, so it's possible even the Justice here or see a glimpse of what is going to happen. It may not really help. Again, Backbone tries to come forward. He realizes, I don't know if I love this wall, but he's still able to work his way in there and start to put pressure on Krillin. This is scary. The Justice have to deal with this, May, all map long, and they don't have easy ways of just disengaging and like trying to punish it. The sidelines aren't always going to benefit Decay.
No, and Krillin ends up in a really tough spot. I think he like kind of gets hit with a disruptor shot as well, so can't get out as fast, and he ends up trying to just fight. It does not work as he gets taken out. Everything kind of like falls apart. We'll see if the London Spitfire decide to back off and make the Justice kind of come down and fight in this area of the map.
Decay again, looking for longer sightlines if possible. A pick on a Brig, Lucio, that would be incredible for him at this point. Not a whole lot presenting itself at the moment here. Yeah, there it is, Hardy. Okay, Open able to pressure him down. Eventually, the Justice just get in a good spot. And Backbone, despite being present in this fight somewhat, is not able to get value from a longer engagement, which is kind of what you expect from May here. But the back line of the Spitfire steps up. It has to be a commanding shout from Kalios here to try and stabilize things. Almost got out of hand for the Justice, but they will prevail.
Yeah, you know, maybe London, you could have thought about using a support ult there to keep things going, especially because you know how far behind Krillin has to be in terms of that rally, because he died so early in that previous fight. But they're going to come back. They're going to have another fight here before the barrier of the Justice gets around this corner.
Assassin dash there. Purposely, I think, try to get close to the Junker Queen or behind him. That May's so annoying for Assassin. Not much he can do, though. Yeah, it just means he can't go as far forward as he would have liked to otherwise. Decay has Overclock on deck. A real dearth of targets, to be honest, but now he has that high ground position. That'll be contested by Sparker, and yeah, commanding shout means that he can get a little bit more aggressive. I think it was a rally in play was what made him extra durable. This is going to be a real pendulous kind of game, Matthew. Backbone, there's a Blizzard in play here. The bot's already headed back towards neutral.
Well, Krillin's going to rally, so you have a little bit of extra sustain here for the Justice. Do you decide to Blizzard this? Oh, you don't even need it as Kalios gets really low.
Very close, but the Justice aren't able to get the lead on this push by the looks of things, so they'll be back on the defensive in a moment, especially with Opener being removed by Lennon and Assassin just stalling. Here we go, back to the middle of the map.
The May is going to be tough to break in areas like that, right? Where these, like, you know, pillars and columns, you're able to just play around and use that ice wall, and it fits just about perfectly in terms of splitting it off. Oh, man, it's going to be tough for the Justice to be able to get this going. Like, you look at, like, how many meters, like, each team has gone, it doesn't seem like a lot, but determining how many fights the Justice is going to need to win, it's going to be hard.
This is a grind, but, I mean, what a beautiful way to crack this one wide open. It's a big rampage from Hardy. Just as, you know, the bot rounds the corner into more open part of the map, he's able to get good value out of that, and they might be able to circumvent that sort of high ground advantage here for the Justice. You know, a lot of teams don't like to sort of push into this spot as attackers. Well, with the bot getting under the bridge now, the Spitfire can sort of keep it moving by standing on the bridge itself. Spark, a big hit there on Decay, is going to keep his head down for the moment. Butt scratch might be on the cards, Matthew. Feeling the itch?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get it. Looks like the Justice are okay with giving it up as well.
I wonder why they're so...
Well, if they would have jumped down and fought here, you thought that the Blizzard would have been like a perfect thing to drop.
And they have Rampage as well.
A rally here?
Well, here's that Rampage anyway. Yeah, pretty nice one. Still...
Use the Blizzard after to kind of counter players coming in.
Oh, the Justice are not looking quite as sharp as they did in the previous map. The Rampage was great. It's a fight winner in almost every other situation. But the Blizzard, I think, makes it impossible for the Justice to come forward and punish the anti-heal. So this bot, he might go back a little bit, right? But I'm pretty sure the Spitfire are just going to be back in the driver's seat all over again.
Yeah, they are, and they got the the checkpoint, right? So the barrier is just going to start pushing right after this, where Assassin's got a blade, Admiral has the sound barrier to match this. It's the Justice. They make this around the corner up onto that high ground. I mean, the Spitfire. It's going to be so hard for the Justice to come back, especially like I mentioned, battling against that May and some of these chokes. Just like the May doesn't even like win you the fight; it just draws the fight out so long.
Assassin tries to get away from Backbone. Doesn't want to deal with being frozen right now. Probably needs to be a blade pretty soon. And so it comes. Admiral, is he quick enough? No, he's not.
He saves it. They're all so
get a chance
low.
to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, no. He would have popped it there. He 100% would have died before he actually even like got people the effects of it. So ends up deciding to hold it there. You've got a lot of progress in terms of the barrier. Like I mentioned, look at where London is setting up. It's a perfect spot for May to fight.
Yeah, they really want to spend most of the round in this neutral position, especially Matt after having almost 100 meters of progress as attackers. So this really does suit the Spitfire. The Justice want to move this along quickly if they possibly can. 2 fight wins in a row would be huge, but Decay, I think he got wedged in a May wall there. Wasn't able to escape. Hardy has a rampage now, but just no real reason to use it. The Spitfire should be back in command again. I feel like I've said that a few times, but the Justice having problems stringing together multiple fight wins on this map, and it shows when it comes to the scoreboard.
And I think if you look at this series, if the Justice are able to steal this one, that's really what it would feel like, is a steal, because the London Spitfire, obviously they win map 1. They're up in the time bank in both map 2 and 3, and the Justice are able to clutch up. And here you see how strong they've really been, right? As the Justice have not really had an opportunity in this push to get anything going. It's actually an awesome sign for the Justice, like for even the future, that they're able to battle back
out of those situations.
Like yeah.
And like it's not even reasonable to expect it from them 3 maps in a row. But that's what they're going to have to do if they want to avert a map 5 scenario. Hardy?
Sometimes it's more important though to be able to like win like without playing your best, right? Like the Shock, there are probably numerous series where like they're not completely on their game, but they're able to find a way to win. London completely backs out here. Yeah, they wrap around. So looks like they want to try and I think they want to probably when the bot gets underneath this bridge right here, yeah, they want to come out and just fight.
All right, who do they go for first here? Sparker, playing from an off angle actually. Does get rampaged, but shoots Kalios in the back of the head as he comes charging on through. Hardy and Landon able to survive the anti-heal phase, and they trade up. I mean, there's no way the Justice are winning this map now. This is absolutely dominant stuff from London.
They can't get through these chokes that the May can just hold and operate. It's so difficult, and there's nothing they can really do to match that, right? You're not gonna play your own May. You're not gonna play like Echo or anything like that. Like you're just gonna kind of try and brute force this Genji on through. That's a big headshot though from Decay. Could open things up for a bit.
Yeah, that's real nice. Spitfire want to disengage here. Fair enough too. This is, I can't see the incentive for them fighting short-handed in a situation like this.
They'll wait for the May to come back.
Reset to neutral where they're stronger.
Yeah, and Backbone has Blizzard, right? And you have your beat, so no real worry here if you're the London Spitfire. They can play exactly from these chokes that they want to.
That map 5 looking real likely right about now. The Justice have really one chance, one real legitimate chance, and it's going to have to require them to win probably 3 or 4 fights in a row, including this one. Blizzard down, Blades in play right now for Assassin as Sparker is taken down by the Disruptor shot on the fringes of the engagement. It's Assassin's Blade that strikes true here. So with all the spend from the Spitfire, they still come off second best.
Now it gets a little bit more interesting. So, I mean, what? You're going to have another fight probably before the checkpoint. The spot's going to move really slow. Oh, well, you get Sparker, so maybe that forces London to wait a little bit. I mean, this would... the Spitfire losing this here and the Justice running this all the way back would just be pretty much an accurate description of how the whole series has gone, right? Where London gets out to these like big early leads and then gives it away at the end. Because you don't have a blade on the other side, right? If you're the Justice dealing against this. It allows you to use the sound barrier a little bit more freely, but ideally the sound barrier after Hottie hits a rampage. No, I mean, that's a huge shot there. Sparker finally able to get the first blood. Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, the sword cuts both ways. More often than not, it's been, you know, Sparker on the receiving end of that kind of play here. But, yeah, with London in control of the bot here, when time ticks down will mean that the round essentially would just end there and then. Yeah, no overtime tick there for the Justice. So the Spitfire, even the series up. Dominant performance here on Colosseo. The May gets them a lot of value. There are really very few parts of the map where the Justice looked advantaged in any of those fights.
Yeah, NDK has an overclock there at the end when Sparker finds that kill. So huge kill there from Sparker to open things up. The May really impactful here on Colosseo to send us to a Game 5.
Been almost a 2-hour series here, ladies and gentlemen. This one really going all the way. Maximum Overwatch for you here first up on a Sunday. Stick around to see who will prevail. The Spitfire, can they get 2 in a row here and end it, or will the Justice outsmart them once more? A lot of map 5s recently for the Washington Justice here, but some decent signs throughout the series for them. Unfortunately, none of those seem to show on Colosseo, which was a one-sided affair. In fact, all of the Spitfires winning maps, I want to say we're pretty one-sided. The Justice have had to work hard to get the series to this point.
They really have, as this is one that I think it really could have been over and really either way at this point. But this series has been extended for so long. As we go to Ilios here, our final map in the set. Some opportunities to play some maybe for the London Spitfire. I think that's where they've been pretty successful, specifically on Coliseum in Gibraltar. You know, it all depends on like kind of what the rollout in terms of points is that we get, but
yeah, you don't get a good.
It'll be well here
first
first.
stage.
Probably not great on well, right? You're really looking at probably like a Lighthouse in particular here.
Yeah, you can do it on. You can do it on Ruin as well. I obviously
Ruins
Ilios is
May on Ruins just
yeah, you play that right side a little bit if you can. Trap people.
That's
on,
like a
you can still trap
you know,
people.
you're in comp and you see your teammate go May on
it's not.
Ruins.
It's not good, but I don't think like mate.
You're tabbing out.
Gibraltar is the most.
Away
Gibraltar is like the longest sightline map that we have, and we still got May there. So you know, do I think it's like theoretically great? No, I don't. Nor does Backbone apparently, which is maybe that's for the best here. It does mean that he has to match Assassin, whose Genji has been approaching League or West best at least, best in the West, as we've got some pretty nutty Genji players over in the East. In all fairness, it's been very impressive so far. Let's see Backbone on the Genji now to match him. Here we go. Ilios is where map 5 goes down. The Washington Justice. They got a sold-out watch party at HQ. People coming from as far as Philadelphia, a couple hours away. So they're hoping to leave happy.
And this would be a huge win for both of these teams, like whoever wins this in terms of their Summer Showdown qualification. So, like I think the Deaths mentioned, this series extremely important for both teams here. And it goes to 5.
Lane.
Oh, yeah.
You know that's about to be really nice if you can just get that boop a little earlier. Assassin strikes first, but Landon.
Nice whip shot.
Yep. Dispatches him in the bluntest of fashions. Note, though, the Justice have already captured the point because the Spitfire want to play inside that low room. Even though they don't really have the May, that's just where they prefer to be. And, oh dear. Backbone caught out in the open map.
At this point, so easy to just hold and contest for ages. So look at this. I mean, Decay getting right up in the mix on the Sojourn. So 25% and counting here for the Justice as they win that first fight. See what they decide to do. They want to get really aggressive. They kind of like push up through the choke here, and this may just be for a temporary period of time here, just to scout gain a little bit of info.
Yes, just in case, you know, Backbone has switched to May. They have some early warning, and I like that. He didn't do it, though. Justice already almost 50% here, though. That first fight made a big difference, especially because they capped the point before they even started fighting it with the Junker Queen set up. Pretty insane.
You say
knows there's some pressure on the left side.
You saw him just look down there for a second. A lot of Sojourn starting to use that Disruptor shot as like a deterrent for a push, right? So if Backbone would have got close, would have used it, but that time Backbone gets a little bit too close and Decay finishes him off.
Oh man, Sparky goes down here as well for Justice again. They want to play close together, especially without Genji in the mix anymore. The London Spitfire have a sum total of 1 final blow on this map so far, and that came from Landon of all people. A horrific start to this map 5 for the Spitfire, and they have one more chance to make something happen on this round.
And if you're London, you may not get a Blade, you may not get a Rampage, an Overclock in this first offensive round. About as bad as it can get. Oh, and Kalios with a knife in the middle of the sky takes out Backbone.
I don't know how he found that connection. Either way, Backbone has been getting absolutely ranched this map. Dragon Blade here for Assassin. Backbone doesn't have his yet. He'll be on the long walks back to the fight. Just pressure Landon down. Thinks Assassin as he gets hit by the Rampage, but the sound barrier is pretty timely. Means that for the most part, that anti-heal can be shrugged off. Backbone's back, Blade's ready to go, and here he is. Enters with a flourish, comes out the other side of Krillin, and he gets the job done here. The Spitfire are now in the game.
And now, as this fight's gone in favor of London, look at this. I mean, you have a Blade and Overclock, nothing on the other side, right? Maybe you can kind of use those, whether it's in tandem or kind of like alternate what fight. You can see a path for London to steal this first point with ease, with how much Washington just kind of depleted everything in that fight. You're really looking at like Decay or Assassin. It's really been Decay who's been constantly able to come up with these first picks.
And hey, Backbone didn't have to use that blade in that previous fight here, so Spitfire definitely can ration some of these abilities and turn it into a bit more of an imposing percentage total. Krillin, Spidey senses must have been tingling there as he quickly shield bashes away. Backbone unsuccessful in finding any target and realizes he needs to dig a little deeper. Oh, I mean, by deep, I guess he just found the rock bottom as a basement, because that blade gets... I mean, he just waved at them menacingly. The Justice flipped the point back. By the way, horrific stuff here for the Spitfire. They're at least able to get rid of Decay, Matthew, but how do they make their way in here?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Backbone thought that they had a support ultimate to use there. In combination, it'll be the Spitfire flip the point back now.
I am confused, I will admit. So the Spitfire just
this is not a good spot for the Spitfire to fight from, yeah.
And yet Kalios doesn't really want any of that smoke. He backs away. He's been so aggressive all series. This time, though, decides to play it a little safer. As the Justice, yeah, they still have the lead, but...
Krillin's got this rally.
Oh, there it is. Decay on Backbone. Seeing that a lot. Look at the space the guy's got. Admiral's not even looking at him. Yep. Okay. Free and easy there for the Justice in that last fight, and that'll be the round. The London Spitfire need to shake themselves out of this stupor because it was a pretty brutal beginning to the round. It's someone we've been highlighting so much, Matt. Hardy has been really impactful over the course of this series on that Junker Queen. Very, very quiet in that round. And getting picked off there while we're on board with Backbone, that kind of heralds the end of the round. Krillin leads his team in final blows, by the way. He's 6-1 on Brig.
It's tough, I feel like, for the Junker Queen, especially on a map like, well, I think even here on Ruins, to just be able to get in on their own and be healthy. It's just a large gap that you're going to have to close. So I don't think you can put it all on Hardy, but man, what a win this would be for the Justice is, oh man, the Backbone May here on Ruins. What a win this would be for the Justice.
Your title.
And what a loss this would be for the Spitfire in the sense that the Spitfire, they have a 1-0 lead. They kind of have large time banks in maps 2 and 3 and end up losing both of those, right? Allowing the Justice to stay in the series, and the Justice just coming up clutch time and time after again. And a map like this or a match like this really determines or could help somebody qualify for the Summer Showdown or not. Be a massive win for the Justice. Kalios so low. They're not able to finish him off though.
Yeah, I mean, Backbone goes for the Mega, I think. Living dangerously, you probably realized, hang on, I'm in the front line here and I'm facing down a Junker Queen. Perhaps I could just consider backing up a little bit there, or maybe Hardy was calling for some peel or some support. Either way, London lose a pretty straightforward neutral fight there, even though May is sort of firing on all cylinders. She's kind of doing what you expect her to. The Justice started another lead here, and man, the momentum, the balance of power really shifting into the favor of Washington here.
It's tough, I would say, as well, like, mental-wise, to battle back from, obviously, you win Coliseum in commanding fashion, but still, in the back of your mind, having those two maps and the way you kind of lost those, could be tough.
Oh, yeah, there's no way it doesn't, you don't think about it, right? Tell yourself you don't, but it's in the back of your mind, surely. Just poke damage here right now. Those healing resources being tested by both sides, and there ain't enough healing in the world to save Backbone from what just befell him. Decay drills him. Assassin. What's the... Yeah, I needed the cooldown. Oh, man. 1 second away from Swift Strike, Matt. Just a little too late. Doesn't matter, though. The Justice still chilling. Bing chilling, in fact. 52% and counting now, so Spitfire look to try and bring things back, and Admiral might be on taxi duty here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you lose Sparker Light, though, so probably going to get up to like 70, 75%. Or you're looking at, like, this is like potentially last best shot here for the Spitfire. Backbone now over to the Genji here, so with the new DPS,
that smells like defeat.
Keep some of that ultimate charge, which is massive.
I mean, it is important. The Blade will be crucial if he can get there, Matt. There's not much round left if the Spitfire don't win this very next fight, and they have to do it up against Assassin's Blade. It's 5 ults they're dealing with, let's just be honest. Here comes the rally from both sides. Decay, safe vantage point as always, presiding over the fight at a distance. And Admiral's gone down early. Here's the Blade coming in from Assassin. Spark is in deep trouble. Assassin has the sound barrier on him, and Admiral never had a chance to use his 95% and counting. Now the London Spitfire gets so close in this series to making it look easy, but the Justice It's inch by inch, they claw things back, and now the Spitfire are at risk of losing it all. Assassin gets away, can he get the Mega? He can, Kalio's gonna come in with the Rampage now, he catches Admiral, but the sound barrier already got used. Backbone's seen better days, but Decay firing across the barrel. It's a broadside onto Admiral, who again is removed early in the fight. Overtime is ticking down, and that's that! The Spitfire with 4 players can't get close enough. And this is a series that looks more like a rug being pulled out from under London. The Justice go to overtime. In the 2 payload type maps, they get blown out in Colosseo. But when it comes to Ilios, they find the reserves of power they need to close up the series. And it's a backbreaker for the Spitfire.
Man, and this is a series that is so impactful in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. And the Justice pull out a gutsy win here, man. As you take a look at the series score, and we talk about it, how London wins map 1. Tremendous time banks in map 2 and 3. The Justice battle back. The Justice kind of get dominated there on Colosseo. Does not phase them, as they are ending up taking Ilios in pretty commanding fashion. As I gotta tell you, that's a huge win for the London Spitfire, for the Washington Justice, just in terms of like overall confidence in the season, right? This is a series that like you would have thought where, you know, when the times get tough or maybe you're not playing your best, that the Justice just end up losing. But this team really battled throughout this series. Thought it was a really great win.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned, I think even last week, made a tweet saying, look, he just has to shout out the mental fortitude that his team has shown, especially with some of the changes being made to that particular roster. But this team is making it work with this set of 5 players, right? Assassin's making this just sort of prodigal son level comeback now and showing us this incredible Genji play. But our player of the match here, Matthew for the Washington Justice, is someone who consistently has been showing dominance throughout this series. We call him hot and cold, we call him this and that, we call him here or there, but Decay on the Sojourn today has shown us an absolute masterclass here. He looks incredible on his own, but then when you compare him to the impact that Sparker was sort of able or not able to have, as is the case, he really shines all through the series, even in losing maps. I mean, Decay's the reason why they shut this Gibraltar down in such a big way.
When he has been on teams that have been willing to kind of like play around him in certain ways, you have seen fantastic results from Decay as a damage dealer in this league pretty consistently over the years, right? It's just, can you put him in the best roles to succeed? You know, kind of sometimes you're wondering, like, you know, how kind of like you know, dedicated he is, right? And checked in, but man, when you get him going in the right direction, he is as good as anybody. Fantastic game here from Decay. I also thought Krillin had a great series as well. If we're going to also talk about some other players, I thought he had a great series in terms of comparing the bricks for both teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Huge pop-off there on Ilios. Only 3.6 deaths per 10 from Decay. That's pretty insane. But again, he's the perfect answer. If you're dealing with a team that doesn't respect your long-range potential and won't play something like a Genji to harass your Sojourn, then Decay gets to sit back and gets to do his very best work when he's not sort of being pressured. You have to respect this guy. And when you play a composition that doesn't really bother an enemy Sojourn, you are asking for it. Great performance by Decay, makes use of what is given to him there, and so the Justice squeak out another win. That's good for them, of course, after the close loss they had to the Titans. A lot to say about this match. It was a long one. I know everyone's feeling it, so let's take a break. We're going to hear, of course, from the winning team, and then we'll hear what our experts have to say on this key matchup here in the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
내공 이을게 이거. 겐지 질풍 없는 거. 오른쪽 서든 루시 맞췄어 얘들아. 아 루시 수전 안 맞고. 루시 맞췄다. 살아봐. 왼쪽에 캐논나 오른쪽 거점 나 봐줘. 겐지 필이야. 나 시프트 쓸게. 못 나가. 소전 봐줄게. 거점 치면 돼 얘들아. 거점 치면 이겨. 나이스. 오. 잘했어.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
time for week 2 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Everybody's been beating everybody. The upsets have been in full swing. You have to kind of bait to walk forward though, because even if you want to blade here, first of all, he's outpaced the supports, which is very nice, not just Becky here. Importantly, you have to get past the rally and the sound barrier, but you need to make sure the Valley are committed in a way that you can chase them down.
Okay, this time he does not wait to pull the blade. He pulls it immediately, and it's 4 swift kills in the blink of an eye. Zest just shutting him down. That's half the time bank now drained away as he nearly comes up
forward
with the team kill. And they're looking for some more.
Becky got
You're
knifed.
going to be able
He
to
got
take
pulled
that
forward.
one. Yep. He yoinks him right
sick.
back out into the open.
Monk's gone. Zest being the one to take them out. There's Fury's Doomfist coming into the fight. Lee
Gaga
hiding at the back
all.
with the overclock. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here.
Where's Gaga?
Have to expend that. Wait, Jinmu just took out Aim God. Jinmu again finds Fury. Jinmu's keeping the team alive. Zest takes out Leave. 20 seconds remaining. This is going to be one hell of an assault coming in from the Hunters. They got Gargar's Rampage. If Gargar goes down, this is going to be disastrous for them. They might not have time. Jinmu is back in this fight again. They cleaned it up. They didn't even have to use that pivotal ultimate, and they're back on their points.
I mean, goodness, Jinmu really clutched that fight.
Figured out how to break the meta even further. It turns out all you need is a profit on Brigitte. Blade now going to be pulled out. Nisha taken down by Midhand. The bomb will even get involved. The coach gun to take out Jinmu, and it is such a swift cleanup.
Did you see a sound barrier? Because I didn't. I think that was an Ajax from Nisha, sadly.
I think he got Ajax.
Oh, here it is. Oh, what a boost!
And what the hell was that? Vinhane booping him further up into the air and then dragging down.
Just give him the trophy.
Just they win. They win the season. It's over. We don't need to play out the rest of it.
I don't care anymore. Vindame is the rookie of the year.
Rally out from Irony. The ante from the Rampage only catching 2. Bernard under a little bit of pressure, but now can be healed. An Architect finds Fitz. Blade pulled out immediately. Gets in, finds Prophet, finds Smurf, and it seems like we are not done yet. Architect
huge,
picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Otherwise, I believe just completely aces the squad. And that is going to be the cap now on to point B.
When the Sigma comps were a thing, you would either take 2 fights, like fight on the first corner and then fight on the last, but a lot of teams just held on this last corner before this point. Oh, Victoria, 13 HP, someone pack him, please. Oh, no, that's so unlucky.
I feel like this,
dude,
this map...
Look at him go!
I mean...
Like, look at this guy go. Like, 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man.
Take a look at Proper from his POV. 1 dash through 2. Yeah, I mean, this is just... that's just filthy stuff.
Well, the game break, everybody. Washington Justice versus London Spitfire. That was... Hey, let's go, brother! Hey,
go!
Hey!
I always believe. I always believe. What?
What?
From Washington Justice?
What is this?
What did you do? This is definitely a Johnny thing. Johnny, what did you do? From the Washington
Show it to the camera, please. Hey, that's a big L, bro! That's a big L!
One day you learn to pred the justice, man.
It's alright.
I preded the justice earlier this week! And then guess what happened? Guess what happened, okay? I preded the Justice, okay? And the Washington Justice went up against the Vancouver Titans, and they choked in map 5. And then apparently here against the London Spitfire, they decide, Decay's like, you know, don't worry guys, I'll clutch in map 5. Where was that when they were playing against the
Lack the critical information.
You just gotta keep believing in them. I mean, this match was very close, but it was the Washington Justice taking the win. And, you know, they're one step closer to making to the Summer Showdown tournament.
Yeah.
And honestly, I really enjoyed this match. This match was really good.
Yeah, it was a really good match. As you said, they got a good map differential as well. They're 3-2 currently. They're playing Houston Outlaws next week to qualify for the tournament. So they already have a good chance. Even if they lose that game, you know, maybe close, they have a good chance of qualifying for Toronto. We'll see how it all plays out, because it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. But in this specific game, it was a back and forth, all right? I'm not going to pretend at all that Washington Justice were like the overwhelming, you know, powerhouse in this series. It went back and forth. Assassin arguably like threw to kick off the control round, where he like tried to Dragon Blade the London Spitfire spawn. Then here on Midtown as well, you know, it's back and forth. We start talking about the support ultimates from the London Spitfire. I'm not a support expert, so you know, I'm not going to I'm not going to kill them on that. But Washington Justice get away with this one. And then we go over to Gibraltar. This is where things get interesting. London Spitfire, they have a great cap time. And just when you think that London Spitfire is going to start to win this series, Costa, it's Washington Justice. Let's do it too.
It was actually such an interesting match because I actually think they were very equally matched. Like they were going back and forth, pound for pound. But there was just some weird defensive issues from the London Spitfire. It felt like they just, when something went wrong for them, it just started to snowball. And you saw that on Midtown, you saw that on this Gibraltar. It just felt like their ultimate usage got a little bit questionable, especially on the defensive side. You know, Matt and Mitch really hammered it home while it was happening. You know, Admiral and Landon, they're greeting their support ultimates so much that I actually think it's coming back to hurt them a little bit because their cycle is just not keeping up. We had multiple situations in which Krillin is lapping Landon on the rally. I think they made good adaptations and realization of this into this Coliseum. They looked a lot more comfortable, but we went over to this Ilios and it was all the Washington Justice, honestly. They upped the tempo and it felt like the London Spitfire, without the back of the May, without them being able to use that as a core component of their composition, just really struggled. So I'm actually excited. I hope we get to see London coming into this mid-season tournament. They still, you know, if they win their next match, they'll go 3-3. They can qualify. So I would love to see that from the London Spitfire, but their next match is against the Toronto Defiant, a team that is looking to be in their best form we've ever seen.
That is right. I mean, if they do win, it's going to be 3-3 like Costa says, so they still have a chance. But right now, I think Washington is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
They're on their way to the tournament, and I think we have an interview.
Oh.
I think Decay wants to talk to me about this match.
Decay wants to talk to you, not you.
Not me. It's Decay wanting the interview. So yeah, let's jump right into the interview. Hi, Decay. Can you hear me?
네, 들립니다. 안녕하세요.
들립니다. 안녕하세요. I mean, big congratulations on that win. That was super close fight, but at the end, you guys did clutch out the win. How'd you guys get the win today against the London Spitfire? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리하신 거 너무 축하드리고 또 굉장히 접전인 경기였던 것 같은데 오늘 승리 런던을 상대하면서 좀 어떻게 승리를 거두시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
일단 저희가 초반에 좀 오아시스 때부터 메이 상대로 좀 대처가 좀 안 됐거든요. 근데 이제 지브롤터 때도 안 됐고, 근데 이제 좀 후반 가면서 이제 상대 계속 본대 치는 거 알고 있으니까 계속 양각 잡으면서 패면은 이긴다 하고 이제 그렇게 하니까 뭐 좀 쉽게 되더라고요. 그렇게 이겼던 것 같아요.
Alright. 네, 알겠습니다. 자, so beginning of the match, even in Oasis, and not only the beginning, but up until Gibraltar, we had a lot of difficulty really dealing with London Spitfire's May. That was the biggest issue that we had and the biggest problem that we had to solve. But as the series went on, towards the end, we figured it out by, you know, we saw that they like to just sort of fight in a straight line or come in straight forward. So we were aiming to come from either sides, and I think that was sort of our tactic to break down the London Spitfire's May strategy. All right, of course, that did definitely work. And I also want to highlight because, DK, after you guys made a change into the roster, you have had to play the Sojourn like we're seeing right now. And you of course, got the player of the match, and you are fantastic in it. I just want to get your personal opinion. Like, how do you like playing the Sojourn for the team? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 로스터 로스터에 좀 이렇게 변경이 이루어진 후에 워싱턴 팀에서 이제 원래 했던 소전 선수가 나왔기 때문에 DK 선수가 이번에 소전 플레이어로서 선수로서 요즘 소전을 많이 하시는 모습을 보여주고 계신데 또 굉장히 또 잘하고 있다고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 거기다 오늘 또 POTM까지 받으셨고 DK 선수의 좀 개인적인 의견을 듣고 싶습니다. 이렇게 소전을 하는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
제가 이제 겐지하다 소전 넘어갔을 때는 좀 소전이 총 쏘는 것도 있고 좀 재미있었는데 이제 계속 하다 보니까 좀 어렵더라고요. 그래서 이제 좀 힘들었는데 그래도 뭐 해야죠. 네.
Alright, so when I first had to transition from Genji over to Sojourn, at first it was a lot of fun because, you know, it's a lot different from Genji. You have to shoot people. But as I got more into playing more Sojourn, I found that it was definitely a more difficult character to play. But what can I do? I have to play this Sojourn hero right now. Hey 2K, I just want to say you're doing a great job. Don't let it get into your head. You're doing a fantastic job on that Sojourn. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 너무나도 잘하고 계시고 오늘 인터뷰해 주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
He wanted to talk to me.
He wanted to talk to you. He wanted to talk to you.
But yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising that he finds Sojourn a difficult hero to play. I mean, I'm sure it is a difficult hero to play.
He is, yeah. Especially at the highest level, right? Like,
but it's Decay.
Yeah, well, yeah, but here's the thing about Decay that is like, we've talked to him for multiple years, and we've always talked about the caliber of player. The one thing that I feel like always comes up when he starts struggling is his lack of confidence in himself. I think everyone in the world is confident in him except for himself, and you need that to get to the highest level. You need to have that confidence that you can be better, but you also need to trust yourself at some point. And you know, Decay's doing a great job, as you said, Danny. And if he can lean into that, you know, they're now 3-2. They are going to the playoffs. If we can see playoff Decay at least once this season, I'd be excited.
Talking about 3-2 and playoffs, I think I'm a little confused. I think we need to take the time to look at the Western standings one more time before we move on. Where are we at?
You feel better now?
Washington, 4th.
3-2.
3-2. Anything? Any surprises?
So,
does this mean that there's a chance at Gladiators?
There's a chance, but like you'd need London Spitfire to lose to Toronto Defiant. You'd probably need the Houston Outlaws to lose in their match coming up next. And like there are just so many factors that I'm not going to do the math live, okay? If you're a Gladiators fan and you want us to have all the answers, I'm sorry, all right? I'm not good enough for you. I'm not doing the math.
I will give them one thing. There are only 3 more teams that can go to 4 losses that the Gladiators can get above, and that was, I believe, looking at it, was Atlanta Reign, London Spitfire, and the Houston Outlaws. If you're a Gladiators fans, those are the teams that you want to lose, and you want the Gladiators to not drop a single map for the rest of the tournament.
The two other teams that you previously mentioned are going to be playing. That is our next match. It is Houston Outlaws versus Atlanta Reign, both at 2-2.
This is a banger.
Yeah.
This is a banger, right, guys?
This is a sick match because, like, Houston Outlaws, if you were to ask me yesterday, you're just like, are you excited about Atlanta Reign Houston Outlaws? But I'm like, well, they got 3-0'd by the London Spitfire. I don't really know what to think about the Houston Outlaws. But Pelican yesterday brought his A game. He looked like a roll star. He was that good at the Genji. Deadlifter on Hollywood, and now he's going up against Speedily. And we haven't talked enough about Speedily because obviously he wasn't of age. He wasn't 18 yet. But now Speedily is 18. He is one of the top 3 most impressive rookies like going into this season. I can't wait to see this Genji head-to-head. It's going to be a banger, I'm telling you, all right? It's going to bang, Danny.
The Sojourn head-to-head is also going to be a banger too, right? Merit versus Kai.
There's an interesting difference there because I was actually noting this in yesterday's match where the Houston Outlaws played. Merit has actually been leaning more towards the Ashe. You know, when they like playing that comfort with him on the Ashe, even though he was statistically one of the best Sojins that we had in the league last tournament. So going up against Kai, who we know is just mechanically insane, is Merit going to try and take that duel with the Ashe, or are they going to stick to their comfort, allow him to sit back, get that damage out, enable Pelican to be that anime protagonist that we all want him to be? So
it is going to be dangerous if we see the Pelican that we saw before, because he was not normal. I mean, it is normal for him.
Yeah.
But he was pretty scary. But I mean, because this match, Johnny and I, we picked Atlanta.
Yeah, I picked Atlanta Reign here. I mean, look, say what you want about Houston Outlaws yesterday, but they have been a bit inconsistent this stage, and I really do feel like Atlanta Reign, they are on the rise. They started off the stage pretty poorly, the Atlanta Reign, but with Speedily now in the lineup, I just have so much faith, especially in like Hawk. Like Hawk versus Dante today is going to be a Jungle Queen matchup to look out for, and I think Hawk is one of the best Jungle Queens around. So I'm looking forward to see if he can do work on that.
Quick, one-liner.
I wish I had Jack's coin because that's how I determined this. Is like, do you think the Outlaws are going to show up today? You can flip the coin and where it is. If Outlaws show up, I think they'll take this pretty convincingly. But if they don't, Atlanta's going to roll over.
Well, hopefully Jack could do that for us right now because for this matchup we have Jack and Rose as our casters. Hi guys, Jack, do you have your coin? Or if you don't have it, go quickly get it.
No. Okay,
I have a
I'm going to quickly get
die.
it. You Phil.
Is that good enough?
That's right.
If it's odd, it's tails. If it's even, they'll show up. I don't know.
Okay,
Do it.
coin.
Do it. All right, we'll do both. We'll do both.
My 500 Korean won. Okay. The
I got the
is
die.
heads.
Hold on.
Oh, you got the die? Oh, Rose, go.
All right, I got a 17. It's tails, so that means that Houston will not show up today.
Okay, so Atlanta Rain.
What does the coin say?
Hey, Jack, go. So, Bird is heads and Atlanta Rain wins. The 500 is tails, which means the Houston Outlaws win. What?
Okay, are the Outlaws going to show up according to the coin?
Outlaws are going to show up, baby.
Oh!
It's a 50-50.
I'm so conflicted.
It's a 50-50.
Oh, my God.
What's the
This
tiebreaker?
is not fair.
This is not
fair.
The server is the tiebreaker.
The match is the tiebreaker.
The actual game is the tiebreaker.
There you go.
It's probably a bit better adjudicator than a coin and a dice, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, we'll get into game. Enough of that shenanigans. Thank you, guys. We'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Atlanta Rain versus the Outlaws. Yes, even fate can't decide this game. One says Outlaws, and the other says the Rain. Although, on the desk, it was Zoe and Custer going with the Outlaws, and Danny, Johnny, and the Pickums went with the Rain. It does feel very close, especially after the performance from the Outlaws the other day.
It really does. I mean, this is a tale of two titans in the Western region. Both Atlanta and Houston have been putting on stellar performances in the first half of the season, but have faltered a little bit when it's come to this third stage, excuse me. So kind of looking ahead of how they need to actually advance to the Summer Showdown, it starts with a win here, Jaws. They both need it.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are 2-2 right now. And in fact, there's 3 teams at 2-2. Well, okay, not Spitfire anymore. They did just lose to Justice, so they're 2-3. But coming into today, there were 3 teams at 2-2.
Yeah.
That's Atlanta Rain, Outlaws, and London before they lost to Justice. And speaking of London, like, it was a good point that Johnny brought up. London 3-0'd the Outlaws, but Atlanta Rain 3-1 London. It's like a triangle right now between all three of those teams. Like, who beats who? Everybody's kind of beating everybody. Yeah. In fact, Avril said in the little video beforehand, like, everybody's beating everybody in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. It very much feels like that here as well.
Well, the transitive property can apply to this match too. Yeah, London Spitfire is a common denominator here for both of these teams. But we got to talk about the teams because they're the only ones that can really figure this out here. It's not the die, it's not the coin. It's these players. Let's take a look at the Atlanta Rain.
It's the people in the game. That is the only people that can decide the fate. Oh yeah, Kai, Speedly, Hawk, Vigilante, and OG for the Rain. And what's cool about this lineup is that, yeah, Speedly just come of age, he's eligible now, and he's playing for the Rain. Vigilante, another new piece, but Hawk has been the main man for the Atlanta Rain for quite some time now. I'm curious when we're going to see Gator, maybe when there's a Reinhardt meta coming in, but the Atlanta Rain more than happy to stick with Hawk, and who wouldn't at this point? The guy's #1 for Junker Queen damage currently coming into today. Like, this guy is a bit of a menace on the pick, regardless of the whole scoreline right now, or their qualifier scoreline 2-2. Hawk has been above and beyond, like, consistent.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten better and better as well with each individual match that the Rain have played. And so putting all the pieces together, I think looking at the match versus London Spitfire just a few days ago was a great example of how Hawk can really perform and put an advantage into the team's hands that they can capitalize on. Speedily also made an incredible debut performance during that match as well. And so seeing just everything come together, I think Atlanta Rain fans should be really happy about the chances that they have against another enormously gifted team in the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, their DPS line looking crazy the other day. Merit and Pelican just putting the rest of Houston on their backs. They played against the Vancouver Titans, who everybody was like, well, okay, Vancouver Titans, on a little hot streak of their own. But they just shut them down, shut them out completely. Pelican was just going crazy. And same with Merit. And that's what you want from the Houston Outlaws. You want to continue this up into the tournament. I mean, there's only 1 week left, Rose, after today. Got to get those numbers in. You got to secure your place. And Merit and Pelican, I feel, are going to guarantee that for the Outlaws if they have the same performance as they did against the Titans yesterday.
I mean, it wasn't even a close match either, right? Outlaws just completely shut everything down. And so I think everybody is hoping that Merit and Pelican can keep that up. But also, Dante on the Junker Queen can keep opening up those opportunities. I think Lep as well has been really well integrated into this team, and seeing him come into the roster just a few weeks ago and then getting some playtime now alongside Lastro, it really has been a nice compliment for filling out the rest of that backline. But both teams, for sure, Jaws, as you mentioned, need a win here, because this is where the pressure's on. The pressure's definitely on.
Yeah, one more week to go. I think this game, as we go on to Ilios, is our first map, Midtown, like a Royal Coliseum, yada yada. I think this game is really going to be determined by the Pelican or Speedly here. You want to see Speedly just show up. He's been so hyped. And yeah, I mean, look, it was against the Titans yesterday, and they did kind of roll him. Maybe we didn't see Speedly's full power. Maybe we'll see it here. Much tougher opponent, especially how Pelican played it the other day. Kai already kind of taunting the enemy team, saying, why are you so nervous? It's good. Get in your head. Psychological warfare, I like it.
Yeah. Sometimes you need just a little bit of that, right? And I think if you're Houston, you might be a little bit scared of the performance that like Speedily did put on with the Genji, because you never know how much nerves were a factor for that first performance either. I know Speedily has experience playing in official matches in the contender circuit to high proficiency, tons and tons of first places under his belt, but playing on the Overwatch League stage is a different factor. And so if he's not nervous today, then we might even see another form of Speedily.
Yeah, just leveling up, and I'm sure the Atlanta Rain coaching staff have done a good job of that thus far. But yeah, like you said, very different beast fighting some of the best in the world on their roles. All right, both teams rolling out to mid. See if Kai or Merit can start off these fights. Merit yesterday was just trading Aspire like 1-for-1. Who could get those first bloods? Actually, Outlaws that managed to get the cap first. Kai is on his perch right now, but OG gets diffed, gets booped off the map by Lev. Okay, good start for the Outlaws. A lot of the Antelope Rain members falling pretty low as, yeah, the Outlaws do have this advantage of speed on their side, but the Lucio alive, so Rain end up getting run over.
Yeah, they all have to disappear now. Poor Vigilante getting completely isolated from the team as well, has no chance at escaping. And just like that, quick capture from the Outlaws, and already a nice chunk of percentage on the point. 30% now that the Atlanta Rain are going to have to go in and try to overtake, but they don't have a whole lot to do it right now because of how up close and personal Lastro was able to get with the Rain. That rally's already online, Jaws. Look at that.
Yeah, that is so fast. Are Outlaws going to use this advantage that they undoubtedly know that they have? Yes, of course they are. Using that rally, corralling Atlanta Rain all the way back to their spawn. Hawk not quite so lucky, caught out. Disruptor shot hitting everybody there, slowing people down. Small bit of dot damage. Jesus, that is aggression, and that's what we want to see from the Outlaws. I mean, the Pelicans got Blade. If they just play up, go fast again, OG might not even have the beat in time for the Rain to respond.
I don't think so. I mean, this is just a rough one here for the Rain, where maybe you use the rally, but do you pop it early enough that you can get that shields accumulated to deal with the Blade and then maybe get the sound barrier? OG got taken out so early.
Oh, Dante's going pretty low. Actually, the commanding shout. There comes the Blade. Oh, it did get smacked by the axe, but Pelican's Blade a little bit bigger. Kai takes care of Merits, but when it's all said and done, Outlaws find a team kill, pretty much. 10% to go, and the Rain struggling to get out of their spawn.
Hey, they didn't use their support ultimates, though, so now they can use those a bit more aggressively, but it is a rush to get back to the point right now. Maybe that sound barrier can help assure that they will make it there in one piece.
Oh, the boop! No, oh, the boop was so good! Oh! Whip shot or right click from Lucio will do it. Atlanta Rain with almost 5 ults online. They didn't even touch the point.
They don't even get to use them.
Yeah.
What a decisive round victory there for the Outlaws. That was a 0 to 100 and just a complete shutout. I think Atlanta, they've got to put some work in here in order to make sure that they don't allow Outlaws to continue to set the pace of these fights. That Blade from Pelican got popped so early that Vigilante and OG didn't feel comfortable enough to use the support ults. They thought the wipe would be fast enough to be able to go back in with ults of their own. But of course, when you're looking at this Junker Queen composition, there's so many different crowd control effects that could stop you from making it to the point. And the Lep Boop is certainly one of those duels. Everybody else also has something that could really help with that. So, Rain, they gotta beat Outlaws to the punch here.
Yeah, Outlaws once again just setting their own kind of tempos, how they won against the Titans yesterday. See if Merit opens this up with a bang. You see Atlanta Reign much more proactive, moving to the point first. It was Outlaws on Bruins. So Reign halfway towards a cap. Are Outlaws going to be able to stop this? Doesn't like it. No. Atlanta Reign find this first cap. Get some percentage points on the board. And Lep ends up going down. Okay. Good start from the Reign. A lot of low health members. Easy resets from Speedly as they clean them up.
Okay, this is where the Reign are going to be the most comfortable, having control of the point and making sure the onus is on them to try to find these opening picks instead of trying to get into the fray. I think that was really difficult, especially when you have people like Merit and Pelican that can shut down all of these entry routes. Now, Reign have that in their favor. So Kai might have some free pickings depending on who decides to peek their head out from the Outlaws and whether or not Kai can actually get these railgun shots charged up.
The angles are definitely quite precarious here, unless Kai's on the high ground. He's on low right now. Bit tougher to get those headshots. There's not just kind of an open field, everybody can dash away or, of course, use that speed. Oh, speaking of speed, Outlaws going once again. Oh, the late beat from OG. It does hit Hawk and Vigilante, but a rally in the response for the Outlaws as they do just run them over. The Atlanta Reign are going to let go of this point. I guess at least they got the rally out of Lastro, though, at the very end.
Yeah, but now we're looking at that rally versus the sound barrier, kind of on opposite sides of the coin, where Vigilante can use this rally to help the Reign to engage. They did walk away with 66% of this point captured, and they are working up to a bunch of other ultimates that could really help to just kind of take the point back. But I think that when you look at the support ultimates and their value, oh, the sound barrier is going to be so big, so much bigger.
Huge. Are they going to be able to survive it? Overhill, that anti-heals is wearing off eventually, but a late beat from Outlaws to stop that blade doing any damage. Speedly getting absolutely nothing with his Dragon Blade. Quite the opposite for Pelican, who got a nice little double kill. Houston Outlaws again with a perfect response to what the Atlanta Reign had going for them.
Yeah. That was what I was worried about, you know, the rally versus the sound barrier, who's going to find more value from that, and the sound barrier just ends up being a way better answer to the Dragon Blade than the rally in this particular meta. So Outlaws, they get to keep control. They also have the overclocks to contend with, but Reign at least can kind of help give Kai a bit of a leg up here when it comes to the rampage damage that Hawk might be able to put down. Hawk's had some massive rampages.
Oh, there's the Rampage. His both supports on the side of the Outlaws. They got Commanding Shout, though, so they got a little bit of over health. Mera has already ended Hawk's life as Kai tries to find a pick, but Pelican just waves him a hello and a goodbye. A couple of Sharkans in the dough. Mera using that Disruptor Field as more of a defensive tool there, putting it at his feet, so Speedy couldn't really touch him. And now the Houston Outlaws one fight away from taking the entire map. OG ends up going down. He can't touch. Maybe the Reign just group his 5 and rush him down, but look where Outlaws are holding with a rally.
That's going to be so tough. They're popping it now.
I mean, why not? Yeah, just force the Atlanta Reign to fight a 4v5 in their spawn because Reign have to touch. They're booping Hawk away. Look, he tried to get there. I mean, maybe the Lucio? Maybe, just maybe, couple of percentage away. No, it's not going to happen. The Atlanta Reign just outpaced and outgunned on Ilios. Quite a quick and clean 2-round affair for the Outlaws.
What an exhibition from the Outlaws. I mean, that was just so expert class in terms of how they were able to cycle through their ults, being able to look at a situation and know when to take that advantage and hit the go button. That was really impressive. And I don't know, I think Atlanta Reign have a lot of work to do right now in order to contend with the pace that Outlaws are setting.
Damn, yeah. Catching up to that pace. Maybe expert class, maybe there'll be ultra or even master class a little bit later on. We'll have to see. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Will the coin be right or will the dice prevail? Let's find out after this.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm in my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Quite a swift Ilios. Couple of rounds to the Outlaws, and that was it, all said and done. I mean, what, we had a 2-hour series last one, and maybe this is a bit quicker. We'll
They're making up for time here.
Yeah,
that
it feels like that.
banger that started off the day, huh?
A little bit of a speed run. We'll see, though. We'll see. We are going on to Midtown as our next map. Right now, aren't out of this just yet, of course. They can still come back. And I think this will be quite a close state of affairs. I mean, it was just not much to be shown from the Atlanta Reign there. The Houston Outlaws just set tempo to a whole new level. It was like F1 versus F2 racing. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to catch up.
It's tough to, for sure. And I think especially when Houston Outlaws are the type of team that, you know, if they're able to get aggressive and play as a unit, they're always going to find success. But Atlanta Reign are also a team that in the break, you know, they'll take time to reset and just figure out, okay, how can we play against one of these more aggressive style teams that are going to use this Junker Queen just so fast, and you definitely can make some small defensive adjustments with that, like waiting for cooldowns to be offline for the Outlaws, trying to kite around some of the damage, and so maybe saving something like the Song of Speed on the Lucio and the speed boost to kind of like make sure that you're getting away from, you know, those knives or like jagged blades here from Dante. So definitely have to approach it differently.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're on offense this time, so they're going to be the pace setter.
You'd hope so.
Can put a thorn on the side. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you hope so. We'll have to see, because I'm not going to lie, like I said at the very top of the show, is Pelican versus Speedly. I want to see some gigantic blade out of Speedly. And it's quite crazy coming into this series 2-2. You need to find those dubs. There's one more week left before you can guarantee, like, lock your ticket in.
Yep.
Hawk Orisa?
No.
He's
Surely
just going to javelin, I assume. Yeah. I think he's just going to hit someone with a javelin or try to, I guess, and then switch.
Well, think about the mental damage that it does to a team, though. They're like, oh my god. Wait, we got hit by a javelin? Who
yeah,
is that hero?
We're playing against Orisa. Who's this?
What is this?
She knew?
What are those?
How do you unlock the secret hero?
It's fine. Everything's normal. Houston Outlaws can see that right now, so they'll be adjusting accordingly as Commanding Shout's now getting traded.
Yeah. Small little trade. Oh, OG is very out of position. He just left the rest of his team, or the other way around. Wow. Just on the fire truck. The rest of the team were just trying to corral in the little locker room there. Very quick team wipe.
I wonder if that was a miscommunication or if it was just the Houston Outlaws going into the middle of the Reign and splitting them up, and OG just kind of didn't quite get the memo to go to one side. Maybe it's a little column A, a little column B, but at least the Reign, they do get to go again. 3 minutes on the clock, though, and we're already seeing Houston Outlaws pretty outpace in terms of the support ultimate department, and that's just going to be another reset.
Yeah, another reset. That's just Soja for you. Ooh! Reflecting some of those shots back right into Hawk's dome. Okay, Houston Outlaws coming out to play. I mean, well, who has ults right now? Well, Outlaws, they're going to have double support ult for this next fight. Vigilante, look at the difference there. 35% rally for Vigilante, 90 for Lastro.
Well,
like,
he's gotten
this is exactly the same thing that happened to Ruin's Rose.
Yeah, no, it's because Vigilante's been the target focus of the Outlaws. Not only was he one of the first people to go down in that first fight, but he also got picked off by Merit as the first person in the second. So now, like, Vigilante really is going to struggle to keep pace. Like, Outlaws could just go in with a rally now.
Oh, that ends up going down. Atlanta Reign do end up returning fire, but the Houston Outlaws are going to use that very early rally that they built up to negate Speedly's blade. He's found Dante, got a couple of slashes in fact pulled towards Dante with that jagged blade. But Hawk did exactly the same thing. to his like for like. Oh, Speedly in a 1v3. Yeah, you got a shield next to you, you're all good. Nice bit of reflect damage, but that's about it. The Atlanta Reign start off with a good kill onto Leb. We'll see if Outlaws want to recontest. They do have 4 ultimates, one of those being a beat, but nope, looks like they're going to back up, just get a better position for themselves.
And they should. I mean, you're missing somebody really critical there. I think it was Dante, one of the last people to go down, so going to be one of the last people to rejoin the fray. But when you're able to take this forward positioning here, especially when you know you've got the sound barrier and also the Dragon Blade to use, that's pretty big.
Ooh.
But whoa.
Leb's not having a good time. Brains get vaporized as the Blaze pull from Pelican, but Atlanta Reign had the beat ready to go. They've even got a rally if they really need it. Dante just trying to extend the fight. A humongous ultimate from Dante. It hits 3 members of the Atlanta Reign, but that rally from Vigilante and the speed from OG brought them all the way back so that overhealth could build up and they could just ignore that anti-heal. Now Leb just dying on the payload as he comes back to the fight eventually. As the Atlanta Reign just handled the Outlaws of ease there, like clay in their hands.
Well, a few of these fights in a row now, Kai has gotten a massive opening pick onto the Outlaws, and despite the Outlaws' best efforts to try to, you know, have the sustain or try to maybe out DPS, it just hasn't been able to come to fruition when the Reign also have some great responses. So now Outlaws, they have the sound barrier though, so maybe they can get it this time to stop the cart.
Nice beat from Leb, but Dante's still in trouble. Kai do be dead. Bit of a concussion from the shield. Houston Outlaws with a very quick team kill. Jeez, I think over the last couple of fights at least, Rose, this feels like the quickest team wipes I've seen in quite a while. Normally the fights are really prolonged because of all the like survivability and stuff, but damn, when Reign or Houston Outlaws get going, they're just instant team wipes. It's kind of scary. Small corridor though, so kind of makes sense. Ooh, Dante was diving and dodging there, trying to get out of Kai's LOS. Lep again, not quite so lucky. Kai just has his digits. Lastro still using the rally. Houston Outlaws very willing to fight without their Lucio, it seems. But now, with that rally fading away, they're going to have to back up momentarily. Atlanta Reign can't really push forward, though. They're down to Hawk. He's only just spawned.
Yeah, well, I mean, Houston Outlaws are going to try to back up as quickly as they can, too, because Lep is really the key piece to help them try to pivot around this damage from the Reign. And if they get caught overextended without that exit tool, then this could just be a huge snowball for the Reign.
Huge shuriken dash there from Speedly. Gets a lot of damage down onto both DPS of the Outlaws as Blade still be swinging. And Dante just gets locked in the corner. You saw Vigilante holding the shield there, so Dante actually just body blocked between Vigilante and a small little tree. Houston Outlaws lose 1, but they still got time to recontest. No support ultimates in Atlanta Reign F2.
Look at Pelican. Do you see Pelican?
Do be chilling though.
He's poking around in the back. Ready with the blade, I think. He's kind of waiting for the rest of the Outlaws to get there before he goes in.
There's the blade, there's the beat on top of the car. Now Speedly can just push forward with immunity pretty much. Dante uses his own ult, that Rampage, hitting only Hawk, and Atlanta Reign once again just masters of this disengage away from Dante's ultimate. That rally late from Vigilante should be enough to win the fight if they can find the kills. Mary's still alive and well on this high ground though, and no one's died just yet. Just so much survivability. Lastro's so close to winning a rally for himself. Outlaws' survivability looked rather clean there, but maybe if they had an extra 10 seconds, they turn it, but no, Atlanta Reign find the team kill. And just like that, they claim point B.
That's why I'm watching OG right now. You talked about the disengage away from Dante's damage, and I think that that's a lot to do with how the Reign are now looking to respond to some of these more aggressively used tools from the Outlaws and then go in with their own. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the Reign going into the second map, and they're on a great pace right now, Jaws. A minute and a half now.
Oh, Hawk is super low. Blade gets pulled from Speedly, already half HP. Merritt didn't get any of that beat, but I don't think Atlanta Reign know that. The Blade gets sheathed, and the Outlaws just more than willing to fire on this corner. They still have rally, they still have Merritt's ult, and there it goes. Now trying to shift the tempo in their favor. A 5-man antidote from Hawk. The Rampage, absolutely massive. And now the Atlanta Reign could just march on forward and just take these kills for free. Oh, Pelican gets spiked by that knife. And there we go, another quick team kill.
Super quick, minute left. Rain are now approaching that third and final objective of this map, and they have so much to be able to do it with. Outlaws just used their double support ults, and now it's Rain's turn to use those for survivability, and there's no really good way to shut that down now because Dante doesn't have a Rampage.
Nice beat, moving forward. Atlanta Rain still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, especially with Kai with his railgun. Here's Dante in the chest, helps Speedly finish him off, and now it's all the Genji getting those resets. 3-4 kills for Speedly at the very end. Can he get the Pelican? He didn't quite get it, but Atlanta Rain still find the objective with 25 seconds in the time bank.
Feels really good on a hybrid map as well when you've got some time left in the bank, especially knowing that Houston Outlaws, their performance on Ilios should make you a little scared of what they can do when they are on the attacking side. I still think that Atlanta Rain made some incredible adjustments in this first half of the map. Remains to be seen whether or not they can translate that over to a defensive swap, though. I feel like that is where they struggled a little bit on Ilios when they actually did have control of Lighthouse, how quickly Houston Outlaws were able to take that back when they were attacking.
All right, what can Outlaws do on their offense now? And Vigilante's rallies, and like I mentioned, OG2 just being able to kite away from Dante's Rampage has been so good. Most of the time, you know, Dante goes in, it's like, oh, okay, here, 2-3-man anti, and it's like, oh, where'd they go?
Yeah.
Like Houdini, it's like a disappear now. Just disappear off everybody's radar. Yeah, there you go. Oh, this must be the kills at the very end.
Yep. Huge shuriken into the dome, and then just the stashes as well. Speedily just really going through the motions, it feels like, of playing Genji, one of his best heroes. But I think that, you know, as we look at them being on the defense, we're going to still need to see them do those quick reactions, right? Like you just mentioned how good they were at being able to kite away from Dante. So they need to keep doing that. And it might be even tougher now because Houston are going back to a flavor that has worked for them for a few matches this stage. And that's Merit on the Ashe here. We were kind of wondering if we were going to get a chance to see this today. This is a comfort for him.
Yeah, Outlaws just got to find a position where he can set up. So the Outlaws have already made it to the point. Atlanta Rain unwilling to kind of pressure them around this fire truck. Oh, that dynamite landed right in his face. Jesus. He could have kissed it. Outlaws health bar's looking a little slim after that commanding shout. A nice little amp. Though from left should be good enough to top them off. There you go, Hawk and Vigilante end up going down. Kai with a nice headshot onto Merit.
Really good stuff there. That's another quick team kill. We've seen some quick team wipes from both of these teams, but I think Merit as well, like, you know, that the dynamite damage was good, but the follow-up that Pelican is able to put in on top of that is just like the icing on the cake there for Houston. So I really like that, you know, everybody on the team can play around this Ashe, and that is one of the advantages that the Ashe can provide, is just constantly having that damage. And then also, Bob, you get a sixth member of your team. It's coming up pretty fast here for Houston.
When's Bob going to show his little face, I wonder? I mean, it's quite powerful, especially in this sort of scenario. If you can get him onto high ground, probably not. There's a lot of open ground to kind of throw him towards, so it can be quite effective. We'll wait and see. Speedly so close to that blade too. More of a skirmish in the mid right now. Although Pelican takes a headshot by Hawk. Should be enough to send Outlaws reeling a little bit, but they have Blade, they got Bob, they got support ult. I think they're okay with this. Oh, there's Bob. He showed his face. A beat though from the Atlanta Rain, and in fact a rally from Lastro. Okay, a beat to disengage. Pelican might have a little bit of a free Blade here if they decide to go in. Speedly's also got his, but Lev has the beat to match. Oh, Merrick is insta-killed by Speedly. The beat a little bit too late. Lev didn't expect Merrick to go down that quickly at the hands of the Blade. Now the Houston Outlaws have lost their main damage source and make that 2 with Pelican going down.
Now this is where Atlanta Rain are going to start to push the pressure towards the spawn, especially when you know that they've got the commanding shout available. This is a great time for Atlanta Rain to go in and get aggressive, push them all the way back. What? Lastro was right there by the spawn doors and still got taken out by OG. And you're going to see Rain continue to do this as long as they have 5 members alive, and Kai as well with the overclock is so much pressure to keep Houston Outlaws stuffed in spawn. might be able to make a break for it though, but here comes Kai.
Ooh. Don't shoot the reflect. Oh, Lep is just holding that corner. Oh, that was so close.
I'm so scared. I'd be so scared.
It is very scary. I think Rain should be a little bit more scared now. They got the blade. Vigilante's already dead. They do trade for Dante, but Dante's right next to the spawn. As Lep and Pelican just clean up now. Hello, Kai. Goodbye, Kai. There we go. The spawn hold has been broken, and they can finally get the payload going.
But look at how far back the payload went. You know, it was like barely around the corner maybe, and now it's all the way back to the doors. And so what Rain were able to do there was obviously shave off some time from the time bank, but now look at the extra attempt that they get here. They get to take high ground away already from the Outlaws because the Outlaws are so focused on trying to make sure that this cart moves as fast as possible with as many people as possible around it. So look at that. Rain can drop down. They can take this approach right underneath the car wash. Really good stuff from them, especially when Hawk has the rampage. They're just lined up right down mid.
Missed that knife for Pelican, but Pelican's super low. Yeah, it was on his own completely. Hawk still holding on to that rampage, lining people up, but I don't think he's even going to need to use it, especially with Pelican dead and Outlaws just committing to the retreat.
They have to, unless they want to get caught out by the rampage. They need Pelican, and also probably need these support ultimates online too. I mean, the rampage can absolutely shut those off, but you feel a bit better if you can have an answer if you survive.
Oh. That's a lot of ults, a lot of ults. What's Bob gonna do? He's still shooting. Everybody's just kind of bleeding to death from that Junker Queen ultimate. Rather unlucky. That Rampage doing more work in that fight than I think anybody else did. That bleed is crazy if it's just left unattended.
Nothing that you could really do about that either, because Lastro and Lep went down before they were even able to use their ults. And it was also smart that they held on to them as well, because Houston Outlaws are starting to run up against the clock. It's 1.5 minutes. Atlanta Reign have done such a good job of trying to deny that time bank.
All right, both rallies on the high ground. Looks like a UFC fight up there, just people smashing each other around. But no, it looks like Outlaws are going to back up, get on that payload, get it moving again. Atlanta Reign have no ults in their bank. They're waiting for Kai to get that overclock, get a big pick. Dynamite's getting thrown out by Merit, and now Pelican instantly has the blade, does get booped up in the sky, but now he's got that beat to work with too, straight to the back line. Speedly meets his quick demise. The Outlaws didn't have much time left, but you know, 45 seconds on this second point here. I'd take it any day of the week. You gain a bit more, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, it'll do. Remember, Rain also kind of struggled in this very end here. Can they get the brig? No, not quite.
No.
Just get the spawn.
No, you still push for it though, because you want to try to get this ultimate percentage back in your favor. Houston Outlaws had to empty the bank there in order to make sure they got that second point, and with less than 2 minutes left, you're going to need that time to make sure that you have some type of ultimate economy going into the last stretch of this map. It's tough to aggress, and Atlanta Reign have done such a good job for the defensive swap to keep Outlaws from really getting much progress.
Oh, here comes Bob. The sixth man. Oh, Hawk is dead. Okay, he was super. Oh my god, look at Bob. He's manning the newspaper stand. Sells newspapers in his spare time. That is actually a sick place of Bob. He can peek over the ledge. It's kind of an OP Bob spot. There you go. You can take that onto your ranked games when the game comes out. All good. All right, Atlanta Reign. Where'd they go from here? Rampage coming up. OG can get that beat. Vigilante with the rally. Could be a single attempt here, like you mentioned, Rose. For the Outlaws with only a minute to go. Speedly already going pretty low, and in fact, Atlanta Reign just going to go hard, or at least try to. Again, perfect disengage. From the Outlaws, both teams knowing their limits, and knowing the other team's limits too, which is equally as important.
Has bought some time, though, for the Outlaws to get this rally online, so they're going to go back in with that.
Yep, double rally. Dante's got Rampage. Hawk a little bit way away. He's so low. Someone's going to have to look after Dante. Speedly, only one affected by that Rampage. And that overhealth isn't going to last all too long. The Houston Outlaws have already found both DPS. It's up to the supports of Reign to find something. Hawk's back to full HP. But what good is it when Pelican has got a blade? Straight to the front. You can't heal that, unfortunately, no matter how much of a decent support you are. Good beat from Lep, stopping that Speedly Blade, getting any value. A couple of seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign, the Houston Outlaws looking to finish an OT, but a finish is going to be good enough. 1 minute in the time bank for the next round versus a minute and 24.
Ooh, boy. Yeah, this is way closer than what we experienced on Ilios to start off this series. This is what we were hoping to see between these two teams. And so now we get to go into extra rounds. I feel like maybe we're in for another 2-hour series. We spoke too soon, Jaws, after seeing what happened on Ilios.
You never know. Do you have that D20 on you?
Oh, yeah, I do,
D20
actually.
And that's how many hours we're going to be live.
Oh, okay. Hold on, you got it. 1 sec.
This is how we determine things on the Overwatch.
Okay, well, it just told me 9 hours. I'm going to say
that's crazy.
That's 9 hours for the whole broadcast, I think, is actually a good estimate there, right?
9-hour broadcast. That is something special. There you go. A lot of tokens, though, I suppose. I guess that's the only benefit there. I think a lot of us will be exhausted at the 8-hour mark, 7-hour mark, maybe, but yeah, it's all good. Sorry, production. It's a 9-hour broadcast.
I'm so sorry. The dice has spoken, so...
That doesn't include the before or after the broadcast either, so maybe a little bit longer. All right, Houston Outlaws, what have they got? What have they got on the offense? They've only got a minute to do it. It's pretty tough to like find instant picks, especially with the Ashe. Like with Sojourn, you build up the rail, maybe you find a one-shot on a DPS, maybe you find a one-shot on a support. With Merit, it's more like sustained damage rows. You mentioned it earlier, obviously the Dynamites do so much, but you really need people to kind of follow up after that to guarantee you those kills, unless you get, you know, a couple of sharp shots, a couple of sharp headshots. But
I think it's unfortunately like a twofold problem, where, you know, if you get the Sojourn to delete somebody right away, okay, well, I mean, you can't heal that if you're dead, so. Yeah.
Yep, both his camp players dead. And Outlaws on the point. I mean, they've already got 2 ticks. Bit of a flummox there on the dagger there from Dante, but it's all good. Hit the axe, and that's what's important. Oh, that wasn't a flummox on the knife. Jesus, Vigilante took that one to the dome. Outlaws going to be able to get this one pretty easily. Dante just going crazy. My God, she's working a Michelin star restaurant with those knife skills. All right, Payload gets going, Rose, but only 10 seconds.
I mean, at this point, you know, Reign are really going to try to get in, and they have to just do this with raw damage, but they don't want to get over aggressive here. They want to take the high ground advantage. They want to make sure that Kai is set up on this Sojourn to try to get a quick pick. Merit's actually switched to the Sojourn also, so it really is going to be about who gets the first pick. Pelican, though, actually might work up to the blade here.
He's going to get it, and more. Wow, how does he do it? OG was just kind of flying in, I suppose, to support Hawk. Atlanta Reign going to crumble on this corner. Still a very good chance to defend, though. They go under this bridge. Maybe the payload gets a little bit around that last corner towards B. Look at the DPS ultimates coming out for the Outlaws, Rose.
I know. What are the Reign going to have for Pelican's Dragon Blade? This is coming online so quick. I'm not sure that Reign are going to be fully expecting that this is coming. And they're not prepared.
Well, there we go. Pelican's got it. He gets the commanding shout. Kai's in his sights, but now so is the Junker Queen. He takes a little bit of damage, in fact. That bleed coming through from Hawk stopped Pelican from really doing much. Now the Atlanta Reign in a 4v3 scenario. Leb gets the beat online, but everybody's health bar's dwindling. Dante needs to come up with something big. He's got Rampage in 8%, but OG lets loose with the sound barrier, and Speedly pulls a blade of his own. Leb dead, Dante to follow, and the payload will get halted here. Final corner just before that B checkpoint. Very good push, though, from the Outlaws. With only a minute in the time bank, you almost get B. I'll take that any day on Midtown.
That is so impressive from the Reign as well, because when Pelican got that blade online, Reign actually had a perfect response. It could have been disastrous because Reign had to juggle 2 very important objectives there. Making sure they didn't go down to the blade, but also making sure they didn't give up point B. That cart was so close. So I love that when Kai was dove after, he used the Sojourn mobility to get out of the way immediately and also ran to cover where Vigilante and OG could also help support his getaway. So Pelican found no value, and it actually allowed Reign there to sustain long enough for OG to get the sound barrier online to layer that on top. So really good stuff there from the Reign to at least stop the cart before it got to that second point, and they have a minute and a half. They might be able to do this. It's gonna be close.
Let's have a look at Dante's knife skills.
Oh
Ooh,
my gosh.
Wait, did that... Oh no, okay, it was the bleed from the knife. I thought maybe he drew it back and he killed Vigilante there, but yeah, it was just the tick damage and then... I'll take that. That was right in the shin too. Woo. Painful stuff. Painful stuff.
Yeah,
no
that's
sleep.
rough, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, and unfortunately sometimes it means having to fall to some jagged blades getting thrown in your direction. Rain, though, they've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to really work up to some ults here, and they're going to need them with the time bank that they have. As long as, if they can win this first fight, though, they're in a good spot.
Bit of a different approach there through the train. 60 seconds to go. There's that advantage already gone, but Kai, dude, he's found Lep 4 times so far in this match already. Lep just peeking his head out. Just gets it torn clean off. Atlanta Rain are going to be able to get this. I mean, maybe the Outlaws come back. Pelican is... he's spawning pretty late. 38 seconds to go. They're going to get it in what? 30 seconds. It's going to be OT before they reach this second corner.
Yeah, I mean, Houston Outlaws can take a closer hold here. They know that they have a second chance. Oh my gosh. Okay, Atlanta have to reset. They cannot get staggered here. This would be devastating.
Yeah, and the payload is moving away from them too because it goes through the doors and the doors close behind it, so they have to make some additional ground. 9 seconds to go. Kai has just spawned. Knife comes out from Dante. There's no ults. It's just a neutral fight. They do manage to get to the payload before the door closes and trigger OT. No, they didn't. They didn't trigger it. Oh my god. Dante with a perfect pick to start off that fight. The payload moves on its own through the doors. Doors closed. They can't touch. And the Houston Outlaws 2-0 in this series thus far.
Wow. That, you can see how disappointed the Rain look right now in what just happened. You can chalk that up to a C9. You can see them talking about that in the match chat right now. Or you can just say that Houston took the fights where they needed to and also used what they had in their cooldowns available. A couple different ways that you can shave this one, but Houston Outlaws are now at match point, Jaws. Oh my gosh.
Yes, they are. What feels like a very quick series after the series we just have. The coin currently prevailing, apparently.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see if that comes up, or can the dice come back? We'll have to wait and see.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage. Who you?
The fan art gallery is heating up. Don't miss your chance to have your art featured on the broadcast. Share your art celebrating summertime and the Overwatch League on the fan art gallery today. Link is on screen, overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. Yes, sir, you can just go ahead and submit that and maybe it pops up. We have to get rid of Matt's Carl eventually, so yeah. There's lots of talented artists out there, or maybe Matt does a Carl too. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully he does. Right. Let's go. Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws. Midtown was quite a banger of a map, but it felt like the payload was... Okay, Dante definitely made an impact at the very end, but it looked like the payload actually doomed the Atlanta Reign there. The payload was on the Outlaws side of things, because it naturally moves as soon as you cut the point. It doesn't need any interaction until the doors end up closing. So it just goes along its merry way, and then Atlanta Reign lose one. They're like, oh god, the doors are going to close. And you could see them, the desperation to try and get back and get that touch. Yeah, Dante's been doing a phenomenal job, though, on the Junker Queen. It really made that map for them, and he really just came up big. He found the pick onto Kai, and it's like, whoa, lost a lot of damage. Like, where do we go?
I mean, it's tough too when you're in that type of position, because either you feel like you can make it through the doors and maybe that is proximity enough to be able to activate the overtime, or you have to run it through a wall of Outlaws players that are armed at the ready with the flail and the Lucio boops and everything else, and also just raw damage. So, top position for the Atlanta Reign to be in, but they still have another map to try to bring this one back, and Circuit Royale seems to be a place where Atlanta Reign really do shine in some of these previous matches. I know, again, different meta, different hero selection, but one thing is still for sure, that Kai knows his angles on this map.
Yeah, that is very true. That's very true. And Rose, this is a rematch from that crazy 5-mapper where the Atlanta Reign got off of the point on Ilios, but like they didn't really mean to, and then it created the legendary Hawk Despair face.
Man, yeah, the multiple moments from that. Oh yeah. No, no, it's so true though. And you and I are back for Atlanta, Houston, round 2, electric boot. You know what? You know what I mean. Yeah, we're back. We're back for it. So. Vigilante, what you got?
You squad. That was alright. Yeah.
Alright.
It's funny the way Moira kind of stands there. She's got like a foot on top of the piano.
It's so hard to like play too as Moira. Like your fingernails are just so long.
Yeah, in reality it would be quite tough.
The keys? Alright, close hold.
Spawn hold here for the Outlaws. You love to see it. Actually kind of crazy on the spawn hold. You just throw dynamites at the doors and you get everybody pretty much. You get a nice little sight line too. Oh dear, Kai is dead. And all that space you were talking about, and Kai knowing all the angles pretty well. Unfortunately, there are no angles when you're in the spawn doors, so.
Well, it's tough to grab them when you're playing against a team that's just gonna constantly try to stuff you back in the spawn doors. You know, where do you go out? Do you try to maybe send Kai on an angle to try to get away from the rest of the Outlaws? Look at how far away the Reign have to go to get out of spawn. Like, the cart has still not moved at all yet. How did Vigilante get up there?
With the schmoves. Well, Pelton almost died. Gotta be a little bit careful. Outlaws respecting the fact that Reign can now play up a little bit and pull them back themselves. Okay. Lev do be chilling in that corner though. Lev do be dying though.
It's true. I mean, at this point, Houston Outlaws, like, they're going to have to come back and try again. The Reign feel pretty good about that engagement, too, because look at that. Despite the fact that Houston Outlaws were keeping them in spawn for so long, Reign have healed and done so much damage that they are going to be the first ones with ultimates on the board. And so Reign, you know, depending on how much time they really give Outlaws to set up here, they could just go in and take this first point with ease.
Yes,
it's a great
Cole, Bob was online too, and Mara ends up going down. Speedily pulled the blade, and inflicted with that dot damage from the Junker Queen. Outlaws still, they're willing to fight. Always, always winnable, even in a 4v5. Both rallies have come out. There's the beats for both teams. The blade from Speedly's already used, so Pelican's won a little bit later. But he's going to push the Atlanta Reign all the way back. Luckily, he had the deflect. Obviously, he'd have been trapped in there, unable to even buy a handbag. Bob spawned, Bob dead, and that's basically all ults off the board now. I mean, Dante's got his ultimate in a couple of seconds. Rampage now online. Hawk 20% away, but no, Dante gets focused down, and now the Atlanta Reign can march on forward without the fear of a Dante Rampage. And there we go, that's the point unlocked. The Atlanta Reign setting quite the nice pace.
Hey, that was so impressive, though. I mean, the Outlaws did have to get quite a few ultimates out of the Reign, but look at how long that fight went. Vigilante and OG, like, already over 50% towards another set of ults here. That's kind of crazy about how long that fight actually did go before that point got captured. Houston, though, you know, without finding value from the rest of the ults that they did use, the Rampage is going to have to matter here. Oh my god!
5-man!
Okay, Hawk.
That's what you get when you have one of the best Junker Queens of the league, but look at that, the Outlaws end up surviving. Oh, last through, maybe not. Speedily gets the reset, able to dash back to the rest of his team. Supports our history for the Outlaws. That was a crazy bit of kiting there from Houston, but yeah, they couldn't survive the resets from young Speedily. He's almost got that blade online thanks to those kills, and it was a free payload push up the hill now.
I would just like to point out that Hawk has not died yet. Not once this map.
That's how he has rank 1 Junker Queen heals and Junker Queen damage, sorry, in the league.
Bonkers. That's all I have to say is that's just bonkers.
God, the Houston Outlaws must know that he has blade. Yeah, oh, Lastro's already bashed away. No. Lep tried to save him. Dashed, well, jumped towards him, tried to get a boop, but wasn't to be. Neither of this is this point. Okay, the Atlanta Reign. Let's turn this up a gear now. 3 minutes and 47 seconds. You take that any day of the week. And this is stark contrast to what happened the last couple of maps, Rose. It felt like Houston Outlaws were very much in control of the tempo of the game, and that's how they did so well against the Titans too, was just controlling that tempo and just making the enemy team play to your set of rules, to your book.
Yeah, and especially when you've got OG Sound Barrier online, you can keep playing super aggressive. You're not worried anymore about if Pelican's Blade is going to do too much damage. You know you have the answer for it. It's just about making sure that Pelican uses the blade before you use the sound barrier to just give yourself that extra bit of advantage here. And then Kai can go in with the overclock too to follow that up. Oh, you might not even just need it.
However, they are going to invest the beat regardless. Someone split up from the Atlanta Reign. Oh, it is Speedly. Ooh, deflect from Pelican. He's going to get the mini just in time.
That was close. I actually thought that, you know, if Speedily really wanted to try to go for something really nasty, you could just follow up that shuriken damage, maybe with a dash, but it puts yourself in a bad position if you don't get the health pack. So
blade pop from Pelican, beat in response. Now Kai just lies in wait, getting to a better position to use that overclock, but Hawk is already down. Same with Vigilante. He doesn't even get a chance to charge up his weapon. He's now pushing Atlanta Reign back once again. Half the time back burned away. Still not too bothered, I suppose. I mean, you did get the blade out, you got the rally out. You have a rally coming up of your own if you're Atlanta.
Yeah, you're at this point hoping that, you know, maybe you can buy enough space for Kai to get something done with this overclock, but then Speedily can also follow that up too. Lots of stuff here for the Reign, but they got to use it all to get out of spawn.
Or Merritt in the 1v1 duel against Kai. He's trying to spot him out from an angle. Oh, the blade from the back. Merritt, that was like a horror game. Oh my god. Just a 180. We'll take that. Jesus. Merit and Pelican have just been on one over the last couple of days. There's the rampage from Dante, flying wedge formation straight to the back of the Atlanta Reign. Kai, though, taking that in his stride. Dante might be doing the damage, but the kills are actually going in the way of Atlanta right now. Kai takes care of Merit. What looked like an amazing rampage from Dante. They just can't get followed up by the rest of the Outlaws.
There were too many people down on the Outlaws, and now look at this. Reign, they're just going to keep pushing forward. A lot of that also was just Vigilante staying alive, getting that Inspire healing online for the team, just to, when that rampage was over, keep them up and alive. But now, you know, Houston Outlaws, they do have the respawn advantage. They're going to have the support ultimate advantage, too.
All right, rampage available from Hawk, but one of his DPS are already dead. Nice knife. Oh, nice kill onto Speedly. There's the rampage. Lep and Lashtor in trouble. Lep just bleeding to death. Didn't even want to use that beat just in case he hit that Ajax. Axe from into the spawn from Hawk. That payload is still moving, mind you, so the Atlanta Reign are in good stead. They do have to worry about Lep's sound barrier, and now you can see the Houston Outlaws respawning. Pelican's pretty low, but they're able to use that beat, shift the fight into their favor. And with 30 seconds to go, this is going to be last attempt for the Atlanta Reign on this point.
It will, and now, you know, Vigilante, at least the rally is still something that the Reign have in their possession. But if Houston decide to get aggressive again, are they even going to afford Atlanta Reign the opportunity to go in and actually touch the cart? Pelican's got a Blade. Rally might not be a good enough answer.
Blade from Pelican. Rally. OG gets booped. Payload not been touched in a couple of seconds. Overtime ticking down. And the Houston Outlaws are going to defend. Still 2 points on the board for the Atlanta Reign and almost a third completion. Outlaws basically looking for a full cap here to give them the win in the series. We'll see what they can do on their offense. But nice attack from the Atlanta Reign. It's a very different, it feels like a very different game now as we head into map number 3.
It does. I mean, Atlanta Reign made such a good pace as well, getting to the third objective and then just trying to push it forward. It can always be difficult as the attacking team, especially when respawns are so close for the defense. Houston always had a bit of that advantage. And the respawns just came through a little too thick and fast there for Reign to really contend with the advantage that they had. You know, because remember that fight, like, before the second to last one where they were, like, right there, and then Houston started coming back out. Reign, they had to use a lot of ultimates, but unfortunately they really couldn't follow it up, so Lastro and Lep could come back with the sustain necessary to keep Reign from capturing all 3 points. But close hold. Now for the Reign. Merit's Symmetra teleporter strat, though? Does this actually just bypass the entirety of this close hold? We've seen this from Houston a few times.
Yeah, maybe. It's just like Merit is setting up for it. Yeah, just straight and then act like you're on defense. Touch the payload.
Yep.
Yeah, they're definitely going to go for it. Look at this. Do the Atlanta Reign know? They will now as the TP comes out. Couple of little turrets through the TP as well. And now Merit can basically sit in spawn and shoot the Atlanta Reign in the back as Ash. Wow, Hawk took a lot of damage. That was absurd. Lasho does die, which is a bit of a pain point for the Houston Outlaws, but they still have Merit shooting away in the background.
Oh.
So there's Dante also falls. Wow, the TP not working out this time for the Outlaws.
Nice response, though, from the Reign. What the? Okay, what? Did you see that from Pelican?
Hello, Pelican. What's up? That's not an illegal move, luckily. He can just jump over that.
Hey, I didn't think Pelicans could actually fly that high. To be fair, I've never seen a Pelican fly.
They can fly.
Maybe I'm thinking of seagulls. I don't know. Pelicans,
seagulls can fly.
Like big birds.
Yeah. Big birds do look very funny when they fly.
Yeah.
Like albatross, you're like, how are you up in the air?
How are you doing this?
That is crazy.
Kind of crazy.
I just imagine all those kind of birds are just like unreal amounts of jacked.
Yeah.
Massive muscles on their wings.
Pelican be jacked, though.
Ooh, he is. Kai still with nice headshots, but yeah, Pelican looking pretty swole right now. Hitting the weights, that's for sure. Nice kill.
Yep.
All right, Houston Outlaws, couple of minutes still left in their time back as they push around this corner.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to try to get this first point now. You know, I don't think Reign can really come back in for a strong recontest here unless they decide that dropping down is the right call. I mean, Vigilante is poised for it, but I think that Rain just have to give it up.
Oh, they actually go in for the top. Oh,
really?
Goodbye, Speedly.
Oh, no. Not like this.
Turned into a pile of bones. Yeah, that was a very, very last-minute contest. You can see it was like 0.04 meters or something silly. Nice headshots. Oh, the infinite reflect. That's something you don't see every day.
I reflect better.
God, it looks like the, it was like, because they were getting reflected so much, it looks like a ball of energy was building up, or the blades were just getting super warm and like super hot, you know?
They probably
it
were,
almost turned into molten metal. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Kai has something out for Lep. I don't know what it is.
I think it's just
Maybe
Lep is playing
BM'd
Lucio. It's going to be Liddy Lucio on any of the opposing teams. Like that, you just have to. You think
Kai just hates Lucio players.
In this
Unlucky
meta,
stop.
I think so.
Unlucky. Ooh. Speedy's not too happy with that one, that is for sure. Oh, look at the ultimates available for the Houston Outlaws. Like, Merit doesn't have an ult, but the rest of them do. Double support. The Atlanta Reign equally, though, have everything online except for that Rampage. But look how close this car is already.
I mean, that Rampage could be really big to deal with the support ults here, but I don't know. Houston, like, they're in such a good position. They're forcing a Reign to come to them.
Can't touch. There's the beat to match the blade. Rally afterwards. A lot of rallies, a lot of beats. Pelican just trying to find some final blows. No, it's not going to happen. Vigilante and Hawk just chewing through the health bars. So, oh, yeah. Haven't got that much fancy footwork, unfortunately. The Antarane do end up just holding the payload there. It is kind of crazy seeing how much overhealth you can gain from a beat and a rally and a commanding shout.
It's a lot.
A little ridiculous.
You
It does
feel
remind me.
untouchable.
People have definitely referenced this already, but it does remind me of the old school Jonak picture when he has 420 HPs at 10, double like armor pack from a Torb,
That's
rally
true.
armor. Yeah, jeez. Horrible, horrible scenes. Nightmare fuel, really.
I mean, I feel that way about Genji sometimes too. Like, how do you kill them when they're blading and they've got all the overhealth from the shields and also the shout?
That is
like,
true.
and they're speeding around the map with the movement speed buff and the Lucio.
Oh, nice dagger. Trying to capitalize on that. Rally straight to the back, hits Lep and Dante. Hawk's a little bit out of position though, and the Houston Outlaws know it, but they haven't got the health to really follow up on his position. They're on high ground, they're ignoring him for now. They know they've killed Dante. And again, in a fairly decent spot are the Atlanta Reign right now.
Yeah, getting a lot of time off the board, but this is going to be some neutral fights for at least the next one. So it comes down to who's going to get this first pick before you're able to get the support ultimates online with just how fast these team fights have been going. So Rain need to win this next one in order to keep hold of the defense that they have generated for themselves on the second point. So who's going down first? Dante's actually quite low already. Oh, Pelican 2!
Well, it's Pelican. As soon as you call it, he dies. Yeah, the Houston Outlaws know they can't really waste any time. They've got a couple of attacks in them, so just getting out ASAP. And I like that. We've seen a lot of that from both Atlanta and the Houston Outlaws in this series already, Rose. Just knowing that just getting out is more important than just trying to 4v5 or like stagger out the fight even longer and then maybe potentially getting picked, because look how quick the re-engage is here. Pelican spawns, gets back up to high ground super quick because he's Genji. Kai ends up going down to a headshot of Merit. Do the Atlanta Reign want to stay in this fight? Yes, they do. They pop the blade, they pop the beat. Speedly is sky high, but reflects one of those railgun shots from Merit. But look at the health bars just building up for the Houston Outlaws right now. Those support ultimates perfectly layered, and then another commanding shout on top of that. No one is falling over on the Outlaws side. The Atlanta Reign weren't quite so lucky. The payload will be capped, and Outlaws now have 2 minutes to go. This could end the series right here, Rose.
It could, yeah. Outlaws are 1 map win away. Vigilante is isolated. Oh my god, do you see how Lep was also just kind of juggling him around so that Pelican could get the pick? That's a huge stagger there for the Reign. Now this card has so much time to round these corners and get to where the Houston Outlaws are going to want to try to make their final stand. And this could do it. This could just close out the series here if Houston Outlaws win this next fight.
Minute 30 though. Atlanta Reign just need to burn some of that time off the time bank. Pelican with the blade gets double booped, so he's in the stratosphere, but still saved the dash. Smart Genji player, but with no kills, unfortunately. Kai pulls that overclock and just shuts down Lep again. Maybe he does hate Lucio players. Not sure. Not sure. But he has been killing Lep over and over again. And now comes the spawn hold.
I mean, when you take out the Lucio, you remove the opponent's ability to kite away from damage and reposition. And that can be huge. But yeah, gotta go for the spawn hold here, especially when you got the Rampage too. Come on, Hawk. Gotta build it up fast.
OG is dead. A body shot after that Rampage will sentence you, unfortunately, because, yeah, that tick damage does a fair bit, and you can't heal it up. Nice little meat shot there from Dante. Only have to deal with that pesky Genji. Ooh, nice.
Okay, well,
40
I mean,
seconds to go.
Now this really could be last fight territory. As this cart rounds the corner, Atlanta Rain are going to respawn very quickly. Lep is taxing back everybody else from the Outlaws, but they're taxing them into a Blade and a Rampage here from the Rain. Hawk has been hitting different when it comes to these ultimates, and when you are in a corridor like this, Hawk is lining him up to knock him down right now. Look at the positioning. He's trying to find an opportunity to get a fat anti.
Yeah, the Outlaws, they've got to know it, and their positioning does tell that tale. However, they're all lined up now. A Rampage, but it only hits Dante. Axe swing hits the brig. Can Outlaws survive this speed? He's pulled the blade, and Lastro just chased away from his team. A couple of seconds to go, and now overtime is here, but Atlanta Rain have the kills, they have the damage, and the positioning. They keep themselves in the series as they take Circuit Royale.
All right, we got another map here. And Atlanta Rain are maybe starting off their journey on a reverse sweep. That was a close map. I mean, both of them so far, you know, Midtown and Circuit Royale have been very close. So Coliseo, we're going back to where everything gets a little bit more brawly and a little bit more up close and personal, and so we'll see how that goes.
All right, let's jump to a quick break. We'll see if Outlaws can round it out. We are going on to push as our next map. We'll see you in a bit.
We might just have a series on our hands. The Atlanta Reign claim that map as it's now 2-1. Look, the Houston Outlaws, they start off the series in what felt like a bit of a speed run. Like Ilios clean 2-0, didn't really look like Atlanta Reign was heading the game. A little bit closer on Midtown, but Escort was kind of a different beast. Atlanta Reign ended up picking up that dub. We are going to Coliseum as our next map. See what they can muster. They're still Houston Outlaws, remember, still on match point, and both the teams coming into today are 2-2. This is where you're going to start wanting to break away from the competition to guarantee your space in that summer showdown.
You want at least a third win under your belt, and a third loss doesn't send you mathematically out either. So there's still that one more week of qualifiers, but putting your best foot forward and getting closer to the guaranteed 4 wins to qualify definitely helps. Coliseum, though, I mean, you have to look at a map like Push or a game mode like Push and look at kind of like Control and how that usually plays out when you do have these very fluid attacking and defending sides as the map progresses. But you know, this is also like, this is Houston Outlaws' playground. This is their map. This is where Merritt got the triple collateral. This is where Pelican has had these blades on the corners and like these massive environmentals.
And the hand zone moment as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about this map in Houston, but yeah, they
It's theirs.
love it. And if there was a map to win on, it would be this one, because it would win them the series. We talked about the Pelican versus Speedy thing at the top of the show. It very much felt like Pelican's game at the very start of the series, but Speedy was pulling away on that last map. He got double the final blows of Pelican, and with solo kills, if you include solo kills in that, Pelican was sitting at 2 solo kills and Speedy sitting at 7. Dragon Blade efficiency was better than Pelican's too, so maybe this is Speedy just kind of pulling away from the Outlaws and really just flexing what he's got.
Yeah, entirely possible. We're gonna have to see who gets the first pick. It's gonna be another standstill until, like, you know, Merritt or Kai, I think, open things up. Pelican gets really low, though. Doesn't want to get caught out here.
Yeah, he's got a dash. He's all good. Just a little bit poke, a little bit poke. The poke phase. Hopefully you just don't get to the enrage phase. That would be rather tragic. Speaking of being enraged, that commanding shout helped Dante stay alive, got double packed and then walked away. And there's the first kill. That's what you wanted, Rose. It's on Vigilante, but Kai equally finds one. However, without Vigilante, Atlanta Reign have to end this fight fast because they got very little healing in their backs. Hawk trying to do just that as he pushes on forward, using that commanding shout, but both Lep and Lastro can heal Dante up to quite a healthy state, but Atlanta Reign still pushing, they don't care.
They're gonna have to push that advantage. And at this point, too, Outlaws are like, okay, we've lost too many members. At this point, we're gonna be donating over a bunch of ultimate charge to the Reign, and we might lose out on being able to beat them to the punch on some of these things. But look at OG, the amount of damage, the amount of healing. That sound barrier is gonna come online first.
Yeah, and this blade, look at this.
Oh, wow,
Speedy's
yeah,
got blade.
Speedy too.
Pelican, 55% right now. Speedy's just lapped him in terms of damage. I might just pull it now. Do the Outlaws really expect Speedy to have blade? I don't think so.
No.
There's no beat even for Lip available. Oh, Lep, he gets it online. Just a little wink there from Speedly. It felt like Dash is behind Merritt. It's nothing personal, kid. The Atlanta Reign get the bot moving now.
That feels so good for the Reign to just kind of beat Lep to the punch with the sound barrier, in response to the Dragon Blade. I mean, OG did use the Sound Barrier as well, just to kind of help bolster up the effects of Speedily. But this is great for Rain. They can round this corner with a lot of confidence, maybe knowing that something might be coming their way. Speedily gets another pick.
Jesus. Yeah, okay, Speedily is coming alive. Pelican super low. Solo kills is what really just helped them in the last map. Another solo kill for Speedily. He goes in, gets a kill, goes out. Luckily, Dante cleaned him up, but they've still lost Pelican. 4v4, they're going to go in. Outlaws are going to use that rally. Still, Dante and Lep sitting on ults. Kai with the high ground, a beautiful headshot, but Lep's sound barrier comes in just in time to make sure the rest of the team survive. And with Pelican coming back, back to the spawn, son. Straight back, Atlanta Reign still controlling the height, still controlling the tempo of the game. Merit falls, butt scratch mode initiated. Atlanta Reign are pissed. They want to take this to a map number 5.
They are super angry, and honestly, I don't blame them. They don't want to fall into another situation against the Houston Outlaws where, you know, the win's kind of out of their hands a little bit. Yeah, sure, like we look at that 5-mapper last time they met, and maybe Atlanta stepped up the point, Houston capitalized on it. It's a lot of things going on at once here, but Houston's got to get back in the game.
They got a couple of DPS ultimates, but nope, they're not going to need it. Just a neutral fight. They knew Atlanta used pretty much everything in that last one, but still getting that butt scratch mode pretty large. That checkpoint unlocking, you get a little bit of a closer spawn. But more importantly, that bot's movement, like 84% off of your, technically, your first push. Yeah. Pretty impressive.
I mean, this is potentially the first bit of meterage that Houston's going to be able to get this game, and they don't even get any yet because Atlanta is there to contest.
Thank you, forward spawn. All right, Atlanta Reign more than happy to just kind of play around the bot right now, just continue to contest, wait for Outlaws to maybe make a mistake, maybe set up an engage. OG now has beat online. That's what Atlanta Reign were waiting for. Outlaws have got Blade, they've got the overclock, Rally coming up. It's Rally versus Beat once again. Patience with the Atlanta Reign, really, really nice. They don't need to do anything, Rose.
No, they just need to stop Houston from getting progress. That's really all they have to do, and they're playing for that.
All right, Houston finally putting pedal to the metal. Using that rally, speed and forwards. Oh, someone's in trouble. There is a big boot from OG pushing everybody back, but yeah, Merit with that overclock will finally help help Houston Outlaws push that bot as the Atlanta Reign go down to a team kill.
Okay, now Houston getting on the board for this map. They still have quite a bit of work ahead of them, though. We are past the halfway point. And Houston do have a lot of ground to cover, but Pelican's got a Blade. It's not looking like it's going to be super effective because of the fact that Atlanta Reign can respond in kind with the Sound Barrier or the Rally. But if Outlaws can force out one of those support ultimates from the Reign first, then maybe Pelican can go in after that and try to clean up with the Blade. Posturing, though, for position. They're just kind of both waiting for something to happen. Wow. No one wants to go in.
One of the Sojourns to get a kill, maybe. Okay, Pelican makes the first move, but there's the beat you were talking about, Rose. And Pelican in a whole heap of hurt. Oh, he's getting bled down. And Kai, in fact, he's the one to finish him off with that railgun. 84 meters, maybe a little bit more if the Atlanta Reign do wipe Outlaws here. But Dante just hiding in this small room. Can they dislodge him? It's going to be pretty scary, though, because there's the Rampage. It only hits Hawk, and Hawk still healthy. Overhealth building up from Vigilante's Rally. And now, again, back in a neutral fight. Not before Hawk jumps straight to the backline. Double, triple, in fact. Rampage hit Merit, Dante, and Lep. Atlanta Reign setting the pace.
They are setting a record pace, too. I mean, look at this. Rounding the corner again. They're going to be able to get this straightaway that provides them so many sight lines to get this poke damage. And that just helps to kind of top up some of the ultimates that Reign want to use to close this out. They could even just go for a capture here. I know they don't have to, but Speedily's going to have a Blade online pretty soon. No answer from the Houston Outlaws.
All this damage. Can he get another solo kill?
Just a pick?
No, just get bashed. He's going to have to back up the rest of his team. Has to wait for cooldown. Spots Pelican, in fact, who's used his own Reflect. Imagine he still has dash available. Both supports somehow from the Outlaws made it over to Pelican's position. Speedy getting just booped away, just chunked down by Lep and finished off by Blastro. 103 meters, though, feels pretty good if you're the Atlanta Reign right now. Feels even better now. You've killed Lastro. And Hawk just going on an absolute mad one. He is low with very little support left, so it will be the Outlaws winning that fight, but still just bleeding them dry currently. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Rose. Atlanta Reign very much in the lead.
They are. This is definitely a tough hill to climb for Houston. You're at least looking at Merit maybe being able to open something up with this overclock. But the fact that Atlanta Reign still have been able to rotate through these ultimates and hold on to tools for these neutral fights is pretty big.
Rally, beat, Blade, every ultimate under the sun. Spiely finds 2. He's really come alive in this series so far. 2 kills for the Genji. It'll do. The Atlanta Reign. And we were spoken about the matchup before, the best of 5 that went crazy to a ridiculous C9 on Ilios. But actually the last time that they did meet, it was Atlanta Reign taking Colosseo against the Houston Outlaws, but it was felt like a closer affair. Only 30 meters separated them last time. There's the blade from Pelican, even the overclock from Merit. Just trying to pack a punch. They need space, they need time to get this payload going because the Atlanta Reign have pushed it so far off their first couple of pushes. The Outlaws, at this point, they almost need to be perfect, Rose.
They do, and that perfection may come tough. Really might be. I mean, Vigilante's got the rally. Hawk as well. I mean, this is just a mountain and a molehill. What are Outlaws gonna do against the ultimates that Reign have in the bank? I think Lep can use the sound barrier, but has to pick very wisely to what to use it for. And even then, is that going to be enough time for Lastro to build up to the rally and sustain? There's a minute remaining here, and Houston have yet to push it over the halfway mark to keep making progress.
Once again, the patience from the Atlanta Reign very much being rewarded. Or a knife onto Hawk. He's dangerously low. There is the rally. Hawk and Vigilante in trouble. Doesn't quite get enough overhealth to sustain through that rampage from Dante. The Houston Outlaws need to make this one count. They win this fight, but with 30 seconds to go and only the rally online, it's looking rather dangerous.
Is Pelican, though, 30% away from the Dragon Blade. Maybe the rally, if popped early enough, can give over the right sustain. And then you can just keep cycling through. But Houston have to play this flawlessly. If they don't win this now, they lose this map and we go to map 5.
Outlaws do not want to go there whatsoever. Hawk's rampage only hitting 1. Rally from Astro's good. Dante finds OG. Hawk still trying to get damage done as he fights around that bot, but the Houston Outlaws taking names and numbers. 50 meters and counting. Another team kill. That's a back-to-back for the Outlaws. And like I said, Rose, they have to be perfect. They're on their corner right now. They have to win another fight here.
Well, they're off to a great start, Joss. This is 2 team fights in a row and so much lost time made up here for the Outlaws. Pelican has the blade, but nobody can get picked here, or Atlanta Reign will have the advantage. And we're in overtime, so Houston, this is their final fight. Let's see if they can make this corner do the work.
Got to be perfect to take this to a win for the Outlaws. Atlanta Reign looking for that map number 5. Both blades have been pulled. It's Speedy versus Pelican. The beat's good from the Atlanta Reign, though, and Lastro's been isolated. Speedy just dashes straight to the backline, and the Outlaws corner just crumbling. The Atlanta Reign determined to take this to a map number 5. The reverse sweep is in progress as they take down Houston Outlaws on Colosseo. It's 2-2.
Unbelievable. This was also like Houston Outlaws map as well, but you could tell with the advantage that Atlanta Reign had carved early on in the map to just kind of run away with the meterage. It was always going to be an uphill battle for the Houston Outlaws to climb. But this is exciting. Jaws, this is our second 5-map series today.
Maybe the dice was right. Maybe we are doing an hour broadcast.
I don't know.
Maybe, just maybe. Reverse sweep in progress for the Atlanta Reign. Can the Houston Outlaws halt them right here, right now? They've already gone to a map 5 this year together. Will it be another crazy one? We're going to Busan. We'll see you after this. Reverse sweep in progress for the Atlanta Reign. Houston Outlaws with quite a quick 2 maps under their belt at the start of the series, as we're heading into yet another game number 5 today. This is kind of a crazy situation. Outlaws have been in this situation, I think, more times than many. We're going on to Busan as our next map. It's Control.
Oh, man. Yeah, this looks like it could be Houston favored. Just kind of looking at how Ilios went so decisively to them. But over the course of the series, Atlanta has really stepped it up, I think, in terms of the way that they are approaching the team fights versus the Outlaws and their specific play style, but also speedily. Jaws, this player has just warmed up over the course of this game, and I feel like the more maps you give him, the better he's going to get.
That DLC character speedily. They unlocked and now they need to unleash him. Maybe they just needed a couple of days to power him up, level him up a little bit, because, yeah, he's really been the difference maker, at least on the last couple of maps with those Genji Blades. Still, though, Outlaw's not out of it. And like you said, the way that first map went, it was just night and day to the rest of the series. Like, it's very much been Outlaws just playing their own game, setting the pace. The Atlanta Rangers putting their foot down and, you know, tripping Outlaws up just a little bit. Now, they're obviously just they're gonna play the same thing. I can't imagine Merit's gonna go onto the Ash. Still usable on some of the maps on Busan. Not so much mecha based, I don't think. Not as many like super long sight lines, and there's lots of places where you can just kind of get dove on. But we'll see if Outlaws do want to flex it up a little bit if we end up going downtown or something.
I think maybe, like, if you're able to play around the high ground, that it's typically like when we see the Ash, right? But I feel like in this series, even though we've seen Ash on Circuit Royale from Houston, it just wasn't really working for them. So I kind of feel like maybe the pressure and the one-shot potential of the Sojourn is just going to be a bit better to be able to snipe, especially in this open area too.
Oh yeah. Merit taking quite the aggressive ang. Oh, OG is so low. He is so low, you've got to heal him. Oh, Vigilante maybe didn't have packs left. Houston Outlaws start this fight off with a bang. Dante and Hawk end up trading. Look at this, Merit just pining on that pressure. He did take an unbelievable angle. Houston Outlaws were able to just support him as much as possible. And Merit and Pelican have been the players to look for if you're an Outlaws fan over the last couple of days, or last couple of weeks, sorry. They've already turned their performance on their head in what was quite a flat start for the Outlaws in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, turning into quite the steamroll.
Yeah, it's been looking really good for them, and I think that a lot of it too is that when you look at Merit and Pelican just having these great individual performances, I think you also had to mold that to fit the play style of which the Joker Queen composition requires from you to have a bit more of that team mentality. But big opening pick here for Speedily.
Yeah, but again, the Outlaws were able to pick off Vigilante. Still pretty decent though, because Kai's still got pretty good aim, funnily enough. Outlaws with a decent amount of progress on the point though, 45%, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, it will be. Outlaws have a couple of support ultimates in this fight. Again, a big neutral engagement. No one wanting to use too many ults in these skirmishes. Outlaws more than happy not to use support ults and then go again for next.
Look at how much patience that both of these teams have executed too. I mean, I think these fights have just happened so quickly and without any ultimates online that you can really just look at them as raw engagements, but I'm expecting a lot of things to be used here.
Oh, Kai takes a body shot from Merit as he used that overclock. Kai still sitting on not too much HP, but more than willing to peek. He's got the aim to back it up, so why not? Okay, one ultimate expended for the Reign. Still 4 support ultimates across the board available. Speedily with the blade. Matt met with a beat and then a rally, and now it's up to Pelican to maybe pull his. No, Speedy just dispatches of it. The Atlanta Reign now gonna lap the Outlaws in terms of their percent.
What?
A beat to get rid of that overheal, or sorry, get rid of that anti-heal that Hawk and Vigilante suffered from. And now an overclock from Merit. He's got to finish this fight. It's been quite the long one, but Atlanta Reign still building up a percentage this whole time. You can see, yeah, OG being rather annoying. But you know, 70%, you take that, getting most of the ultimates out from the Outlaws.
Yeah, you take that. I went, well, what? Because I was like, Dante uses the Rampage here? finds an opening that, in the midst of the chaos, really did work to get Houston Outlaws the flip. They are at least also able to hold on to the Dragon Blade, but, you know, when Hawk has the Rampage and how deadly Hawk has been with these, you're really hoping that Pelican can get in and go fast.
Oh, Blade from Pelican. He's already used the dash, and he gets pooped away. He has found Hawk, but Hawk found the backline. The Houston Outlaws in deep trouble. Pelican in no man's land. No, he's all good. Don't worry. Leb's with him. Speedy and Pelican currently trading kills on each other's teams, but Vigilante, who has gone down yet again for the Atlanta Reign first. They do need to end this fight. Outlaws on at 90% and building. The Atlanta Reign just playing a little bit more passively. With Lep dead, they should be in a pretty decent spot. Hawk has commanding shot in a couple of seconds, but the stall out for the Atlanta Reign is still here, and they push it into OT. Pelican dead. Lastro's coming back with a rally, but Atlanta Reign, they find the flip.
Find the flip and in good time as well, because Lastro, while he does have the rally, Lep doesn't have the sound barrier just yet, and that's really what you're looking at to contest with Speedly's Dragon Blade. And this is last fight territory to see who takes the first round here on Sanctuary. Not a whole lot of area to play around either to try to get out of the way. So Speedily as well, just kind of looking to not have to use a dash either to engage.
Speedy play. He sees the brig. Straight to the front. He's doing so much damage. Yeah, Dante doesn't stand a chance. That overhealth didn't get built up quick enough, but there it does end his life. Dante traded for a Speedly as Outlaws use that beat. It is last fight territory for both teams, but the Houston Outlaws with more damage on their side. Lastro just swinging in the front line, and Merritt pulls that overclock. Yeah, Atlanta Reign may have point control, but Outlaws have control of the fight. They find the flip, but there's only one person to touch it. It is Speedly. Triple blinking on point, but it ain't gonna work. Houston Outlaws, they are one round away from denying Atlanta Reign their reverse sweep.
That was super well played by Houston as well, just being able to neutralize that Speedily Dragon Blade. As soon as he jumped in, it was an immediate response from the Outlaws to go ahead and use that rally, and that bought them so much time to be able to get the overclock online, also take out other key pieces of the Reign, and so they are going to be one round away. Mecha base though, this is where we thought we might see the Ashe. Maybe on the high ground here, downtown maybe a bit more likely, but Houston, I think they just want to try to close it out with a Sojourn here. Mare's been putting in some good work on that hero.
Yes, he has. All right, Atlanta Reign sweating a little bit. Heart rate pounded. To be fair, same with the Outlaws. They were probably also sweating, and their heart rate sky high currently. Both shouts traded. Disruptor Field's doing a whole bunch of work. Merritt gets dragged in with that knife. Speedily tried to get the execute kill, but it didn't end up working out. Backline from the Outlaws still looking pretty decent. Healing him up. Nice little angle. It's what you want as Merritt, just keep re-peeking these angs, just checking the support players. Another good Disruptor Field. Just chunk Atlanta Reign down pretty low. Looks like they want to back up, yeah, so they have Speedy on the point, maybe contesting, but decides against it for the time being. Needs to help the rest of his team because Hawk stepped up to the plate and got cut down. The Atlanta Reign will fall, and this should be Outlaws claiming the first cap in this round.
Yep, gotta clean up the rest of the Reign though. And then, yeah, you got easy pickings of taking back the point. But look at this. Reign are actually going to be able to come in for a really quick recontest. You can see that OG is already going to hit the speed boost, but they're trying to figure out exactly how they want to approach. As Outlaws also get split up a little bit just to kind of close off their corridors. Oh, Jesus. No, Kai.
Oh, that's a perfect pick. Fuel Merritt there. You saw Pelican also playing super aggro. See, this is what we saw from the Outlaws on map number 1, was just this tempo. You want to keep that. Ooh! Cheeky.
Looks good. Looking good so far. I mean, Merritt's probably pretty happy about that as well, just getting that Sojourn damage in. He's putting in so much. Yeah, I mean, this is a full slate here for Outlaws. This is going to be rough here for Reign. They're going to have to make so much work from these sound barriers and this rally.
Disruptor feels pretty good. Separates the rest of the team, and Hawk's already pretty low. The blade's been pulled. A 4-man dash through for Pelican as he receives a beat of his own, so he can just stand up to Kai and up to Speedly. It was a 2v1 in that corridor, but no one's died just yet. All support ultimates have been expended. Now it's Merritt Everybody's looking at him to maybe find kills with this overclock, but it's actually Kai on the opposite side. Pelican went a little bit too deep, and this is Atlanta Reign finding an opening. They still have another DPS ultimate. They're back, but Dante hits a humongous rampage. Hawk and Kai bleeding away. Speedy pulled the blade to try and find something, but he's found little of anything. The rest of his team just went down. The Outlaws still control the point.
Oh, I would have loved to see Speedily save that. But Dante, using that rampage, shut down everything that Atlanta Reign could have done in that fight, and now it's last fight territory. So Atlanta have to go back into this one with Hawk, with the rampage, get some work done. Outlaws don't really have a great answer to this unless they kite away from the damage and the anti.
Well, Hawk already pretty low. He's got no commanding shout left. He has got that rampage available. They need to be able to touch the point. That's a good start. They take care of Pelican, and they still have the rampage in their back pocket. Ideally, they don't use it and wait for the next fight to make it worse for the Outlaws. Another good kill onto Merit, and now they're finding these picks that they need. No ultimates needed. Push people off the map. Lep resets himself. The Atlanta Reign earn a rally in that fight. They got the point and keep themselves in the map.
Okay, that's really big that Hawk could hold on to the rampage, because now they can use that in order to shut down Lastro or Lep. Just shut off that extra sustain that could get the Outlaws to rotate over what the Reign can throw at this fight and then maybe get there. But oh my gosh, look at this underground approach here from the Outlaws. Reign don't know what hit him.
Hawk gets booped up, doesn't quite land that Carnage hit with the axe. The rampage comes out though and hits two. Lastro's over Hellfier's building though because he used that rally. They gotta focus Dante and they do just that. Kai picks up a couple and even more. The Atlanta Reign still holding on and building ults in the process. A rally used, a rampage used, they've got beat, double DPS ult coming up. Houston Outlaws, all teetering on a knife's edge. They do not want to send this to another round.
They don't at all, because that just means that Reign will be angrier and angrier. So Outlaws want to make sure that the sound barrier is good. Pelican gets so low already though. Commanding shout now to engage.
Yeah, you saw Speedy too trying to dash in there, get the reset off of Pelican. Didn't quite end up working out. And both Junker Queens had to use their commanding shouts to keep their Genjis in the fight. Outlaws almost getting the cap. Pelican's on the side, but Lastro's already dead. This is disastrous for the Outlaws. Speedy gets 2 kills in this fight, and now it is final fight territory. Atlanta Reign have 3 ults. Houston Outlaws the same. In fact, it's going to be the same ults almost. I mean, okay, Dante's actually getting his rampage online, so a Junker Queen advantage. It's not looking great. Might be Houstonable. We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see.
It's going to be close.
I think so. I mean, who's going to pop the ults first? Who gets to follow it up?
Outlaws have got the touch on the point. Merit setting up on the other side for an overclock. Both blades, both beats have come out. Anime duel in the center. Pelican trying to get the better of Speedy, but it's actually Dante that comes out on top. The rampage was the difference maker. Hawk takes care of Pelican, but it don't matter. Overtime ticks down, and the Houston Outlaws have done it off the back of Dante's rampage. They deny the reverse sweep, and are now 3-2 in the qualifiers.
What a showing. Houston Outlaws getting the best of the Atlanta Reign, not once, but twice now in a 5-map series. Came down to the wire though too, Jaws. Like, that was a big, heavy-hitting fight there from the Reign that Outlaws were able to just out-damage and overcome. Crazy stuff.
Just came down to that rampage at the very end of it all.
Wild.
What a scary situation to be in. I mean, to be fair, if you were the Outlaws too, you were in final fight for yourselves, 99% to 99, pretty much. Houston Outlaws are going to be more than happy with that. And like you said, Rose, that's the second map 5 they've gone to with the Atlanta Reign, and they've won it out in the last couple of seconds.
Yep.
And you've got to be super happy too. You're now 3-2 in the standings. And you're not guaranteed a place, but you are inching closer to it. And Atlanta Reign, on their side of things, they are 2-3, but we know they come online in these tournament scenarios. We know they go crazy. And so the question still remains, can they make it there themselves?
Yeah, it depends on what happens in these final qualifying matches going into the last week. And also kind of what happens across the board too with the teams that haven't fully locked in just yet. But we've got to give major commendations to the man at the helm of the Houston Outlaws right now, and that's Dante.
Yeah, the main man that made it work at the very end. The rampage sealed the deal after every beat, every rally, every other ultimate was used. It was his Rampage at the very end that secured Outlaws that dub on Busan. Yeah, Dante has been just an unbelievable asset to the Houston Outlaws ever since he joined the team. DPS player, and now he's going on to become basically a full-time tank player for the team, but his Doomfist looked crazy good. And remember, his Doomfist was good at the very start of when people started playing Overwatch 2, and it was a cut above the rest. And his Junker Queen also looking crazy good. 29%, or 28%, sorry, Jagged Blade accuracy, an incredibly important cooldown to use. We've seen so many fight wins just off of that Jagged Blade, picking off one of those pesky supports or the DPS, dislodging people and opening things up. Hero damage per 10 as well. Yeah, he's looking great all around. So yeah, Dante, player of the match, well deserved.
I think something that the stat card doesn't talk about either, because it's so hard to actually put some type of number to this, is also how effective Dante's commanding shouts have been. You know, I think a lot of times we look at these Junker Queens to kind of go in and engage with the commanding shout, but Dante has been able to fluidly go through using that as an engagement tool, but also using it as a great response mechanism when you might need it to just kind of bolster something up or try to make sure that your team doesn't die.
I know another thing we did learn today as well, the coin wins.
That's true.
The coin collects the dub, the Houston Outlaws. I will maybe give this to someone on the Houston Outlaws when I see them at LAN, maybe. We'll see. But we do have an interview with Dante coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll see what he has to say for himself.
I'm queen ulting.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Watchpoint Game Break. I'm joined here by Dante from the Houston Outlaws. That was way closer than I think I wanted it to be, and I'm sure you guys. Walk me through the match, man. You obviously had a strong start, and then it started to slip away. Where did it all turn around? How did you claw it back?
I think it went wrong when we had 5 ults on circuit. We're about to cap the point, and then I think we would have been chilling from there. We would have won the game. But I may have just queen jacks through beat. I was like, I got beaten. I'm like low. I'm like, oh, I'll just queen ult to get my health back, and I just die. I'm like, oh, okay. So I think that's what went wrong. It was just hard. Like, losing that fight was so hard.
Yeah. Is that like a mental thing for your team? Is like, do you think that like hurt your team as a mental, like losing a fight that should almost be unlosable? Did that sort of like snowball away from you, and then you just had to pull it back from there?
I think everyone knows we're at a disadvantage for the next 2 fights, because if they have like a big ult like queen ult, it's pretty hard to win those fights. But like we're still gonna plan around it. We're gonna try our hardest to win those fights, even if like it's hard. So maybe some people got down. I don't know. I can't speak for other people, so I don't know how other people think. But I don't. I try not to let it affect me.
Yeah, of course. So obviously we're coming into these matches. The Atlanta Reign, they're a team that's been on the rise. I just want to get your thoughts on Speedily, because he came in, he was a big problem for you guys in this match. Did you guys feel like you had to adjust against him? You obviously have a great Genji player in Pelican. How did you sort of deal with that?
I think Speedily is a great player. I think there's a lot of great Genjis in this meta. I don't really look too hard at name value. Like when we're against Kevster, just good Genji. Speedily, good Genji. Just focus on what we want to do. I think Speedily will like continue getting better and better. He hasn't been able to practice Overwatch 2, unfortunately. So he's just been playing Overwatch Classic. In like a few months, that guy's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, he's improving in just the 2 matches that we've seen. So I want to actually go back in time a little bit for the Houston Outlaws. So a couple of matches ago, you lost to the London Spitfire 3-0, and a lot of us were questioning, like, what happened to the Outlaws? Since then, you've pulled it back. Just sort of run me through what happened in that match. Have you guys sort of adjusted and learned from that one?
I think the week leading up to it, we were actually playing really well in practice and stuff. And then in the match, it kind of fell apart. I think our comm structure was a little weird then, but we took a look at it, and we just have like me calming a lot more, and other people focusing on other things. Like we kind of organized it more, and now we feel a lot more organized and decisive with our play.
Okay, that's actually interesting. I want to pull on that thread, actually. So do you actually think it's important in this meta for a Junker Queen to be the vocal one? Are you sort of at the head of the spear, sort of running everything through you?
I think it's pretty important for Junker Queen to be vocal. I think since you're like the heart of the team, you kind of have to talk a lot. Anyone can be vocal, though. I think it's like anyone can be vocal, but I think it is important for Junker Queen too.
Okay, that's interesting. And I sort of talking about you personally, got one more question for you. We've seen you pick up the Doomfist. We've seen you pick up the Junker Queen. In Overwatch 2, you've been doing a lot more playing tank than playing DPS. Is this something that fans should be expecting more in the future, or are you still in love with DPS and you still want to play in that role?
It just depends whatever the team needs me at. Right now, it's at tank, so I'll be practicing tank and trying my best at tank. Who knows what it'll be like for the rest of the season? Who knows what it'll be next season? Just focusing on now, and that is tank.
And this is why you're one of the GOATs, man. Thank you very much for talking to me. I appreciate it, and congratulations on the win.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers, man.
All right, thank you, Dante, for the interview, and of course, thank you, Costa, for the insight. You went all out.
Yeah, sorry, that was a long one. I'm sorry, Hex. I had more questions as a win.
That was a great interview.
Great questions.
I honestly think you guys are doing better interviews than I do, so I think you guys should continue to do it.
Stop it, Dan. Stop it.
You're the best interviewer we have here.
But anyways, thank you guys. And yeah, for this match, I think it was a great match because like we talked about it before going into the match, the Genji matchup, the Junker Queen, and just the team were so equal. And like when the match first started, Houston seemed like really strong, and then Atlanta came back, and then Map 5 was just brawl.
Yeah.
Like, what can you guys tell me about this match?
I mean, I think it was interesting because I'd say in general, Houston Outlaws really impressed me with this result. I think Atlanta Rain is a really hard opponent, and the fact that Houston Outlaws were able to sort of like feel like they were in control for a lot of this match, that just speaks to how good they are as a team. Whether it was Merit who popped off specifically on map 5, or just Pelican Blades, Dante on the Junker Queen. I will say though that I think overall Atlanta Rain were the more consistent team when it comes to how much value they were getting out of Speedily, for example, him fighting picks. Whereas with the Houston Outlaws, they felt a bit scrappy, they felt a bit hit and miss. Yes, they got tons of value from their damage players and Dante at times, but also Lep was getting picked quite often. Right. There were times when Dante utilized the Rampage on Junker Queen and didn't really hit a lot of targets as Junker Queen. And so the Houston Outlaws, I feel like they're in this kind of like weird position where they're looking good. Obviously they beat the Atlanta Rain, but I feel like they could actually be like a lot better in Toronto with some time to like iron out some of these flaws. That almost feels like the Houston Outlaws mantra in a way. Like you always think they can do better than they actually do. But I'm quite seriously, I think that the Houston Outlaws, the way they played today, if they just fix some mistakes and perhaps get picked less often going into fights, etc., I think the Houston Outlaws could be a very formidable opponent, perhaps contesting some of the greater teams who have stood out so far this stage, like the Toronto Defiant, for example.
Yeah, I completely agree, and the same thing could be said for the Atlanta Rain. Right. Like, it's the same thing, just on a different foot. They have the individual mechanical skill, especially on the back of Speedily coming into this roster. You started to see some of his true firepower coming in this match, but it felt like sometimes things were going by the wayside and Ultimate just sort of being thrown away. I think Hawk's struggling to get value with those Rampages. I think he got robbed on a couple of them with the way that the hitboxes are working.
Yeah.
But, you know, nevertheless, they weren't getting the value they really need. You know, they're 2-3. They are on the cusp of qualifying for this tournament. I believe they're playing against the Toronto Defiant.
Atlanta Rain?
Yeah, Atlanta Rain.
No, they're playing LA Gladiators.
They're playing the Gladiators. They were playing someone strong. So the Gladiators, you know, they might almost be playing for both of their lives in the tournament, potentially, the way things shake out. So I think it'd be awesome to see Atlanta Rain qualify. We always know they're a different beast when, you know, push comes to shove. When there's money on the line.
When there's money on the line, Atlanta's like, yeah, so as long as they get in, I'm sure they're going to do great. But I mean, as of right now, if they lost to Houston Outlaws and then they're going up against the LA Gladiators, so it is going to be a rough road ahead. For Houston Outlaws, though, they're 3-2. You know, I don't think they're guaranteed yet, but they're vibing.
Yeah,
they're good. They're in a good spot.
They're in a good spot.
They're in a good spot. They're in a good spot
Washington
right now.
next though, so who knows?
Yeah. Honestly, probably another map 5 where everyone has a harder taker and everyone stresses out.
Yeah.
That's still going to be very interesting. All right, let's move on to our next match. We have Dallas Fuel going up against Florida Mayhem. That match, okay, Dallas fans, Dallas is already in. They are the vibing ones. They're vibing. They're good. But, I mean, this match has a lot of implications because I heard from Hex that if Dallas wins, Washington is in.
Oh, okay.
Right? They're in. If Dallas 3-0s Florida Mayhem, it's Washington, and here it comes. Matt, this is for you. Vancouver.
August 14th.
Is in. So Dallas has to 3-0. If Dallas 3-0s, then Washington and Vancouver is in. If Dallas just wins, then Washington is in.
Wow.
Which is crazy, because I'm like, Washington is in?
It feels like we've been, this whole stage we've just been like, damn, Washington's gone. And they're still like, guys, we're still winning games. I'm like, I can still hear them sometimes. You know?
They still look good.
They've been performing to a really good level. And honestly, you know, with the expectations of both of these teams in this stage so far, Dallas have been back to their prior form that we know them from last year, playing that sort of hive mind game style in the Jotes meta. One of the best teams that we have in the West. The Florida Mayhem just look a little out of sorts. They haven't looked comfortable. They did a lot of experimenting with the double flex support at the beginning of the stage, and it's sort of come back to bite them a little bit. And this is why we see less adaptations from these, you know, Jotes teams, because it can really hurt you in the long run.
I think because when the stage first started, I remember seeing Florida Mayhem and I was like, oh, they look decent. And then as soon as, you know, as the stage went on and they had more games, it just looked worse. Am I just seeing stuff, or do you guys think?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, over time people learn this composition, the Junker Queen, and like how it performs and like what are the strengths, etc. And I think over time, just like double flex, like people expose that. You know, you're playing like Ana, Sen and stuff, like people are going to expose that over time as they learn how to deal with that stuff. So Florida Mayhem, they were forced into a position to play double main support instead. They put Sir Marjet on the Lucio, I believe, and Animo on the Brig. Like, it's just not their meta. I will say though, for the Florida Mayhem, like going into the season, they were rated pretty low. Not a lot of people had high expectations of their roster. They're 7-8 so far this season. So it's fine, you know, the Florida Mayhem, they might underperform this specific stage because this meta isn't their suit. That's fine. The Florida Mayhem, they still have a great chance to qualify for the play-ins. I think they have to focus on what's next for them later on this season. If they just stay strong, improve upon themselves a little by little, set like your own personal goals, you don't have to beat the Dallas Fuel today. You know, the Florida Mayhem, if they continue to perform like they've done so far this season, and on a strong note, they're still going to have a great result this season.
Yeah, well, this match is, again, very important, not only for Dallas fans, but for Florida Mayhem as well, and also Washington and Vancouver. So let's jump right into the match. And for this match, we have none other than Jack and Rose. You guys are back. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello. I don't think we're going to do coin flip for this one.
No.
But the coin has been right.
Ah, man.
A lot of the time. The coin guessed Outlaws.
Right.
And then the coin made you support Washington, and then Washington also won. So maybe the coin is a better predictor than the desk. Maybe?
Well, the
Coin
dice
knows
is being retired. You know.
I mean, for
the dice is retired.
That's gone. I had to put it away.
All right, good. But the coin is the important part. So, okay, well let's use our analytical brains, Jack. How much chance do you guys give to the Florida Mayhem? Are you expecting better things that we've seen from them in the past?
No.
No, Jack, we just said no.
It said no. It said no. My brain has become one with the coin. It is no longer just a single sentient. It is merged with my brain. And yeah, so the coin said no. So I don't know. Maybe it's a Dallas 3-0. I mean, I think a lot of people are hoping for that. A lot of teams, it feels like.
Yep.
All right, we're going to get into game. Thank you very much,
It'll be so
you three.
Yeah, if Florida wins.
You beautiful bunch. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. Florida, they've not looked great, Rose. Let's be real with ourselves coming into the series. And Dallas Fuel, on the other hand, they've already clinched their spot. The Shock and Toronto are there with them. They can just upset a lot of people, basically, by winning here. And if they win decisively, then even more upsets across the board.
Yeah, there are definitely some teams right now that are looking at Dallas Fuel and hoping that they will get a 3-0. But for Florida Mayhem, I've got to agree with everybody on the desk and just kind of like from the eye test that Florida Mayhem is one of those teams that they rely a lot on individual carry performances, it feels like. And so when they aren't able to get those, then that doesn't really work out. And also, an individual carry performance isn't quite enough this stage to be able to get you a team fight win. And that also has problems that comes with it. But maybe this is the chance for Florida Mayhem to try to work out some of those kinks and try to, yeah, get some good old-fashioned Overwatch practice in against the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird for the Florida Mayhem because they've been changing out the hit scan player a lot in Xe and Hydron. Hydron is actually starting today. Oh, we'll see that in a minute. Spoiler alert, sorry.
No.
But we're gonna see Hydron today, which has also been fairly interesting because when Xe came into the team a little bit late to the Florida Mayhem, when he finally made it on, everybody was like, okay, we're going to see a lot more Xe. Maybe they bring in Hydron for certain metas, certain maps, maybe. And now Xe's kind of nowhere to be seen. Like he's taken a little step back. So I'm still curious on what's going on there with their squad, but it's hard to go up against the Dallas Fuel in a meta that they've almost called their own at this point. Like Doha, Edison, Sparkle, they have so much that they can give to this meta. Hanbin's been performing exceptionally well, and the backline is been strong. Chio's one of the better rookie Lucio players that have come in this season, and him in midfielder have just looked unkillable. But it's really been like the Doha and Edison show a lot of the time. Like Doha's sharing a little bit of time here and there with Sparkle, but you can have either of them on the Genji, and they look rather clean.
They do look really, really good. And I think this is the Dallas Fuel that people were so excited about seeing in that first stage. Remember, they were running the Zarya composition, just absolutely mowing everybody down. And I think the Junker Queen composition can play very closely to that same type of play style where you're just trying to hit hard into whoever walks in front of you first. And Hanbin is certainly one of those players that will just go for it. W key.
All right, let's have a look at Florida then. Like I said, I already gave you a little bit of a spoiler. Hydron is starting. But checkmate someone. Samajet and RuPaul. Now, what's interesting about this team too is, again, is very late additions to a lot of different teams, to be fair, even over the last couple of weeks. There's been a lot of roster swaps and a lot of either trades or players that have just been picked up throughout the season. And Florida Mayhem is no stranger to that. But the one big name that stands out on the Florida Mayhem roster is Checkmate. And in a meta where he can play Genji, he looks good. It's whether he can actually stand up to the might that is the Dallas Fuel right now.
Yeah, like, is Dallas Fuel even going to give an opening for Checkmate to go in and get some of these big finishing blows with the Genji? I think you've got to take a look across the board at how well Dallas Fuel support each other as a group and how close together they play. That might be a little bit easier said than done for Florida, but they could definitely work on some fundamentals here, and especially when we're starting things off on Control, this is a great way to just kind of feel out how both of these teams are going to play for this match.
And we are going on to what looks like Village is our first map. Or round, I should say.
Shrine.
Or maybe not. I got baited. I got baited. I remember all maps are the same map, technically.
They are.
If you want to get super technical, they're all the same map. They're all at different elevations, too, which is quite interesting.
So cool. I love how they put it together.
Oh, yeah. All right. It's probably going to be the same kind of affairs here. Nothing crazy. Now, how does Hydron and Checkmate stand up to Doha and Edison? Although, I'm not going to say Edison's going to play the Reaper, but this was another big point for the Dallas Fuel earlier on in the season is Edison and Doha's flexibility on the DPS. Like, his Reaper looked really good, and Hanbin and the Dallas Fuel at the very first LAN we had this year were, I guess the second LAN because we had the first one, the Battle for Texas. The tournament, I should say. Hanbin was going crazy with the Zarya, and it's been good to see Dallas Fuel kind of bouncing back onto this Junker Queen comp, and where you can play extremely aggressive. Although saying
Checkmate.
Maybe not quite so much. Okay, Checkmate on Echo.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely put the Echo here. We've seen teams use that, especially if you might have expected Dallas Fuel to potentially play the May, as we've seen some teams do, like London Spitfire. Then the Echo gives you so much versatility to play in this skybox, where the only thing that can really come after you is going to be Edison Sojourn. So I think Checkmate here actually is going to be in a really nice spot to be able to try to get some of this big burst damage with a focus beam.
Yeah, he's chunking away at Hanbin's health bar, but easier said than done, especially with someone dying. Ooh, a little dive bomb. Oh, he does get Edison with the beam, though.
That feels pretty good. Gotta wait for the rest of the Mayhem to come back in, though, before you try to recontest this point. Dallas Fuel's already taking control over it. But when you also look at how much damage Checkmate has done on this Echo, you're 50% away towards maybe having a second Junker Queen online.
Yeah, already 60% and building. Double Junker Queen, looking rather tasty for Florida Mayhem, but still need to get there. There's the commanding shout from the Dallas Fuel. Mayhem used their one just a moment ago. Dallas Fuel did push back. The Checkmate going pretty low. Same with Sir Majed saying that. Florida Mayhem still trying to contend and push people off of the point to get this capture. They've about a third, now 2/3 of the way there from flipping the point, but someone again super low. Doha looking for the execution, but overstepped his mark. Was half HP when he went for the dash and just gets taken care of. Florida Mayhem used that rally to try and turn the tides, but a beat for the Dallas Fuel, and in fact a rally on top of that. Double support ultimate used by the Dallas Fuel, and Sir Majed 4% away from his own beat. Are they going to invest? That's the big question. Checkmate pretty close to his own ultimate, but Hanbin takes care of someone. Checkmate 30 HP. He does get the copy, not on the Junker Queen, on the Genji. So a free blade potentially, but no. The Dallas Fuel able to focus him down, and they burn basically every ult from the Florida Mayhem, and they continue to hold.
Yeah, that was like for no capture progress either. Florida Mayhem never took back control. I thought Checkmate maybe after using that duplicate would want to go over to the Genji, but nope. With this last fight territory approaching, Florida Mayhem have decided to put all of their faith onto Hydron and someone to see if they can get these ultimates to find some value.
Blade for Doha. There's only that commanding shout to save you, but that's all you're going to need. Someone turns right around and takes care of Doha. Overtime is here as RuPaul goes down. Florida Mayhem, unfortunately, health bars sinking pretty low with only Sir Majed to help them up. He's going to be able to touch to re-trigger overtime, but it's looking like a shutout, 100-0. Dallas Fuel off to a commanding start.
I think the Echo choice was really good from Florida Mayhem. You know, if you're not confident maybe in being able to win in the exact mirror, then try to change something up that gives you a little bit more comfortability. Checkmate has shown high proficiency with the Echo in previous matches, and so it makes a lot of sense to potentially rely on a pick like that to try to get around the rest of the Dallas Fuel. The target focus just wasn't quite there, though, to really allow the burst damage potential of the Echo to shine. When Checkmate was trying to focus someone down with the beam, it didn't really seem like there was any other damage to follow that up either. But let's see what both of these teams decide to do. With is this Junkrat sticking?
Oh!
No way.
Okay. Maybe Florida Mayhem borrowed your D20 and they're just rolling while you're in it. Checkmate Junkrat. This is straight out of left field, but I am down. I am here for this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's pretty hard to mash them in the neutral if you have the Junkrat. If you try and get on top of this little platform where Florida Mayhem are holding, if you're Junker Queen or someone that doesn't have a ton of mobility, you can just get booped off. Look, I've been a little bit too scared. Aerial mine there from Checkmate goes wide. Oh, saves himself though. That was lucky. Almost got booped off by Shio. Hydra not quite so lucky though as he bites the dust. Shio still trying to look for these mad environmental kills, and he might just be able to take down the Brig. He does indeed, but Checkmate comes back. Junkrat hit another couple. Shio can't quite find the kills quick enough. Okay, another boop. What is happening in this game? What is happening?
No, I don't care. I love every second of this right now. Checkmate. Junkrat, Checkmate. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I mean, one of the things that I used to love about seeing a Junkrat pick on Sanctum is just how you can utilize the grenades to kind of go straight down the stairs. Like, you don't even have to look in their general direction. Checkmate doesn't have to make eye contact. He just has to throw the nades on point. Look how much damage he's doing.
I did ask Jake how to play Junkrat one time, and he said just that. Close your eyes and just let loose on the nades, and you'll eventually find kills.
It's actually a problem if you see the enemy team, you're playing Junkrat wrong.
Well, he's doing just that. He's actually lobbing the grenades over towards Edison. Cleans up Doha. Got that tire on 10%. Doha, you got to be careful. Those mines from downtown are going to land eventually. Someone taken out. Dallas Fuel have a lot of point presence, though. Checkmate may have the tire, but they don't have the numbers right now. Tire could end the fight, or like start the fight up pretty well for Mayhem if they manage to pick off Hanbin or like one of the supports.
Yeah,
it's pretty bad. Dallas Fuel have to respect this tire.
Oh, I mean, but do you see if you're commanding shout though, right? Because that's a cooldown that really could remove the ability for you to get like a quick pick with the tire, but you could still soften up everybody on Dallas. But the commanding shot was used already. Oh, it's time for the tire.
There's the rip tire. Hello, Edison. Goodbye, Edison. Nice little bit of aggression there from the Florida Mayhem, chasing the Dallas Fuel all the way back to spawn. Especially when you're pushing in like that. You don't want to just let loose the tire when it's kind of a neutral. You Ajax. Oh, wait, did Chio Ajax? Oh, okay, completely missed that.
Oh. Wait.
Wow.
Oh, Chio did Ajax. Oh, I thought that Sermagia was talking about himself. No. Oh, no. Chio lost a sound barrier. Oh, that's not good. Florida's totally going to capitalize on that. Oh, Chio's down again.
Wait, how did he die? Oh, right there. The mines are just thrown from quite the distance. Yeah, like I said, you don't really want to use the tire in the neutral. You just want to get it when they're all distracted. Speaking of distractions, a distraction of a demise. There you go. Goodbye, Doha. Nice tempo setting from the Florida Mayhem. In fact, Edison wants to carry on this fight. He's going to use the overclock. Checkmate's in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken out by Edison. Does a little bit of damage, and now the Dallas Fuel are rushing it down the point. Got to be careful, though. Hydron's looking at almost 100 charge, but Dallas Fuel still managed to find the flip somehow. Overclock online for the Florida Mayhem. Same with the Beat and the Rampage. And now the Florida Mayhem. They want to try and see their way onto the point and get a cap and force this to the last fight. A good blade from Doha is going to start off this pretty well as he cleans up to make that a third as someone had nowhere to run or hide.
Wow, Doha actually gets really low too. Checkmate almost being able to follow up on that pick. See that Checkmate switched off of the Junkrat now, kept a little bit of the charge there from the Riptire. But, oh, come on now! Not again!
Okay, I missed 2 Ajax in a row. I feel pretty bad, but yeah, okay, Sermachat apparently Ajax too. Okay, I'm just only going to look at Lucio players now, because I missed 2 of them.
They're just leveling the playing field for each other. It's like an honorable 1v1 in the Lucio department.
No one gets beat. That seems pretty honorable, honestly. Does feel pretty honorable. All right, 90% in building. Dallas Fuel. No more Ajaxes, please. Or at least ones I can pick up. Traveling about something else, clearly. All right, who's got the next ult coming online? Maybe Checkmate gets his blade, but it's a bit more of a neutral fight than I think the Florida Mayhem really want. Oh dear, he'll just caught out completely off guard. Armin just kind of left him in that small room. It's all good though, because they do end up trading for Sir Marjed, but the fight on the point's definitely going to favor the Mayhem as they do have their Brig alive and just kind of swinging in this small room with the help of someone. I say alive, not for long, as Harbin takes care of it, but Harbin now trapped, only relying on his adrenaline rush to heal him up. Florida Mayhem cap the point. 85, 90% for them. Final fight territory for both teams.
And you're looking at the fact that Checkmate has the blade, so you can play really aggressive with this, and there's not really a great answer. I mean, poor Chio. Well, we saw the Ajax at least once off screen. Does Chio even get it online now? Rally already to initiate.
Oh, they kill Fielder. That's not good. Chio's 1% towards that beat. But Checkmate, make sure he picks him up. A swift end to the round. Dallas Fuel had a very, very quick first round, but it's going all the way. A bit more of a close affair on Sanctum. Yeah, double Ajax. So no beats were seen. An Ajax pandemic. Wow. Yeah, there have been a lot of Ajaxes over the last couple of weeks in just this meta.
It's just the meta. It has to just be the meta. It just is what it is at this point. I think, too, that when you have all of the disruption tools, Lucio's also, like, if you're trying to get from the high ground, you have a little bit of latency when it comes to getting the beat, but also, look, your aerial, you get booped out of it. Oh, my God.
He was like 19, 20 HP, and he goes for that beat. That is... Oh, and here's the other one.
Oh, no, stop.
Oh, he gets booped.
This is the point. Okay, so this is why, right? It's all of the CC effects that make the latency of hitting Q and getting the actual sound barrier way larger than normal. So, yeah, we're going to see it more often. We're going to see, apparently, Checkmate Farah also.
Yep, he's rolled the D20, and it's Faraday. Okay. I mean,
hey,
honestly, Florida Mayhem trying something new. I love it. Good to see. Although, Edison is seeing a lot of Florida Mayhem players now with a gravestone above them.
That Farah was short-lived, and now I am upset. But I'm not actually upset. I think that despite all the silliness that we've seen in this first map of this match, Florida Mayhem trying out something new and also having it work, like that Junkrat actually won them around on Sanctum. That's actually pretty big. And so now Checkmate can go in with a little bit of confidence, play the Farah, see if that aerial unit is going to be helpful here. It's not, so get the quick switch over to the Genji with the DPS charge that gets ported over.
Checkmate tried to go for a small flank there, but his front line just evaporated, unfortunately.
Gotta play with the team.
Yeah, ideally, if you can, you see like some of the best Genjis, they just go on like these little solo missions and then use the dash to either secure a kill or get out. And, it was just felt like a bit of a mistiming there. Just not his fault really. It was just the rest of his team ended up going down. Oh, speaking of which, nice headshot. We take those.
Yep.
Ooh, Doha.
Okay.
Small corridor, quick fight.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas Fuel's just not playing around anymore. After the Junkrat and getting kind of probably caught off guard by such an interesting pick like that, Dallas Fuel are going back to basics, and they know what they need to focus on, which is just getting these picks early on. Edison has been doing a great job of opening up these fights, and then you see the follow-up from the rest of the members of the Fuel. Can Chio hit the sound barrier, though? We're 16 away, Jaws. I want to see a sound barrier this round, please.
Yeah, maybe either team's just not going to use it with just the fear of an Ajax. Oh my God.
Well, now they might need it.
Okay, good trade though. Hydron ends up going down, peeks his head around, kills Doha. And Dallas Field's really trying to make this last fight. They can get another pick, get a stagger kill somehow. And someone who doesn't really want to test the rest of the Mayhem. They're going to escort themselves to the point. Sermajev with the beat, Chio with the beat. Looking not to Ajax. Overtime approaching. Florida Mayhem need to touch. And, whoa, who is this? It is Checkmate, low HP. There's the beats. There's the blade from Doha. No Ajaxes and no kills just yet. Rampage is good. Hits someone in Sir Marjed, and the Florida Mayhem in trouble. They do get healed up for a brief second, but a carnage from Hanbin will end the round and the map with a Dallas Fuel dub.
Looking good, looking clean. Dallas Fuel taking a win. so far, but Florida Mayhem's not looking half bad, Jack. Really exciting to see them experiment a little bit with maybe some of the hero pool that Checkmate has, and really getting some work done with it. As we go into future maps of this set, I'm really looking forward to if Florida kind of keeps experimenting, or Dallas Fuel just kind of, you know, head down, face forward, blinders on, try to go for the W.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to Hybrid is our next game mode. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Dallas Fuel up a map. Florida Mayhem did take them to all 3 rounds. A little experimentation too from Checkmate. You love to see it. And honestly, sitting at 1 and 2 right now with the Florida Mayhem, they're not out of this. They're not out of the qualifiers. So experimentation might be what they need. No substitutions as we get into Hollywood in just a bit.
I mean, you heard it from Johnny, right? If you want to keep looking ahead, because it's not even just about this match, it's about looking forward as well to the rest of the season and seeing what can you pull out of your pocket that might give you some type of leg up in the next meta. Why not? Just kind of play around with things a little bit. This doesn't mean either that the Florida Mayhem are going to lose or that they expect to, but it is very cool to see the Pharah, the Junkrat, and the Echo, and I don't know, what does the D20 say this time around on Hollywood? You get another superstar coming out here?
I hope so. Maybe we see Checkmate running the Torb. The Torbjorn. Look at this.
Please, please.
The Torb, right? It has a turret, so it's like not as good as Bob, but you can just use it as a cooldown, so that's okay. So it's like half a person's worth of damage. Or we see the Bastion, also another big turret pick.
Oh my god, no.
God.
No, oh my god.
Okay. Checkmate.
Wait.
You baited me.
No.
I wish.
No more silliness.
The Torb would also
Jaws.
be awful in this meta, I will say. Although Torb's not great most of the time, to be fair. But
oh, you take that back.
Hopefully one day we'll get a Torb meta so I can run it down with the Torbjorn.
I want to see a Torb hammer kill at some point this season. Somebody do it. But I do want to point out something that is unique. Florida Mayhem have done this a few times, actually.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Zenyatta and the Ana for the backline on the defense here. And I think this is really smart because Florida is probably one of the first teams we saw experiment with the Ana. Not only is it one of RuPaul's best heroes, but also the anti, just on top of the fact that you have the ability to do that again with a Rampage, is pretty big. It allows you to shut down so many things.
Oh, baited. Can RuPaul be saved? Yes, he can. Can't it? That looked really nice from the Dallas Fuel just then. They did end up just trying to force Florida Mayhem to check that mega health pack at the very back. Oh, does Checkmate get the kill? No, Orchio? No, he does not. Checkmate finishes him off. Yeah, not only is RuPaul on his best hero, but Surmashed's on his best hero too. His aim and his mechanics on the Zen, crispy clean.
Yeah.
See if they can hold this defense. But yeah, the sleep dart, the anti-nade, so crucial. And more often than not, these comps are running as a giant ball. So the anti-nade almost guaranteed to get, what, 3 people minimum, it feels like?
There's no shield unless you want to count the brig shield that you get to hold up. But there's not much that saves you from, really. Unless you're the brig.
Disruptor shot there on the high ground. Someone's going pretty low. Checkmate also about 1 HP currently. Doha spots Surmashed, a triple shuriken to the chest. Doha's getting checked. Hydron to the rescue, saving Surmashed's life, and now Doha is in a whole heap of trouble. Meanwhile, the Dallas Fuel backline in Chio kills a RuPaul. An extremely scrappy fight ends up in Cafe, and with the Florida Mayhem coming out on top, not even giving a single tick away.
This is super impressive. I mean, look at the fact, too, that RuPaul and Surmashed both have their ultimates online, too. Woo! Yeah, Florida's feeling really good about this defense so far. We've also, you know, a lot of time off the clock. There's only 2 minutes remaining. Maybe the rally, you know, contending with the Nano. I mean, but the Nano is so good because it gets Checkmate or Hydron their ultimate. Or it just like allows them to go even like more sicko mode with the ult. Like it's so good to have the Ana here.
Well,
but you might need it to
not Checkmate any longer. Headshot from Edison. And now the Cafe is getting assaulted. But look at this. Someone is standing at the door. He's got a nano and he's got a giant axe. Chio's put to sleep and put to rest. A big ultimate. Look at that. Doha's blade's gonna get 2 somehow. He's like 2 HP. How'd he get 2? The Florida Mayhem with a what I thought was a pretty good rampage, almost stopped Doha in his tracks, but still manages to get a double kill, and the Dallas Fuel come out on top. Both the Transcendence and the Nano used super early on. Dallas Fuel got the payload going.
Wow, that was so nasty from Doha. Oh, please tell me this is a replay. Okay, pops the blade, goes into the back already. The rampage does hit him, but hits RuPaul first. And then is able to get the cleanup too. Dang,
So many good players there from the Florida Mayhem. Just those swings and the dashes do so much damage. Damn, okay. Doha taking that point over. All right, let's see what Dallas Fuel have on their offense. They have to still contend with the long-range damage and long-range poke and healing from the Florida Mayhem. Although you still have to be careful of Edison. If he gets 100 charge, you best believe he's going to either slide or just look for shots on the high ground like this.
You definitely have to stay out of Surmajed's sight lines as well with the Zen. I mean, that Orb of Discord can do so much, but oh, the high ground meeting him up there.
Blade from someone. That beat comes out just in time. Checkmate still slashing away, but the Florida Mayhem have no speed boost worth keeping in mind, so with the Dallas Fuel just kind of rocketing towards them, it's harder for the DPS and the supports to really get much distance between them. Hydron's keeping them in this fight, keeping them competitive, but Fielder and Harmbin, two-man wrecking crew. Nice shield there, protecting Harmbin from those railgun shots from Hydron. The payload is still moving too. This whole time, Edison's just been kind of chilling down there, getting free move, free space.
Yeah, you got to back up a little bit here, especially when you're waiting for the rest of your team to come back, but this is a great position for Fuel to be in. They've got all the ults in their economy.
Yeah, they do have the Overclock and the Rampage. I mean, Rupal is fairly close to his Nano. He could use it on someone that did get Rampaged if they're decent-ish HP, but
ooh, so low.
Ideally you want to use it first. Nice anti-nade. I hit 4 people onside the Dallas Fuel, but they used the commanding shout to get that re-engage, a boost onto someone. And now you just can't step up to the payload because the damage is just too great. Harmbin launches himself with the backline of the Florida Mayhem and picks up the kill onto Rupal. Now someone is going to have to build up a rally. Quick, sharp. He's got an orb. He's so low. As Shio finishes him off, but the sustain was just too good for the Florida Mayhem. They even had a Transcendence if they really needed it.
Yeah, but they didn't need it. I mean, the Nano, like, that was enough to save somebody. And now look at this too. I think the other thing about the Nano that's so interesting to look at is just how much it allows you to kind of keep pace or even outpace in some cases the ultimates that are appearing on the other team. So, you know, Dallas Fuel, yeah, they've got the Dragon Blade now, but how long will they have that advantage? Ooh, Transcendence forced though here.
Transcendence forced. Yeah, Blade pull directly afterwards. Oh, wow. Surmajet still finds those kills. They're trading extremely efficiently right now. Surmajet tried to get the kick away on Harmbin, but Harmbin, again, one of the last members alive for the Dallas Fuel, keeping them in these fights. Wow, wow, wow. The DPS from the Dallas Fuel, Edison's getting headshots every now and then, but they look quite suppressed. Like, the Florida Mayhem backline are really putting them in check. Okay.
Oh, come on now. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, you weren't going to get away with that, let's be real. It's worth the attempt.
I suppose. Well, that unfortunately means that the stagger will afford Dallas Fuel a little bit more cart progress before Florida can come back, but I wouldn't peek my head out if I were you, Edison. Not when Surmajet is right down the hallway waiting to hit you with a volley to the face. That wouldn't feel good. So
it would feel pretty terrible. But it would feel terrible the other way too if Edison was fully charged.
No, that's
Kill each
true.
other because the orbs go and then use the catcher.
Okay, so it's kind of honorable.
kind of honorable. But as a support player, you always say the DPS is the most honorable class.
It's true.
Or most honorable role, I should say. All right, Blade, Rampage available for Florida Mayhem. What can they do? Dallas Fuel are going to have to fight this one in the neutral. Just burning the time back down, that's the aim of the game. 1 minute to go as Chio gets the beat. Maybe now is the time to pounce. They see the supports in the back right-hand corner as the Bayes pull from Checkmate. A beat, though, for the Florida Mayhem as they just charge on down the back line of the Florida Mayhem. Harmbin takes care of Checkmate. There's no ults left from the Dallas Fuel, and there's only Chio and Doha on the payload. They just need to kill Hydron. Someone is still alive. Commanding shout's going to be enough to keep Hydron alive in this fight. Ooh. And now 30 seconds remains. One more fight to go, and Hydron could end it all with an overclock.
Could. And there's the Nano too. What? Checkmate's going over to May? The stall potential right now for this quick pick is actually pretty big. You could use the ice block, you could use the wall, isolate somebody, cut off the sight lines of healing. This could actually really disrupt Dallas Fuel's flow right now. This could be exactly what Florida Mayhem need to shut it down if the Nano and the overclock aren't enough.
Rampage. Up for Harbin, commanding shout forward. Checkmate's already dead. May still non-existent. Neither is the back line of the Florida Mayhem. Jet ends up going down, but RuPaul, luckily enough, gets that nano off. But Harbin's still alive. Hits the cart with the ult. It tags someone. Nano fades. And RuPaul in the perfect spot for an Ana, but can't contest the payload in time. Harbin saves the Dallas Fuel once again. They do get overtime. A fantastic defense from the Florida Mayhem thus far on what is considered at this point quite an unorthodox backline.
It is working, though. I don't know if Florida would continue to do that on the attack, but I actually almost feel like it works better there because you can really snowball with the pressure of maybe getting a sleep dart onto a key member of Dallas Fuel, the Orbs of Discord as well, just making sure that the damage that you do have in the DPS line is even more impactful. We'll see what happens when we take a look at Florida Mayhem as they exit out of their spawn, but we'll see Dallas Fuel's defense attempt first, and I really don't expect them to stray too far away from this, Jaws. This is the El Clasico of the meta as of late, and something that Dallas Fuel are really good at.
Oh, it's a good Chio POV. Don't mind that whatsoever. Couple of his Cheerios, but he hits the ones that count.
There you go. Oh!
Even Hydra backing up into spawn, yeah. Just the speed. This is the thing between the two comps. The Zen and the Ana, infinitely slower than the Lucio, the Genji, that's just kind of diving towards you.
Yeah.
And really relying on that, the Discord Orb, the damage from the Zen, the anti-nades, that utility rather than like brute force with the speed boost from the Lucio.
That's true.
Nah, it's just Sonic. Okay. No random pickoffs.
No, not yet. Not yet. So Florida's still going to be looking for those, but I love the point that you bring out about the Lucio versus, you know, the Zen and the Ana. The speed can be a difference maker, but not if Checkmate's going to keep opening up these fights like this.
Where was Edison? Where is Hydron? Both Sojourn's dead. Now a battle in server. Or Cameroon, whatever you want to say. Where is ZP? Is he still on cams? We don't know. The Dallas Fuel still off to a decent start. I mean, I don't know how you lose Edison there, but he's going to be able to get back just in time. Same with Hydra.
Yeah, the quick pick as well, kind of as revenge, did buy time, but Doha, hello?
Doha looked like he wanted to go for a little quick kill and then a dash away. Saw a low health member of the Florida Mayhem maybe. It was just way up inside that camera room, the server room. Florida Mayhem easily dealing with the Dallas Fuel's defense on A.
That's going to be a lot of time in the bank here. Quick take for point A. No chance of a recontest right now for Dallas Fuel. That is safe. 5 minutes for this payload. Well, I mean, that's what Florida Mayhem want. They want as much time as possible because they want to finish with over a minute remaining. Just to be able to match.
They also want this high ground, though. They need to set so much Ed
True.
and RuPaul on the high ground with the Ana and the Zen, but it's going to be quite the tall ask. Not only is their boots in the Florida Mayhem, but their, like I mentioned before, the brute force, the strength that they can just run on forward with the Lucio speed. Not the best angles, but there are a couple of like right-click spots, to be fair, if you're in Surma Zed's shoes right now. So if anybody from the Dallas Fuel peeks their head over, they could get volleyed. Like you were mentioning before, like it's still a deadly thing to come up against.
I mean, you have to send Checkmate up there, though. That's really the best contender for bullying Dallas Fuel off of the high ground. And then maybe, too, you kind of put somebody in a position for Surmajet or RuPaul to just snipe them out. Maybe that's the play that Florida have to go for here. But you can also see they're just playing around the saloon, just kind of underneath these ledges. Trying to force Dallas.
Yeah, they're trying to force them to drop. Perfectly put. Like, look at this. Checkmate just pushes payloads. Like, okay, we don't really need the high ground if we can just perma-push payload like this. Dallas don't want to give up the high ground because they don't want to give it to Surmajet and RuPaul. It's very much a coin flip. Look at this free push. Dallas Fuel have to go now. They're going to try and execute the backline. Someone just end up falling, but Doha gets antied and Surmajet just kicks him to death. The payload no longer moving as Checkmate has decided to join the rest of his team. There's the nano, there's the blade. Oh, that's the combo you don't see too often nowadays. Harbin not used to getting bladed with nano on top, although he falls on the health back. Maybe he wins this against Checkmate, but the damage is still there. He hasn't got any healers left. And Harbin attempted to get the kill onto RuPaul, but it did end up working out, and the Florida Mayhem off to a good start on point B. So much free payload push.
I respect the effort by Hanbin there. Oh, the health pack up onto the elevator and then coming back down. You gotta give him some credit for that, but the rally too, that'll help for sure to bolster this.
Oh, nice knife push, but knife pull. Not quite a push. But Checkmate does have dash, so he dashed away. Rampage, high ground, hits 4, health bars, dwindling. Dohar attempted to kill RuPaul, but Harbin's there to the rescue. 2.5 minutes to go for the Florida Mayhem. Even Hydron used the overclock. He was in a decent position to do it. Oh, they're actually just going to throw in the blade too on top. Okay, guarantee the fight, I suppose. So much chance on the payload. He do be kicking, though. There you go. He's finally there.
Okay, maybe I understand why Doha wanted to pull the blade. Not only was it an insurance policy, but I don't know, Surmajed's been a little slippery as of late, so it does help to just have that assured damage. High ground control back in the favor of the Dallas Fuel. Edison is set up for success now with the overclock, as long as Florida Mayhem stay in those sight lines, but they can still play around these overhangs to just deny that LOS completely. Once again, maybe forcing Dallas Fuel to play into Florida Mayhem's hands, where someone can line up a Rampage. That's ready to go.
That's exactly what they want to do. I mean, you see Checkmate's on the payload, by the way. Checkmate is currently on payload with Doha, just having a little 1v1. But Dallas Fuel do not want to give up any more space. Like, he's just continually just annoying the Dallas Fuel. Just being a little bit of a thorn in the side. Oh, Hydron dies on the other side of the map, but Fielder is taken out by a Surmajed volley. Same with Harbin. Have to drop. Dallas Fuel want to make a play there to force the 5v4s, force the issue to have Checkmate come back to the rest of his team, but the Florida Mayhem take that in their stride. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and the payload a couple of meters away from being locked in, the Dallas Fuel need to act. They need to act now. Nano boost and Rampage available. There's the Nano. Axe swing misses, but someone could line this Rampage up, or he might have not even need it, to be fair. These meat shots are doing good enough. The Florida Mayhem clean up the Dallas Fuel as they get the second point.
Okay, Doha's still alive and kicking just for a little bit, but that is going to be extra time added to the bank. But Florida are running out of time to get this payload into that third point with over a minute remaining. So they got to capture, but it looks like both teams will be able to get another attempt. Looking at Florida Mayhem's ultimate bank, though, they're looking pretty good. I mean, Checkmate has the ability to go in with these blades, and even if Chio gets the sound barrier, RuPaul still has the anti to really help to make sure that this Dragon Blade damage is true. Someone as well just didn't use the Rampage yet, so that's still available.
Yeah, pretty nice ult economy on the Florida Mayhem. Okay, Doha with the blade. Blade versus blade. Checkmate versus Doha. See if Checkmate can stand up to the plate. Oh, Edison's already dead. Good little headshot. There's the beat forced out of the Dallas Fuel as they do surge on forwards. Hunting has just been carrying in the damage department right now, and then the final blows. Chio doing the same thing. Oh, he skirted over Checkmate's head there. Just bopped him one.
Speaking of damage from Hanbin, Hanbin's actually done 30% of the Dallas Fuel's damage for this map so far. It's over 10,000 damage. So definitely leading the charge in that way. But I think as well, just having this Rampage allows you to play way more aggressive, and Hanbin as well, just knowing how he's played before. I mean, this is going to be good to maybe keep Florida from touching the cart. Less than a minute.
Overclock's already claimed one. There's the rally. Payload slowly moving back, but the Florida Mayhem just need to win the fight. Doha being rather slippery, but now someone is in a whole heap of hurt. However, that Rampage, or sorry, the anti-nade from RuPaul hit Fielder and Harbin. They're in the old sport. I don't think I've seen a fight here in ever. A massive Rampage from Harbin, but there's little to no follow-up. Hydron eventually goes down to a random little bit of damage from Edison from across the map. But with 20 seconds to go, and Dallas Fuel having a spawn advantage, the Florida Mayhem are going to be fighting an OT to get this payload in.
They are. Whoa, what's this? Harbin's on Diva. Okay.
The nades.
Oh, I mean, that's so good. Yeah, go for that quick adjustment. That might be what they need here, especially when you know that as well. You've got to contend with these shurikens from Checkmate.
Yep, denying the damage, denying those anti-nades, just making sure Checkmate can't earn himself with that blade. Double DPS ult available for the Dallas Fuel as someone and Checkmate just jostle on the payload. There's the nano, it's on Checkmate, insta-kill onto Fielder, one support dead. Now he dashes, tries to find another, that's 2, Blade in 5%, Doha pretty low, that's 3 from Checkmate, Blade pulled straight towards the Diva. Harbin's the only one on the point for the Dallas Fuel right now and he gets demech'd. It is Gio's turn to touch, but RuPaul takes care of the rest of the fuel. The blade wasn't even needed at the very end. And it is a 1 minute versus 1 minute time bank as we go into extra rounds.
Oh my goodness. This is going the distance so far. I thought that Nepal was close from the Junkrat choice just because maybe it threw Dallas Fuel off a little bit. But this is also kind of unprecedented too when you look at the Zenyatta and the Ana and how well that's working for Florida. And we need teams that can't really contend with the mirror match to try something a little unique and special. And it's working. This is what we wanted from Florida. I mean, Dallas Fuel has already proven that they are one of the top teams in the West in this meta. They're undefeated. And they've already locked themselves into a spot at the Summer Showdown. So Florida really trying to play spoil here. There's so much more on the line besides that, Jaws.
This is a little replay from Surmojed. Right click down the corridor. Oh, I mean, that's just a Zen paradise. Ooh, see ya. Double headshot. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness.
Another little kill. Was this a kill? Not sure. No, it wasn't. All right, close hold for the Florida Mayhem. Showing up on the default comp. The Lucio and the Brig. Dallas Fuel definitely not expecting this. That's
oh
for
my
sure.
gosh. Oh, even the defense matrix just in case.
Fielder on the Ana. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay.
The bait.
Okay, the Florida Mayhem are right behind them. Oh, goodbye, Fielder. Goodbye. I told you, they did not expect that. Florida Mayhem have been playing the Ana and the Zen this entire map. And now they switch up to the Lucio and the Brig. And look at that, Dallas Fuel instantly going back. Oh, Fielder's going to Ana, maybe looking for a small nade. No, okay, going back to the Brig. Nice bit of time wasting though from the Florida Mayhem. You love to see it. Free ult charge too, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, this means that they are going to be outpacing Dallas quite a bit. They have to do a quick back off though too, so that's why we see the Lucio here. Just quick disengage.
Yeah, Checkmate calling for heals as RuPaul dies. Maybe looking towards Checkmate to give him a pack, but wasn't looking at the incoming damage. This is disastrous for the Mayhem, but what was a pretty decent close hold. Hydron ends up going down, Checkmate super low, and the Dallas Fuel going to be able to unlock this payload and get it moving. That was a really sick play for the Florida Mayhem, but they just get undone at the very last second. I don't think there's going to be a recontest with Surmojed dying last.
No, I don't think you can go for this, but you can still go for a closer hold. You know that Surmojed is getting close to the sound barrier, and whoa, Doha. Oh my god. Okay, Florida Mayhem could just shut down the overtime here now. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, they can get on that payload, start contesting so the payload doesn't move a single inch. Edison dead, both DPS for the Dallas Fuel. They're looking at Harbin to do the damage. He's done it thus far, but with Checkmate's blade, it could just be over. No packs are going to save you there. Not even an amp heal on top of that is going to save Harbin from Checkmate.
This ends
They hold the payload literally after it is capped. Like, that is a very, very strange place for the payload to end. And that could be the undoing here for the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah.
If Florida Mayhem can make this minute count.
Well, now Florida Mayhem can just go for the Ana and the Zenyatta again. And Dallas Fuel are in this really weird headspace where they played into the bait and switch from Florida pretty perfectly. And that gave Florida a ton of momentum to finish out that last round we just saw. So what are Florida going to run out with this time? And what do Dallas Fuel want to commit to? Because we saw them change the D.Va to get the defense matrix in to deal with the nades and things like that. But, oh my god, do you see that? Doha got so low, had to go after a pack.
Ooh,
the deflect. That just was the beginning of the end there for that push.
Look at that pink box of victory. Definitely one of my favorite color schemes, I will say, in the league. Especially when it comes to all the little effects and stuff. Neon pink's always quite... It's always the vibe.
I do like the pink. But my hair is also pink, so I feel like you guys can all figure that out by now. Thanks. Let's see, though. This is where I have interest What are Florida Mayhem going to... No way.
A bap and a break.
What?
A bap and a break.
Anime?
Anime. Okay, I like this. I like this. It's good too because the bap was always used, if you think, a long time ago in these May comps because he can jump over the wall. So if you do end up isolating their jungler queen along with other people's, you can help her by jumping over it with those exo boots.
Oh my god.
Oh, unfortunate block
Ice
timing
block?
there from Checkmate. Had to use that super early. There's the wall. Doesn't really separate too much. Remember, it is more of a brawly comp, the default comp from the Dallas Fuel, but look at the run over. Fielder and Checkmate to end up trading, but I'll take that any day of the week if I'm Florida Mayhem right now. Humpin's up on the high ground, fearing for his life, just relying on his passive to get any amount of healing back. He now has to run away. A knife, it did connect, but
Someone's
didn't end up
hunting.
pulling back Humpin. The payload's going to unlock, and look at how close that pink box of victory is.
Oh gosh, I mean, Dallas Fuel right now, they have to set up to go speed boosting with Chio. Because they have to do something. Otherwise, this payload is literally going to get sunk in just 3 seconds.
Cafe take, window available for Sir Margette. He can set his team up for success. There's so much damage coming Harbin's way. They have to find an initial pick, but no, Hydron just hit him with a railgun through the window. Harbin dying, the Dallas Fuel on their last limbs. Doha's 20% away from the blade, and look at Hydron just hunting. He smells blood in the water, and Chio just running away, just attempting to break free. But the Florida Mayhem, with a rather unorthodox comp backline of Brig and a Bap with a May, end up taking the dub on Hollywood and tying the series up.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Whoever's been saying this meta is stale has not seen Florida Mayhem at its peak. This is incredible Overwatch right now. And if you aren't watching, then I don't know, tell your friends to tune in because this is crazy. And Florida Mayhem is full of surprises. I cannot wait to see what they pull out next because I feel like we're not going to say the same thing twice.
Yeah, McGravy and the rest of the gang cooking up something rather spicy, it seems like. Florida Mayhem with a dub against the Dallas Fuel. I think a lot of people had this pegged at a 3-0 on the strength of the Dallas Fuel coming in this week, but Florida Mayhem determined to prove a lot of people wrong. So wait and see what they want to pull out next after this break. That's right, the Overwatch League is coming to Toronto to find hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. It's going to be a good one. It's presented by Bell. September 8th to the 11th. Those are the dates you've got to mark down. I'm sure you'll be watching if you can't make it in person. Experience esports live and play Overwatch 2 and come join all of us and the party. It's going to be a good one. Me and Rose are going to be there, so yeah, make sure you say hello. And be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. It's going to be good. And Dallas Fuel, well, they've already locked their ticket in, but they would ideally like to win the series too, because it could affect some placing things later down the line. The Florida Mayhem coming out with some rather unorthodox strategies, courtesy, I'm assuming, of Gunba and McGravy in the back room. It's been good to see. It's I'm not sure if it would be a complete, like, whoa, this is like the new meta, but like, it's working for the Florida Mayhem right now. They had the May, the Brig, the BAP on their final attack there on Hollywood, and they managed to pull that one out.
I don't think this is meta-defining, but I do believe that this is Florida Mayhem not only pulling out all the stops, but also identifying small things that they can change in their composition to give them an edge. You love to see the Ana and then Zenyatta pairing really well to allow Surmajed and RuPaul to play in a comfort zone. But also, you know, the May, just kind of pulling that out, knowing the stall potential that it has, or the isolation potential, the slow as well, when that could be really impactful against the commanding shout, and also the speed boost. Like, this is some next level strategy coming out from Florida Mayhem here. It's really on the Dallas Fuel to see if they can, you know, get their lead back. Maybe it's with Sparkle, who's subbing in.
Yeah, Doha out, Sparkle in for Dorado. Yeah, it feels a little bit like London-esque in the way that we just want to play to our strengths. We don't want to fully like conform to the meta. We don't want to just permanently play the Brig and the Lucio in the backline. Let's have our supports on heroes that they're more known for, and that's their strongest. The Ana for Surmajed, RuPaul's the Zen for Surmajed, and RuPaul's Ana. And even the little bit of BAP there we saw from Surmajed too. So yeah, it's great to see. A little bit of variation. We'll see if it can work out in this map. Dallas Fuel running out with standard on the defense though.
They will have a pretty standard defense, and honestly, I don't expect Dallas Fuel to change up much of their approach to this match. We did see Hanbin pick the D.Va for a short period of time, but that really felt like a panic pick in order to try to use the defense matrix to mitigate some of these cooldowns. But no way.
Far mercy.
Oh, stop. Oh, please, Florida.
That's what you love to see.
Wait, okay, I know Hydron's gonna switch, maybe? But the Fire Mercy's out the gates! Let's go, Jaws!
Nice anti on Hanbin too. He's in a little bit of trouble. I mean, look. APAC were playing this a little bit. Maybe it's got a lot of merit to it. We'll see how Checkmate can deal with the Dallas Fuel. There aren't too many people that can really touch him in the skies. You're looking at Edison getting a railgun shot, but having a perma pocket like this, you need the headshot. Otherwise, the damage is all for naught.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Dallas to shut down. Edison is definitely the best chance. Maybe you send Sparkle up there as well as a joint effort, because you can dash pretty far, but not up to the limits of the skybox in which Farah can play in. Checkmate's already 67% towards a barrage and counting. This is coming online so fast.
You look at Edison, he's trying to get a railgun built up, but he just can't. The Florida Mayhem aren't really giving him a chance to do any of that. 35, that's not going to insta-kill a Farah, insta-kill a Mercy. And getting those projectiles down at long range is mighty tough. He's at 90% now, but a rocket just hit him directly in the face, and Checkmate's got the barrage already. He's looking to just send it. I mean, you know the Dallas Fuel don't have ults, and they don't have Shout now either.
You go in as soon as you know that the cooldown is down. The Disruptor shot has faded, and now Checkmate gets to go in.
He's waiting for shit. Oh, Edison though takes the tech clean off. A quick resurrection. Sparkle tried to punish, but gets punished himself with Hydron landing a headshot. There's the nano. No barrage, maybe not even needed. However, the Dallas Fuel want to continue this fight. Pete, there's the barrage. It finds one. The Dallas Fuel in a little bit of shambles right now. Edison does manage to take out Surmajed as Chio and Edison dive to the backline. But with Checkmate and RuPaul still up, it doesn't matter. Even RuPaul puts himself on the board with a melee kill onto Fielder.
Wow. That is just exceptional. It took Florida a little while because they were playing for that barrage come online to capture that first point, but they did it. They forced out the sound barrier. Now what they have left to contend with is easily responded to by the overclock, by the rampage. Florida can get those built up very quickly, and Surmajed on the Ana still being able to provide those incredible tools. This is ridiculous. I mean, it was RuPaul that was on the Ana before. They're swapped places. They're both good at this hero.
Checkmate's a bit easier to deal with now that the skybox is quite close to where the Dallas Fuel holding. There's the dash, there's the blade, the slide already enacted by Hydron. He gets headshot by Edison, and Sparkle's just cleaning up. It's a pretty decent push though from the Florida Mayhem. But now the Dallas Fuel, they can just sit in the spawn. Checkmate's not going to have too much of a say in this fight. There is a different door you can see right down the corridor. You can get out, but it's...
Yeah,
it's not exactly something that you enjoy if you're the Florida Mayhem right now, getting Farah out the doors.
No, but the Farah's out now, so the Farah also has Barrage. So the Farah, she is ready to use the ult.
Yeah, no nano. There's the rampage, only hits someone. Checkmate's still trying to line people up, but Hydron's more than willing to just kind of sit back and chill. Not quite so lucky if you're someone, though. He gets finished off by Sparkle. Good spawn camp thus far by the Fuel. We'll see if they do want to change. They've got a lot of ultimates. Like, maybe Checkmate waits for this nano, and then they hits the nano and then the barrage afterwards. Yeah, okay, he is sticking.
It's going to be working on the Farah. I mean, you've got the barrage. If you did switch off, I think you keep a ton of the percentage. So it at least works towards something else, but you may as well give this another good old try when you've got literally everything else to back up the barrage too on Florida.
Bit of free space granted there by the Florida Mayhem, and Checkmate in the skies, forcing Dallas Fuel all the way back. Look at Sparkle. Oh, there's the nano. Barrage coming in. You got to watch out. Mayhem are just causing absolute havoc in the front line. Double support ultimate for the Dallas Fuel, but they still can't stop Checkmate hitting these rockets. Gio and Sparkle do dive to the back, but you've got to deal with Checkmate somewhere, somehow, but it ain't gonna happen. They even get the resurrection onto Surmajed as the Florida Mayhem get that payload moving once again.
And now you get to mitigate the kind of the evening of the playing field that you were talking about, Jaws, where this high ground does take away some of the agency of the Farah because you have easier access to it. But if you're able to push forward enough, then Dallas don't really get a chance to set up and have that high ground. Oh gosh, overclock too.
Use that overclock. Double body shot, Harbin, commanding shout to get into the bank. He's safe for now, but look at the positioning that the Florida Mayhem have currently. Not only do they control the skies, but Hydron on this opposite high ground, they're walking into a death trap.
I know.
If you're the Dallas Fuel right now, you need to be able to get out and get on top of the payload, but you have to just walk into Checkmate. There's the rampage, it hits one, and Sparkle's put to sleep as he pulls the blade. And the rest of the team are just doing Lord's work. He does kill Surmajed eventually, gets some revenge, but Sparkle's all alone. Not so much alone anymore. He can hold hands with the rest of the Fuel in the spawn room as the Mayhem cap second with time to spare.
Now the Farah might start to be less effective as well. You know, it gets less effective as you move through the stages of Dorado. But we've also seen high proficiency with this hero here as well. Who can remember the days of EQO on the Farah on Philadelphia Fusion, right? We've seen that happen, and Checkmate might just be able to put on one of those performances here too. Another barrage online as well.
He's got no nano, so it's going to be a little bit tricky, but I mean, the way he's used his barrages and how much value he's got from them, yeah, he can just go for solos, no worries. Sparkle's change over to the Echo to try and counter and get a little bit of that aerial damage back, but diving onto Hydron might be a good start. Just ignore the Farah, that's sometimes the strat, and it's working out right now for the Dallas Fuel. Hydron, Surmajed dead. RuPaul has the resurrection available. And it looks like Sparkle wants to try and stop it from happening. Oh, one sticky bombs. He does manage to get it, but the resurrection does go off. Florida Mayhem, the rest of the team, unfortunately, without the healing of Surmajed, end up going down.
Okay, well, that is
the barrage.
One.
He's staying on the Farah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Nano's coming up, to be fair. Having the Nano on the far is like super important. You are a sit and duck when you use the barrage, so any sort of mitigation, there's no Diva Matrix to kind of cover you when you go for the barrage, so Nano is the best you're going to get in this meta.
Mercy ult too, though. You know, that at least helps out the rest of the team as well, so that you don't have to just focus on Pharah.
There's the Nano. The beat comes out as well as that rally. Both support also Dallas Fuel expended. That overhelp ticking down. Checkmate's lining up for the perfect barrage. He gets one. Gets taken care of by Edison. The Dallas Fuel managed to push on forward, but the wings have been popped by RuPaul. He's glowing like an angel up in the sky. And you better be thanking him right now if your Checkmate gets res, gets the kill on Edison, even pulling out the Glock for some extra damage. There's overtime in 5 seconds. The Florida Mayhem have a very good chance of putting this payload in.
Oh, especially when you've got the Mercy behind you to try to get that damage through the spawn. You're forcing Dallas to have to go out a different route.
Rampage only hits someone, not the best. Dallas Fuel have got a couple of DPL assaults coming up, but it's just about survival right now. Sparkle's got Dupe. Oh, he managed to kill RuPaul. RuPaul got low. And somehow Sparkle just get that beam kill. Edison with a double quick scope with the railgun, and that should be it. That was a bit of a confusing fight. Like 15 ults happening at the same time, but all we know is the Dallas Fuel ended up coming out on top there, all at the hands of Edison's railgun. Overclock sealing the deal. But still the Florida Mayhem making it this far against a undefeated Dallas Fuel in the qualifiers.
Yep. Yeah, they're bringing the Mayhem today in so many different ways, Jaws. I don't know what they're going to come out of spawn with on this map. Like, is they even going to be the Pharah this time around when they switch sides? I have absolutely no idea. And then these fights, they just don't follow the normal formula that we have come to expect in this meta either, because of all of these interesting changes that Florida has made to their team. All right, they're going to stick to the Pharah. They've come out of the gates with the same comp that they used on their attack. But I mean, oh my goodness. If it worked for like Edison and Sparkle here at the very end, I kind of wonder, like, would Florida have gone all the way with this comp?
Hit the Junker Jacks there. Unlucky. Edison ending that rampage. It's got a bit of a spin up to it, of course. That's the stuff we didn't see off of camera, but thankfully we have top-notch observers that capture everything.
True.
Eddie on the Cass.
The Cassidy?
Okay, magnetic grenade, pretty crazy.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, well, Chio just walks out of spawn and just instantly dies.
Oh, look at the Cassidy, though. Okay, okay. Checkmate actually kept it check a little bit here by Edison.
It's worth keeping in mind, too, the Cassidy still has 225 HP. It's not the biggest health difference in the world, but can really mean a little bit when you're in these duels, especially against the Pharah. The magnetic grenade too is a single bot. Oh man. Magnetic grenade is a body shot, and a magnetic grenade does kill a 200 HP target. But with Checkmate, with aerial superiority, a bit harder for Edison and Cassidy to get to those angs. Good sleep onto Sparkle.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah. Like I mentioned before, Surmashed, mechanics, kind of off the chain.
That's nuts. How many times has Surmashed like shut down Sparkle, like, or even just like a Genji? We saw the Blade get slept too earlier. This is just insane. Now you've got to see Dallas Fuel try again. I mean, it's already been taken off the clock. Oh, but Checkmate's down now.
Checkmate and someone fall. Oh, RuPaul. He might go down. No, not quite. He's almost landed that shot. Although now he has a fairly decent angle, although he misses those 3 shots. It's all right. Happens to the best of us, Edison. Don't worry. Nice magnetic grenade damage. But more importantly, Dallas Fuel taking care of that Pharah. Nano boost onto Hydron, but Surmashed's already dead. Bit of a desperation support ultimate, but right now is making his worth. Geo falling, Edison with the Cassidy gets that magnetic grenade kill. After that, Nano Boost ends up wearing off. Checkmate is back in the action, hits the barrage in the back. Fielder wasn't expecting it, but Hardbin's a little bit chunkier than that Brig. So he ends up taking him down. The Dallas Fuel have a lot of ults to spare as they looking like they're going to cap this
swap. Look at the swap. Yeah.
There we go. Default comp now.
Yeah, I think at that point too, when you've kind of forced Dallas to make some adjustments of their own, they're also very willing, after seeing Florida make the full swap, to swap back as well. So Edison loses the high noon, but still retains 30% of that ultimate charge while he switches over to the Sojourn, which I just think is way more effective. Florida though, like, can they actually do the basics with this comp?
Spark can play an aggro. He can do. Copy the Queen if he wants. Double command and shout. We'll take one of those. Can use it for a get out of jail free card too. Actually copies the Sojourn. Jumps straight towards Hydra. Double Sojourn on the field. Chio and Hanbin already making their names known in this small little courtyard. A bit more of a tiny Overwatch in these corridors. Free ultimate for Sparkle by Chu. Kill onto Sir Magia was too easy.
This is not the first time we've seen Sparkle actually clone the Sojourn either. This happened last time.
Yeah, it's twice in a row, actually, yeah.
And I love that because I think that with Sparkle's mechanics, sure, yeah, you get the commanding shout, the rampage maybe, but when you're confident in your team's ability to follow up and like just kind of finish a fight quickly, I think you'd rather have that big bursts of damage that the Sojourn provides.
All that beat to stop Hydron getting much value with the overclock. Florida Mayhem health bar is not looking so healthy now, and even less so as that rampage from Hanbin hit checkmate. Good offense from the Dallas Fuel. Still 3 minutes. A lot quicker than the Florida Mayhem were. Look at that 4-minute time back. It looks like Florida Mayhem, they go back to this more traditional like Jotes comp with the Genji and the Lucio and Brig. Don't really have that edge right now.
Well, they're just a bit behind, too. Dallas was able to get a lot done, kind of forcing Florida Mayhem off of the composition that worked for them on their attack, and that meant that they were ahead in the ultimate economy, so they could get rotating very much faster than Florida here.
Oh, how did that only hit Edison? Looked like he lined everybody up.
The stairs?
Someone's maybe a little bit surprised there, too. Maybe it was the stairs. Architecture might be a little bit weird there. Edison traded for someone. If Dallas Fuel can take this high ground, that would be the best scenario for them, but it looks like they just want to regroup at 6. They know they have a lot of time here, Rose, so... Ooh, what a knife.
Okay, okay. Look at this. Dallas now approaching the final destination. That blue box would be one step closer to closing out this match. But Florida, they get to come back with the Blade. They finally have that online and double support ultimates here, so they definitely have to sustain, but it's still over 3 minutes of a time bank to contend with.
Double rally. Checkmate with the Blade. Look at the marching down of the Dallas Fuel there. Just grouped up, killed Hydron with ease. Blazeman pull for a checkmate, but he gets instantly shut down by Fielder. This death ball from the Dallas Fuel is just too much for the Florida Mayhem to contend with, and they just get off the payload. I wouldn't really call that a C9, but still, the Florida Mayhem just kind of chased down. Sparkle just sits on it. He knows his team can do the rest. 2-1 in this series thus far. Match point for the Dallas Fuel. Feeling pretty good, but sparks of brilliance maybe for the Mayhem. Changing up their comps, flexing the meta just a little bit to their needs. I like the look from Checkmate and on the Pharah and RuPaul on the Mercy. See if that comes out on the next map.
Maybe, maybe. We're going to a push map next, so I feel like anything is on the table.
Hanbin, he has been exceptional today already on that Zarya, just leading the charge for the fuel.
Ha! Man on a mission, no wishing upon a star.
Hanbin, 100 energy, just beaming people out of the sky. You know how it be, you know how it do. Hanbin with a 4K, almost a 5. Yeah, I'll make that a 5K, why not?
We changing the game, who knew cliche came with a cost.
Soundberry, they're going to wait this out. There's the crowd, and it's late, just late enough, in fact. I'll be waking up with a headache after that one.
I'm on my way and I came to you. This is us. What you want?
Well, if you'd forgotten about Hardman Sigma, you've had your memory jogged.
Live it up. This is us. Welcome to
Edson finishes him off. Violet can't get away quickly enough. Harbin burns him to a crisp.
That's going to be everybody soon. They're going to be on the stage. The crowd noise. Oh, man. It does send shivers down my spines. My spines. I have a singular spine, I promise. Not some sort of alien. But yeah, it does send a shiver down my spine.
You're not a shark? Wait, sharks only have one spine, right? No, do they even have spines? They don't even have bones.
They're all cartilage.
Yeah. Never mind.
So swift and nimble, like my brain. Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, the crowd noise. I can't wait for it to be back. The land's going to be crazy. And speaking of which, we did, and the desks picked up on it too. We just, well, the desk talked about it, about the implications of this series. If Fuel were to not drop a map, both Titans and Justice would clinch that top 8. But because Mayhem ended up taking Hollywood, Titans don't quite clinch it. But if Fuel win here, the Justice are in that top 8, and they do end up getting to going to Toronto, which is, funnily enough, where we're heading now.
Yeah. Going to Queen Street. It's very exciting. I cannot wait to see what Florida Mayhem pull out of their pocket for this one. I don't know if we're going to see the Pharah. It doesn't really feel like the right map for that, but maybe some Maybat Brig, like we got a little taste of on Hollywood there. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, I don't know what Florida Mayhem are going to play, but I'm down for whatever it is. A little bit of Junkrat.
Oh my god, that dog.
Like Checkmate's played every DPS hero under the sun. Maybe a little bit someone else will come to play.
Maybe.
Not the Bastion. It's not going to happen. You can't bait me, Checkmate. It's not. There's just no way.
Nope.
Maybe there'll be one day we see maybe Bastion gets buffed somehow, or like, I don't know. Some team comes up with some crazy Bastion strategy, but for the time being,
a few times this season.
Yeah, but not like as a permanent fixture though. It was
No,
more
you're
like
right.
It was more London going, hey, Bastion, by the way, jumping around the corner and then just gunning people down, which is very funny, to be fair. Oh, okay.
I called it.
Florida Mayhem. Yeah, you did perfectly. Florida Mayhem going back to what they played on Hollywood, which is the May with the BAP and the Brig.
Yeah.
Okay, looking for those isolation kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you want to play in the train too, shut down a sightline of Edison, cut off Sparkle's retreat. This is gonna be fun to watch.
Fielder is super low already. Yeah, there you go. Gio's healing him up. Those knives, those Gracies going a little bit wide for both teams. And you got to be careful if you're Harbin here. You cannot go aggro. Your ability to get away when the wall is behind you is rather slim, unless all the DPS and the supports are shooting at it. Columns aren't quite as crazy as they used to be a few years ago, but still, with teams just kind of descending on you, especially Overwatch League level, those walls are as deadly as ever. Look at the ult charge, by the way, Checkmate already.
It's a lot.
58%.
At Sparkle too, though, right around the same mark there with the Genji. So it really is looking right now that Sermajed is going to be the first one with an ult online. Almost to that amplification matrix. Oh, but someone goes down.
Maybe we would have got it there if someone stayed alive for a little bit longer. There's the winner. They're still going to use it. Harbin in a little bit of trouble, but so is Checkmate. Doesn't really want to peek around that corridor, around that wall, but lands a knife. That'll be the Dallas Fuel taking control of that bot. Pretty decent start from the Mayhem. They got a little bit of meterage, but ideally now you don't have speed, but getting someone with Blizzard could be rather large.
Especially if you can maybe slow Chio down or wait for that speed boost to be on cooldown. That might be the perfect opportunity. And even if the Blizzard doesn't actually get anybody stuck, it could force and really outplace where Dallas Fuel want to be taking these fights. But this corner feels perfect.
Sparkle's pulled the blade. There's the Blizzard, but Sparkle does not care in the slightest. Just dashes straight through it. That Matati field, not good enough to save them from the Swift Strikes. Dallas Fuel find a quick team wipe. They're going to be able to enter Buzz Scratch mode. See if the Mayhem want to change anything up. Looks like they're more than happy just to stick with Sermajed on this map. Nope. Not a lie. Checkmate. Back to the Genji. Sermajed on the Lucio.
This is two fights now, and also a couple of ultimates invested, and it didn't work. So going back to what might be the best to contend with what Dallas Fuel has is really what Florida Mayhem are going to try to rely on here. Rally might be enough.
Just trying to click on some heads. Rally from RuPaul. Overhealth building up. Rather strong is Hydron and Checkmate right now. That additional HP. The fielder's got a rally of his own, and now that HP's just faded away, so Mayhem weren't able to capitalize on that support ultimate. Dallas Fuel trying to do the opposite, but Spark ends up going down, just whip-shotted away, and now Hydron trying to end it. Rampage hits 2. RuPaul, Hydron in trouble. RuPaul ends up going down to that tick damage, and Harbin turns this fight on its head.
Ooh, look at that too, the follow-up as well, as Edison just continues to get these melees. Dallas Fuel, look at how far they've gone now, Jaws. And Florida, they have to deal, they have the Rampage, maybe? But is that even gonna be enough when Dallas have been able to outsmart around every turn? Hydra goes down.
Rampage did get booped, but it only got Sparkle. Commanding shout, Sparkle is getting chased down, but still finds a kill on RuPaul of all people. All right, Florida Mayhem do lose their break, but someone's still fighting in the front lines. The Dallas Fuel wounded, but Edison's still killing people. These fights are so close. It turns into like a 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. Florida Mayhem are gaining control of the bot though. That's what's important right now. But
I don't know.
Not only has Dallas Fuel got checkpoint, they have a significant amount of space to move on the bot again. The Florida Mayhem did win the fight roast, but they didn't really gain much.
No, they didn't. This is still within Dallas Fuel's territory. And you can see that Dallas Fuel's actually going to back up to try to get a bit more of that range for the poke. Especially when Edison has this overclock, you want to make sure that he has as much space as possible to work with. And so you're really trying to funnel Florida through these open spaces.
Edison pulled forward, but had the dash to get away. The blade comes out, and then everything goes. There we go. We're back in. Double beats. The Dallas Fuel negate the blade. Spark was very close to his, and the Florida Mayhem won't have a ton unless they get the rally online. Quick sharp. Oh, hello, Summerjet. Yeah, disrupt shot in your face. You want to back off if you're the Lucio in that situation. The Florida Mayhem, however, have stolen the bot. The Dallas Fuel very content of having this high ground, but there's Sparkle's blade. He is super low, 6 HP, but he's still swinging. Kills Sermajed. Now RuPaul has the rally. Do they want to invest more into this fight? And it looks like they want to. The Dallas Fuel now backing up just slightly, but RuPaul's just stepping up to Harbin. You've got to be careful. It's now Dallas Fuel use a rally of their own.
They use the rally and a bit more success as well, as that's going to be 2 picks here for Dallas. Follow-up though from the Mayhem, is it there?
Looks like it. Well, looks like a follow-up for the Dallas Fuel is good. Feels like a Dallas versus the Fuel, Florida versus Mayhem at this point, to be honest. 93 meters and counting now. The bot's going to start pushing that barricade in just a moment. I mean, Florida, they have overclock, but if Harbin lands another good Rampage, it could be over. We could be looking at a full cap.
Could very well be looking at a full cap, and that would be the match win here for Dallas. It's not just Dallas that's looking at the win here as well. There's a few other teams that want this too.
Rampage was good. It hits 3. Checkmate someone, and Sermajed in trouble. Overclock just to push the Dallas Fuel back, temper their expectations in this fight, and in fact, Checkmate someone and Sermajed end up surviving. Sparkle saw an opening and he took it, and he took Hydron's life. RuPaul in trouble. Sparkle's booped up, and he just gets an aerial view of his next target. And Sermajed chased all the way back to spawn. A couple of meters to go, and the Dallas Fuel will take this series.
They got Chio's sound barrier as well. As long as that doesn't get Ajaxed, then the Dallas Fuel are sitting in such a good spot. Because that might just be it. Oh, look at that Sparkle 2 at the door.
Playing doorman, playing gatekeeper, playing bouncer, whatever you want to call him. He's doing damage and he's almost got that blade. Good kill from Edison. And now it's going to be Blade versus Blade. If Sparkle even gets his online, Blaze pull from Checkmate. It's the last chance for the Florida Mayhem to come back in this game, and it's getting shut down by Edison. 2 meters to go, and there it is. The Dallas Fuel end the series 3-1. Going undefeated thus far in the qualifiers. And on top of that, the Justice also clinched that top 8 placing going to Toronto.
That is a lot of teams now securing their spots in the top 8. Dallas Fuel were already there, but now they really are playing for that seeding. Because remember, Jaws, just like our first tournament, they get to potentially pick their opponents. And that could have implications for their success in the tournament itself. So still a ton to play for in these last few matches. And you know, Florida with that loss too, they're not out of it yet either.
Nope. Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. And actually, Rose, that's a really good point to bring up. Like, the choosing and the seeding. The Dallas Fuel right now are undefeated. Same with the Shock coming into next week. Both sitting at 5-0, and they're playing each other in day 1 of next week. So whoever wins that game, well, can the Dallas Fuel upset the Shock and end their regular season win streak? Maybe, just maybe. But that game will also decide who gets to pick first. So another interesting game, and 2 of the best teams that are currently in this Summer Showdown qualifiers in this meta. Like, it's going to be a banger, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I will say on the other hand, like Florida Mayhem, they showed signs of brilliance today. And honestly, the Fire Mercy, it didn't work, but I loved it. I loved every second of it. And I talked a little bit about it when London were playing the other day when we were casting them. And saying like, oh, Christopher was saying like, look, at the end of the day, if this isn't your meta, you got to find things that will change outcomes for you and just obviously change outcomes for you. Where am I going with this? He was saying that you just got to play to your own strengths. And the Florida Mayhem have clearly shown lots of different variations of that to varying levels of success. They took a map off of Dallas Fuel today, which they can definitely be proud of. But enough about that. Player of the match, we're going to have to break that down first. Dallas Fuel, they did well. A 3-1 victory today. And there's one man that led the charge to it all. And it was Harbin. His Junker Queen looked crazy good. And you spoke about it a little bit, Rose, during the cast, but he was leading the team on damage more often than not.
He was. There was a lot of points where I was looking at the stats and saying Hanbin is at 30% of the team's damage. And that was just the majority all the time. And so, you know, when Hanbin playing the Junker Queen, I think not only is it impressive that he's been able to do as much damage as he has, but also when you're in the face of all of these different adjustments and adaptations that are being thrown at you that are unorthodox and maybe things that you haven't prepared for, it takes a really strong leader of the team as well to make sure that the team doesn't fall apart in face of that.
Those Carnage kills per 10.
That's
6 and a bit. Dagger Blade kills, damage looking great, Funabuzz looking great. Looking great, Harbin. You're looking clean, which is it's good. Because next week, you're going to face one of your hardest opponents this qualifies in the San Francisco Shock. And it's going to be up to them to maybe, just maybe, topple that ridiculous win streak Shock currently on. Not Scott. He's not been on a win streak in a long time.
Oh, they're talking about his Preds?
Yeah. It's pretty tragic.
We're going to have to check in and see how those are doing, huh?
Yeah, we're going to have to check on those guys in just a moment. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll have to get them 3 to break down the rest of the day.
왼쪽 온 것 같은데?
왼쪽? 오른쪽.
바로 갑니다. 계속 켜줘.
먼저 겐지.
루시컬. 비트 95. 살아. 나이스. 오케이. 행복해. 겐지. 나 프리 받을게, 프리.
펜다운 더 밀었어.
겐지.
나이스.
이지 하지.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
What teammate is most likely to get on a coach's bad side?
없는데? For sure, Reiner. That guy Parma argues with them and yeah, for sure, Reiner.
레이너.
저는 희수가 장난꾸러기인 것 같아요.
해봤자 저? 인 것 같은데 다 좀 조용하고 잔잔한 성격이라서 저밖에 없는 것 같아요.
It's either me or Sam because all the other players usually listen to the coaches. Me and Sam are like the opposite. We don't like listening to the coaches a lot of the time.
I think 킬러.
게임 외적으로도 게임 내적으로도 좀 많이 짜증나실 것 같아요.
제가 네.
It would definitely be Reiner because Reiner doesn't even believe in coaching. Obviously, that's a joke. He is just hard for the coaches.
If you had to play one hero for the rest of your career, who would it be?
Hard. Ana?
Either Tracer or Genji, I'm not sure which one.
Zenyatta? Yeah. I like Tracer.
So if it's not in my role, I like to play Widow a lot because you just kind of AFK and shoot.
저는 손보라를 고르겠습니다.
Definitely Sigma, just because it's fun hero. You can take over games.
둠피스트였는데 이제 아무래도 탱커가 돼가지고 이제는 트레이서인 것 같아요.
전 당연히 트레이서.
브리기테 1등을 찍어봤기도 해가지고 브리기테입니다.
But if it's in my role, then it would be Roadhog. Like I like playing Roadhog a lot, but we almost never play him in the league, so that's a sad one.
팀에서 요리 제일 잘하는 사람은 누구인가요? Maybe Smash, because I think he's the only one that actually cooks.
Maybe Scoot?
왜냐면은 다른 애들은 다 배달시켜 먹는데 주석이 형은 집에서 만들어 먹고 그래가지고 제일 잘할 것 같습니다.
이거는 칼리오스 선수. 제가 음식하는 걸 칼리오스 선수밖에 못 봐가지고.
칼리오스 형이 고기도 잘 굽고 찌개도 잘 만들어요.
This is actually crusty. Always make some food.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Edison from Dallas Fuel. Edison, congratulations on the win, of course. You guys are 4-0 now, no, 5-0 now. One more, and you guys could have a perfect stage. But this match was very interesting, I feel like. I mean, we saw a little bit of Diva from Hanbin. We saw Junkrat from Florida Mayhem. Farrah Mercy. It was all sort of that good stuff. But would you say that, because Florida were running so many I guess non-meta comps or heroes, did that sort of throw you guys off during the match? And also, if it did, how did you guys overcome that problem? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리고 오늘 이걸로서 이제 5승 0패 이제 다음 경기만 이기면은 퍼펙트한 스테이지가 마무리가 될 텐데 오늘 경기 굉장히 제가 봤을 때 굉장히 재밌었던 것 같아요. 에디슨 선수 오늘 뭐 다양한 영웅들도 많이 나오고 또 그것 때문에 플로리다가 특히나 뭐 파라랑 메르시 뭐 혹은 뭐 정크렛도 나왔고 좀 이런 우리가 지금 현 메타에서 많이 보지 않던 영웅들을 들고 나와서 그것 때문에 조금 어려움이 있으셨나요?
처음에 이제 좀 힘들었던 부분은 할리우드에서 상대가 이제 새로운 조합 아나야타 지금 메타에서 안 쓰는 조합을 썼을 때 확실히 이제 만나보지 않은 조합이기 때문에 좀 많이 당황을 했었고 거기에 대해서 좀 저희가 실수가 많았던 것 같아요.
Right. It definitely sort of threw us off because, I think it was on Hollywood where they really used a composition that we haven't really seen. It was something new. They pulled out the Ana's and a double flex support. So we haven't really faced off against those kind of compositions. So we're a bit confused and we didn't really know what to do. And that was definitely a problem. And so those things were, I guess, were a problem for the Dallas Fuel, but you guys managed to break out of it. So how did you guys do it? 자, 방금 말했다시피 뭐 아나, 젠 뭐 이런 새로운 조합들 때문에 좀 어려움이 있으셨다고 하셨는데 이런 거를 좀 이제 어떻게 이겨내셨나요?
처음에 당황했을 때는 확실히 실수가 많아지긴 했지만은 그 다음에 이제 서로 이제 어떻게 해야 되는지 얘기를 하면서 그 실수했던 부분을 이제 좀 보완하면서 다음 세트로 넘어갔을 때 잘해줬던 것 같습니다. 그 실수를 보완해서. 네.
I think we did it by step. So, of course, because it was something that was new, we were sort of on our guard and we made a lot of mistakes in how we should play the game. So every mistake we made more communication, better communication, and we built it upon that. So we went step by step in order to defeat the Florida Mayhem's new composition. All right, my second question, Edison, this is specifically for you. On Dorado, we saw you pull out the Cassidy. I think this was the first time we've seen Cassidy this stage. I know this was for the Pharaoh Mercy, but was there a specific reason why you pulled out the Cassidy instead of something like Ash? 자, 두 번째 질문은 도라도에서 오늘 또 에디슨 선수가 처음으로 캐서디를 사용을 하셨는데 당연히 뭐 파라랑 메르시 때문에 그런 것 같긴 하지만 아닐 수도 있지만 뭐 제가 봤을 땐 그래서 뭐 애쉬나 이런 영웅이 아니라 좀 이렇게 캐서디를 픽을 한 이유가 있나요?
애쉬는 좀 이제 저희 본대가 정커킨이 같이 들어갈 때 애쉬는 좀 도와주지 못할 것 같고, 근데 이제 캐서디는 팀원들이랑 같이 들어가면서 상대 파라도 견제할 수 있다고 생각을 했었기 때문에 네, 캐서디를 들었습니다. 네.
Alright, so the reason why I picked Cassidy is because heroes like Ash, it is harder to go in with your team like the Junker King. When the Junker King goes in, it's harder to go in as a team. But Cassidy is different where you could actually go in with your whole team. Not only that, also kind of fight off the Pharaoh Mercy at the same time as well. So that is why I picked Cassidy over Ash. Alright, Addison, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much and big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다, 에디슨 선수. 바이바이.
Bye bye. Thank you.
That was an interesting match. That was an interesting. I think we were all watching. I think every map we were like, huh? Junkrat? Pharaoh Mercy? Diva?
We were cheering them
Baptiste.
on.
Baptiste.
We were
double flex support?
Yeah.
It was.
We had seen that from them. That was a look that wasn't too surprising. It was strange seeing Anamo not in the lineup and in the first map, and they didn't play the double flex support. But then as the match went on, they started playing some more things. I honestly, even though it didn't really work for the Florida Mayhem, I like the idea. You know that Junker Queen is going to change heading into the next tournament, so this meta probably will not stay. They probably know they can't play Dallas Fuel straight head-to-head on the exact same meta. They just haven't looked that comfortable. So throw them a curveball, throw them a Junkrat, throw them something different and, see where it can land. And, they got very close to winning a couple of these maps. It worked very well here on Hollywood. We're able to clinch out this map. And then on Dorado, you said the Pharaoh Mercy was a problem for the Dallas Fuel and it took them a while to adapt to it. You then have the negative side of it when you go to Coliseum and you get absolutely rolled trying to play May Baptiste, but you got to take the good with the bad, right, Johnny?
Yeah, we say this so often that when such a disadvantageous team like the Florida Mayhem in this series go up against a juggernaut like the Dallas Fuel in a very unified kind of meta, you don't see a lot of diversity, and you're thinking to yourself how could Florida Mayhem possibly win this series? Well, in the past, some have made the argument that, why bother mirroring in the first place? Because your chances of winning are so low. You might as well come out and throw some curveballs and just see what happens. Because it's also a bit of a momentum builder. If you get something going like the Florida Mayhem did here, you won the Junker round, for example, and then also you flex over to the Farah and you found some momentum with that. That is almost like happiness. That's good feelings to build upon. Whether it is as a player being stuck in the trenches and always feeling on the back foot, oh, we can't match Dallas Fuel. What do we need to do to get this comp working? You don't have to deal with all that stuff. Instead, you're kind of playing loose. Oh, we're having fun. We're playing the Pharaoh Mercy. We're playing the Junkrat, and we're winning. Oh my God, this is great. So you not only give yourself almost an equal chance of winning the series anyway, you also take yourself less seriously in a way. And I think that momentum builder really helped out for the Mayhem at some points in this series, like on Hollywood, for example. So. And also, I think for Dallas Fuel, this was a good test. I think if you're a really strong team, you should be ready to face off against any curveball or any sort of weird it took
things
some
that
time.
are thrown. It took some
Diva
time.
might not be.
It took some time, but they were able to do it at the end. So I think that's what matters, right? And I think they need to do it because they're facing one of the strongest teams next week for their last qualifier match. Dallas Fuel is going up against San Francisco Shock next week, so that is going to be a banger. And with that said, everybody, that is it for today's matches. We had some great moments. We had a lot of map 5s and one very interesting match. So let's go right into the best of the day. I'm gonna go ahead and start this. Mine's this whole week. I think my best of the day has been simple and clean.
Okay.
But this one, I don't know if you could say it. It's pretty simple, but we see two Genjis dancing with a deflect.
This is so cool.
Like a
looking
tango.
at each
I love
other,
this.
you know?
Is that a Lucio? Like
Yeah.
a little Lucio ball?
Some loose
Were they?
balls in there.
Yeah, they're deflecting. I don't know what they were deflecting, but I saw this. I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. They're just deflecting, and then they slowly just part ways. They go their own way. They don't fight. They're like, okay, let's back.
Have you guys ever played the game Genji Dodgeball in the workshop in Overwatch? This is literally Genji Dodgeball, but like at the professional level. They have leveled up into the Overwatch League to play some Genji Dodgeball.
I found that very interesting.
No, that was a good one. That was a good one. I got one as well, and this is another one that's like, it's probably not the greatest play. It just made me chuckle a little bit, you know. And
Smart.
it's a smart play, and you know it's going to come from the Backbone May. We've been praising him for a while. It worked to some success today in their match, and you know he predicts that the Genji is going to dash out onto the bridge and try and get out here. So he drops a wall on top of it. Assassin can't climb off of it. Look at him, he's so confident, and he just gets got.
That's so smart.
It's little. It doesn't really change the course of the match, but you know, it's the little things that make these players the best in the world.
And also, Backbone was chuckling like on cam after he did this because he knew it was smart. It paid off, and he just knew that this was like a great play from him. So I love that. A little chuckle from him as well.
Yeah.
To wrap it up.
All right, Johnny.
All right. Well, for my play, I'm actually going back to APAC matches for this.
What?
Wow.
And I don't know how Fixa finds himself in this situation.
Oh, you did this.
Because, you know, in the Mid-Season Madness, it was the Fixa sleep dart, like the infamous one where he gets shy. This time around, he finds himself on the bad side of the spectrum. This is Fixa. He's going to save his team with a sound barrier.
That's such a pleasant day.
It's so brutal. Because like he has time to think about it as well. It's just like, oh no, it falls off the edge. That's a heavy beat.
Yeah.
Like he's really punching the ground right there. That's brutal.
Would you rather just die?
Oh, this is gonna be glorious.
I would have rather died because then people wouldn't have realized it. The reason we realize so much is because you notice Fix is the only one who gets the sound barrier. It wasn't great.
I just love the 1 second of doubt where he's like,
he stands
how do
there,
I
right?
save this?
Yeah.
I don't.
This is my life.
That was a good one. I completely forgot about that, but good one, Johnny. All right, that's it for the best of the day. Let's quickly take a look at next week's schedule. It's last week of the Summer Showdown qualifier matches. On Friday, for the Eastern region, we have Guangzhou versus the Pandas and the Dragons versus the Valiants.
Yeah, Jimmy's about to take on the King Leave. You know, we'll see who comes out on top. Whoever comes out on top gets to hold the crown.
Jim Mufera, baby, let's go. And of course, the Western region, we have Rain versus Gladiators, Eternal versus and New York Excelsior, San Francisco Shock, and Dallas Fuel.
That's crazy.
Those are some good matches.
All of those three are good
them,
ones.
Yeah.
Paris Eternal maybe get their first win. Atlanta and LA Gladiators playing for one of the spots.
There's
in
a
the
lot of
tournament.
stuff there.
That's gonna be good.
Yeah. Well, we just have to wait 5 days.
Math.
I tell you, it's the end of a Sunday night. Let's not do that.
Anyway, it's next week, guys. Next Friday, everybody.
4, 5. Yeah, 5
5 days. See,
But the 5th day. No, it'll be the 5th day.
It'll be on the 5th day, guys. So we're gonna take a break, 3 days of great matches, and we're gonna come back after 5 days, refreshed, and watch some more Overwatch action on Friday. I'll see you guys all there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Have a great weekend, Overwatch League weekend, because it's a weekend for us.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays are our weekends.
Yeah. So have a great Overwatch League weekend. We'll see you guys on Friday next week. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Peace out.